Chapter 1262. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he took the remaining dregs and placed them in the courtyard to dry under the sun. While drying, he explained, the fiber of many crops is different from that of sesame seeds. Normally, when people encounter a lot of dregs, they will change to a small mill, which is time-consuming and laborious. In the end, they find that it is better to just throw it away. However, the small mill we use is different. It is made using the principle of leverage. When a person steps on it, the small mill can spin many times. Is this okay? Yes, it can continuously grind all the dregs into finer powder, but it takes a long time. If we want to shorten the time, we need to invest more in the foundation, increase the number of small mills, or use more advanced machinery. In fact, our great Tang now has this kind of technology and even more sophisticated machinery without using manpower. It is all thanks to the countless efforts of our great Tang's craftsmen. Xiaobao, we all know that it is your and Cuckoo's work. Others can't compete for it, but you are doing your best to give it to others. However, we are not fools. We know who is good and who is bad, and who has done what. The emperor is good and has always supported you. Let me say something disgraceful. If the emperor doesn't support you, we will have thoughts of rebelling. Lu Pan listened very seriously, not forgetting to correct Zhang Xiaobao's mistakes in his words. This indirectly showed how popular Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were. Zhang Xiaobao quickly waved his hand. Let's not talk about this, let's not talk about this. What rebellion? Live well. I will also say something disgraceful. Cuckoo and I have decided on a major national matter, and we will kill whoever opposes it. We can give some benefits, but those who control a lot of resources must do as we say. Isn't that right, madam? I will talk about something else with sister-in-law Gui. Women should not interfere in men's matters, Wang Wan replied to Zhang Xiaobao. Then, she pulled Gui's hand and walked 2 steps away to continue talking. You don't interfere. War is a man's matter. Zhang Xiaobao mumbled, which made the others smile. He continued, what I just said was the important role of transforming science into productivity. Look at the grinding mill that we brought with us. You guys didn't have it before. It's very tiring to use a small grinding mill by hand, and it's very slow. Now, don't expect me to bring you such advanced tools. It involves military secrets, and the cost is too high. I'm bringing you to solve the problem using existing methods, not using technology. Otherwise, I won't be able to show my skills, right? Ha, that's right. Xiaobao is right. Lu Pan laughed heartily and echoed, no one dares to doubt Xiaobao's abilities. Otherwise, why would the people of Shang be afraid of you? It's good that you're afraid of me. Humans should have a heart of reverence. Otherwise, the world will fall into chaos. For example, Cuckoo and I also have things to fear. We're not afraid of gods or immortals. What we're afraid of is that the tradition of Yan Huang will be broken. Just now, we were talking about the mechanical application of production technology. Now, we will talk about a part of the inheritance of a nation's civilization, knowledge. Civilization has many meanings. There is applied knowledge, philosophical knowledge, spiritual connotation, and the factors that lead to the transition between the two. Civilization is very important. When Zhang Xiaobao talked about this, he became very serious. Usually, he could appear to be indifferent, but when it came to the problem of the nation's soul, he would be solemn and respectful. That was because other things were external, but this was the root. Lu Pan and the others couldn't help but change their attitude. They withdrew their relaxed smiles and asked, Xiaobao, is knowledge just reading books? Like what children learn now? Yes. You guys think that children learn knowledge in words. Knowing how to read and calculate is the purpose of going to school. But the truth is not so. Nowadays, children are accumulating knowledge. Language and mathematics are the foundation. It's convenient for them to learn geography and nature. In fact, geography and nature are really useful. For example, I'm asking you to dry the dregs now. It has a lot to do with knowledge. Under normal circumstances, things have fibers. It's too tiring to use a small mill to grind them. What do? It's easy to destroy the fiber structure. Fermentation is a very good method. It looks very simple. You guys just have to follow it and use the same method in the future. You can continue to crush things after a short period of fermentation. But what you learn is only to know how it is. Children study to know why it is. After many years, this method will no longer be knowledge, but common sense. Everyone who studies will know this principle. When people look at something again, they will not first think about why it is like this. Instead, they will think about why it is like this. This is the power of knowledge. Once a nation has mastered a lot of knowledge, it won't have much effect on internal competition. Everyone knows, and the competition will still be the same. However, it will have a great effect on the overall development of the nation. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he glanced at Wang Wan. Wang Wan had taught him a lot of things and let him go through a systematic learning process. To him, Wang Wan was not only his wife and support, but also a teacher. Of course, he had also taught Wang Wan a lot of knowledge. If the two of them really separated, the difference would not be as simple as half. Lu Pan and the others were even more serious. They looked at Zhang Xiaobao and tried to understand Zhang Xiaobao's words. It turned out that children went to school for this purpose. It was not just to read newspapers and calculate, but to increase the family's income. Taking a deep breath, Lu Pan looked at Zhang Xiaobao with admiration and said, "Xiaobao, are you saying that children will have more ways to earn money in the future? You and Cuckoo were thinking too far ahead when you first took action." Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. "No, in the future, everyone will have a lot of knowledge. It's impossible to rely on this knowledge to make a lot of money, unless we leave the Tang Empire and go out to earn money. Learning skills will make everyone's lives more comfortable. Let me give you an example. Where there is a flood now, the locals still drink well water and river water like before, and it's easy for them to get sick. After mastering knowledge, it will be common knowledge. When people see their home flooded, the first thing they will think of is hygiene. For example, they will think of ways to drink water, burn the bodies of dead animals, pay attention to keeping warm, and adjust their emotions. Also, when they see their family members suddenly short of breath, their faces turn red, and their pulse becomes strong, those who have learned will first think about why, and then simply treat it from the surface, such as physical cooling and artificial respiration. Brother Lu, you will know in the future. 10 years later, when many people go to the doctor in the clinic, they will say to the doctor before the doctor asks, "I feel that my body is a little hot. I just tested the body thermometer, and my temperature is 38.5 degrees. My throat is a little sore, and when I touch it, there is a big lump. I suspect that it's tonsillitis, can you take a look and see if it's true?" Then when the doctor sees them and asks them about their usual things, they will say, "I was tired a while ago, mainly because I did a lot of work and didn't rest well. I couldn't sleep at night, and the place where I worked was dusty, so I didn't wear a protective mask. Recently, I mainly ate spicy food, and there was a small conflict at home. There are always a few hours every day when my mood is unstable. I tried to take Bezor antidote pills, but it didn't have any effect, and I had diarrhea." Zhang Xiaobao said to Lu Pan. What he said was the normal situation of people at his time. Before going to the hospital to see the doctor, he had to make a general judgment. Lu Pan was stunned and asked in surprise, Can it be like this? Then wouldn't we all become doctors? No, if it's a small illness, you will first judge it and then take some medicine. Once you find that it's not good, you will definitely see the doctor. Learn, first of all, know your own situation, then understand what the doctor needs to consider, and then cooperate with the doctor better to treat your own illness. The power of knowledge is once again reflected. If you have time, read books, and go to the night school. The knowledge I just said is something that a child can learn in 10 years. When a child is young, ordinary people don't have a thorough understanding of knowledge. If you go to adults to learn, in less than 10 years, the adult's analytical ability is better than the child. It's also very useful for you to learn in 6 or 7 years. Don't tell me you can't live after 6 or 7 years. Or don't you want to live after 6 or 7 years? Now, it's easy for us Tang people to learn knowledge. Cherish it. Zhang Xiaobao advised earnestly. He knew too well what it meant for a nation to be strong. It could make the whole world tremble. For example, when he and Wan came over, they achieved a lot because they had enough knowledge. In fact, if any normal person came over at that time, they would rise, but the degree of their rise would be different. For example, the composition of gunpowder, or the principle of planting vegetables in the wrong season, if they didn't know, they would definitely be stupid. How stupid was he back then? Graduated from the acrobatic class? For the current era, it was another way of saying it. When the people of the Tang dynasty mastered the knowledge, they could use it as much as possible. It was like why people of the Qing dynasty and the Republic of China went abroad to study. At that time, when foreign missionaries came over, the locals would actively help to build churches, and the government had to treat them with respect. Why? Wasn't it because they had a little knowledge of physics, chemistry, and medicine, so the status of missionaries was like a god? Sigh. Zhang Xiaobao sighed and continued to say to Lu Pan and the others, anyway, it's not wrong to listen to me. You have never experienced it, so you will never know how painful it is to be oppressed by knowledge. When you have more contact with other countries in the future, you will be grateful to me. We are very grateful to you now. Xiaobao, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but I'll tell you the truth. Sometimes we chat and are very puzzled. Lu Pan took 2 steps forward and patted Zhang Xiaobao's shoulder. He looked around nervously and was relieved when there were no bullets flying toward him. Yes, it's very magical. Isn't it? I can't figure it out. I guess it's like what Xiaobao said, we are uneducated. Then what is going on? The others echoed. Zhang Xiaobao was confused by their words. He looked around and said, Big Brother Lu, I'm also puzzled. I'm puzzled, what are you puzzled about? Xiaobao, we usually chat about the relationship between money and life. You see, we have to spend the money we earn. When other businessmen earn money, they have to spend it. But your family earns more, and your family usually gives us money for free. In the end, as we talked, we found a problem. Our lives are better, and the businessmen have more money, but your family's income doesn't decrease. Don't you think it's strange? Normally, when someone earns, someone loses, right? Lu Pan said what was on his mind. His eyes widened, and he waited for Zhang Xiaobao to explain. Chapter 1263. When Zhang Xiaobao heard this, he immediately knew what Lu Pan and the others were asking. It was nothing more than the amount of money in the world, and now it was all about how to increase the amount of money. Zhang Xiaobao did not want to reason with them, so he directly said, Brother Lu, let me ask you something. Dig out the soil from the ground, a foot thick, and put it on a wooden frame, and plant something inside, will it grow? Grow, it needs to be watered, just like planting flowers. Lu Pan answered. Dig out a foot of soil and plant something, will it grow? Zhang Xiaobao asked again. Grow. Someone else answered. If I dig out another foot of soil from the ground and plant again, will it grow? Zhang Xiaobao asked again. Of course, it will grow. Lu Pan rushed to answer. Zhang Xiaobao nodded, yes, our money is the same as the soil. In the past, we only planted a foot of soil, but there is still a lot of soil below that can be planted. Now that we have more money, it is just like digging up soil, but the soil below is raw soil. After a period of time, it will become mature soil, right? Aya, Xiaobao, you are so knowledgeable. In the past, someone told us this, but we did not understand, and we were embarrassed to say that we did not understand. Xiaobao, you are so good, once you say it, we understand. That person is really hateful, Xiaobao, do you know what he said? It sounds like a book from heaven. Lu Pan clapped his hands and said happily. He finally understood. Zhang Xiaobao pondered and said with a smile, Brother Lu, let me give you an example. Did he say that the soil in the world nurtures the things in the world, the roots of the things in the world are an inch deep, and an inch of soil nurtures an inch of things? This is the principle of the world, but the soil is only an inch thick. An inch of soil nurtures, is it not out of the ordinary? No, if the soil is 9,000 feet thick, it will nurture 9,000 things. This is the case. That's right, Xiaobao. That's exactly what he said to us. Anyway, we didn't understand. He's just bullying us. Xiaobao, now I know, we have to go to night school. This is too much of a bully. Who does this? He is looking down on us. Learn, we must learn. Xiaobao, you're a good person. We know that you're much better than him. You've always been straightforward with us. It's not that you don't understand, it's just that you don't want to. Next time I see him, I'll beat him up. Lu Pan's face was filled with grief and indignation. He had been tricked by someone using knowledge. At that time, he and the others had to pretend that they understood, afraid that they would be looked down upon. But in reality, the matter was that simple. Why couldn't that person speak properly? When Wang Wan heard this, she couldn't help but laugh. Holding Gui-er's hand, she turned around and said to Lu Pan and the others, Brother Lu, he really deserves to be beaten. He thinks he can bully people just because he has learned something. However, you can't hurt him. After you beat him up, send him to the yamen and tell them the reason why you beat him. The yamen will deal with him. When Lu Pan heard Wang Wan's words, he felt embarrassed and scratched his head. I'm just saying. Why would I beat him up? Who asked me to not be capable enough? If it were you or Xiaobao, he would dare to speak the same way. You would use the same words to confuse him. Wrong, Brother Lu. If he really dared to speak to us like that, would beat him up too. After I beat him up, would call my younger brother Xiao Yuan over and let Xiao Yuan speak to him using the same method. If he can't answer, would continue to beat him up. Zhang Xiaobao laughed as he spoke to Lu Pan. Why? Lu Pan had heard that Xiao Yuan could read 10 lines at a glance and had a photographic memory. However, after beating someone up, it didn't seem right to bully them. No reason, I just don't like him. If he doesn't speak properly to normal people, shouldn't he be beaten up? Send him to the yamen and the yamen will arrange for him to teach students. Aren't you just showing off your high literary standards? I'll give you a chance. Zhang Xiaobao laughed until he clutched his stomach. Lu Pan laughed along and said, Don't the yamen officials support him? The yamen officials are more capable. Wang Wan continued, Brother Lu, don't worry, the yamen officials won't support him. If any yamen official supports him, when Xiaobao and I give political and economic orders, we will use the same terminology. If the yamen official doesn't understand, we will use all our strength to teach him a lesson. Or, if the yamen official is sick and goes to the medical hall, the doctors will use this method to treat the yamen official. Every profession has its own specialization. Just like carrying jobs at the docks, hard objects are hard objects, and soft objects are soft objects. Oh, that is to say, when you carry hard objects, you have to use all your strength in the area you are carrying. When you carry soft objects, you have to relax the area you are carrying. Even your feet have to follow the soft force. Most people don't know that carrying once or twice is not a problem, but if you carry it a few more times, you will definitely get injured. This is knowledge. Everyone has something they don't know. Who dares to say that they know everything? Lu Pan and the others were shocked to the point that they were numb. Sister Cuckoo, what you said doesn't include you and Xiao Bao, right? Why can't I see that the two of you have something you don't know? You even know about carrying jobs at the docks. Yes, you are right. If you relax with hard objects, you will feel more and more painful. It will be like knives stabbing into your body. You have to use all your strength and endure through it. If you force yourself with soft objects, when you walk, the springboard will go up and down. You will feel that there is no place in your stomach that doesn't hurt. You can only use your strength to walk. It's like diving. If there are no calluses in the area where the pole is placed, you will have to be hard. When you walk, your legs have to be soft. Otherwise, if your shoulders hurt, who will spill the water? It's easy for you to watch others jump without using your hands to support them. If you look closely, his upper body is not moving at all. It's the softness in his legs that causes him to jump up and down. Sister Cuckoo, you have to take care of yourselves. With the two of you who truly care about us, we can only live to see the light of day. Yes. Big Brother Lu is right. The two of you don't live for yourselves. If there is danger, just give us a shout, and we will rush forward. What's that saying again? One of the men carrying the pole added. Lu Pan continued the conversation and said, I know. When I was in Luzhou, someone said that at that time, there was a torrential flood, dark clouds covered the world, and the faint roars of dragons could be heard. They were afraid that the immortal court would punish the mortal world under orders. They were in a panic. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo held hands and pointed to the sky, asking the immortals if they dared to fight. The dragons retreated in fear, the clouds dispersed, and the moon and stars appeared. Lu Pan was truly shocked and touched. In his opinion, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were high and mighty existences. People said that the two of them dared to go against the heavens. How frightening was that? Otherwise, why did Xiao Bao say that he was not afraid of gods and immortals just now? From what others saw and said with their own eyes, it could be seen that the two of them did not care about immortals at all. They must have come down from the heavens. However, what if they were accidentally hurt by mortals? With their status, they actually knew what they did every day. Was there anything more considerate than this? As he thought about it, Lu Pan actually cried. He wiped his tears and said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, actually, let me tell you too, the mortal world is very good. The mortal world of Tang is better. You still have your parents, grandparents, brothers, and sisters. Don't be in a hurry to go back. If anyone makes you unhappy, you can tell us. We will make that person unhappy, which is also a kind of happiness. Go back? Go back to where? Zhang Xiaobao felt that he had entered a mental hospital. What nonsense was this? Dragon retreated in fear? He had never seen one before. If he really saw one, he would think of a way to catch it and see if it was a new species. Go back to the heavens. Lu Pan explained. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head hard. No, it's so cold up there. It's hard to even breathe. It's not as good as the mortal world. If there is a chance in the future, we have to bring an oxygen tank. Otherwise, we will die. I see. It's not good to be an immortal. Lu Pan understood. Zhang Xiaobao was really out of ideas. He waved his hand and said, make cold jelly. Everyone, do it together. It's very simple. Sister-in-law Gui, you are in charge. No one asked how much the cold jelly would be sold. They obediently started to work. 4 hours later, it was dark again. Zhang Xiaobao didn't even use an abacus or pinch with his fingers. He directly calculated in his mind. He happily said to the tired and confused people, "The cold jelly we made now is 3,000 kilograms. If we sell it normally, according to our new conversion rate, it will be 10,000 servings. Including sesame paste and other things, the cost is 3,100 copper coins." Hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, the others didn't respond. Zhang Xiaobao had to explain in detail. In the past, 60 kilograms earned 120 copper coins. That is to say, 1 kilogram earned 2 copper coins. Now it's 3,000 kilograms, so we should earn 6,000 copper coins. But how much should we sell it for? 20,000 copper coins. But our current cost is 3,100 copper coins, not including the part that is being fermented outside. If we still sell it at that price, we will earn 16,900 copper coins. 3,000 kilograms is 50 times the price of 60 kilograms. That is to say, according to the original ratio, it will be 338 copper coins. The net profit is not 300 copper coins. After deducting the gross profit of the beans, the net profit in the past was 120 copper coins. If we include the fermented outside, our current profit is at least 3 times. 3 times is 360 copper coins. Hearing this, everyone understood. 3 times, and it seemed that it wasn't just 3 times. There were still a lot of fermented outside. Maybe it could even reach 4 times. Xiao Bao, 3 times is 3 times. How do we sell it? Lu Pan was worried. Haven't you finished the carriages I asked you to make? I counted just now. There are a total of 31 carriages. You guys spend a few days to make 90 carriages. When the time comes, we will sell them wholesale. Anyone who wants to sell can lend a carriage to us. We will only earn 1.5 times the original price of 60 kilograms of 120 copper coins. We will give the other 1.5 times the profit. When the fermented outside is done, I will make some new things. We will probably earn less than 4 copper coins per kilogram. Isn't it a good deal? We don't need to sell it. As for where others will sell it, I will plan the area. The weather is getting hotter, the cold jelly is getting more and more popular, and our taste is getting better. Such a big wharf, we will distribute 20 of them, and the rest will be distributed to other places. In the future, we will not sell it. We will focus on making liangpi. As the process improves, I believe the cost will be lower. Especially when you guys are buying, the price is really high. I don't know how you guys negotiated. Zhang Xiaobao had already thought about it. He would make a series of cold jelly. After all, a single flavor was not enough. Lu Pan had an idea. Xiaobao, according to what you said, we are not enough people. We still have to work at the wharf. We can't keep making cold jelly. There is no need for you guys. You are all men, so you should do other things. Women can do cold jelly. You guys have women at home, right? Look at the work you did before. If the money is not enough, come over and increase the scale. Now it is only 10,000, which is really not much. How many people are there in Izhou? How many people are there at the wharf recently? In the past, sister-in-law Gui sold 60 kilograms of cold jelly a day. Now, even if she sells 60 kilograms of cold jelly, the money she earns is twice as much as before. Then, 3,000 kilograms is 50 times the original amount. She can hire 20 people and give each of them 1% of the current income. She should be satisfied, right? The remaining 30 people's amount will be earned by sister-in-law Gui alone. Are you scared? Let's calculate at least twice as much. Sister-in-law Gui can command people and earn 7,200 copper coins a day. Zhang Xiaobao continued. He was waiting for the right time to form a chain brand. Lu Pan thought about it and felt that it was right. He was worried, why would others buy from us? Can't they make it themselves? In fact, there are 24 people selling cold jelly at the wharf. The wharf area is very big and there are several unloading ports. There are also people selling cold jelly in the shops. Because our cost is low, and the supply cost is much lower than their production cost. It is also very tiring to produce. At the same time, our taste is good, and there will be a series of new flavors in the future. This is called industrial centralization and scale. Of course, the one who is really paying is me. My labor cost is the highest. I provided the new raw materials and technology, and I provided the follow-up technology. As for my identity as Zhang Xiaobao, how much do you think it is worth per hour? I calculate according to the annual increase of assets. Every minute is more than 100 copper coins. If it was not for the sake of making an example, do you think I would come here to sell cold jelly? Wouldn't it be better for me to sleep by myself? Wouldn't it be better for me to make 2 delicious dishes for Xiao Bei and the rest? Zhang Xiaobao said as if he was complaining. Lu Pan and the rest reacted. Indeed, he was Xiaobao. Moreover, he was not wasting only Xiaobao's time, but also Cuckoo. Then I'll try. Find other people selling cold jelly. In fact, there are more than 90 people selling cold jelly in Izhou. Lu Pan asked in a low voice. Go ahead. Remember to raise the price and let them bargain. Don't think of monopolizing all the cold jelly sellers in Izhou. That will be troublesome. Only with a comparison can there be a market. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand. Then he remembered that this was not his home, so he said, let's go. I'll tell you how to make other flavors in 2 days. It's dark now. Brother Lu, if you go out, won't other people be sleeping? Gui smiled and said, let them go. It's far away. They may not arrive until tomorrow noon, and they have to rent a horse. If they go in the middle of the night, other people will be busy. Soaking beans, grinding, and cooking all take time. Selling cold jelly is very tiring. It saves a lot of time and money. They will definitely be willing. Zhang Xiaobao was relieved. He followed Wang Wan out, and people continued to light up the place with flashlights. You don't look very happy. Wang Wan observed Zhang Xiaobao on the way and asked. Because the technical content is too low. Others can learn it, but the people I hired learned it for 2 days and found it so easy, so they made it by themselves. Zhang Xiaobao answered. Then you don't look very sad. Wang Wan asked again. Because we can sign a 3-month contract first and increase the compensation. Zhang Xiaobao answered again. Why 3 months? Wang Wan didn't want to waste time thinking about it. It will be autumn in 3 months. It's very hot in Izhou in autumn. The cold jelly is more popular, and it can't be restricted by the contract. Besides, the 3-month contract has already formed a brand advantage in one area. When I release 2 flavors, who can shake this position? Zhang Xiaobao was like a loser, answering feebly. Wang Wan thought for a while and understood. She stared at Zhang Xiaobao and said, everything is within your calculations. You pretend to be pitiful. Are you playing the pig to eat the tiger? I've decided. Tonight you will count the moon. Zhang Xiaobao looked up at the moon in the sky and said awkwardly, count the arc? Is it the inner arc or the outer arc? You know, the moon, she, is not a perfect circle. Chapter 1264. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan returned home, they deliberately went to the courtyard where their younger siblings lived. The lights were still on, but they couldn't hear the sound of the diesel generator because the generator was placed very deep underground. Some of the wires were pulled out to the government office, some to the medical center, and the rest was used to light their own home. The two walked into the courtyard, waved at the people who wanted to greet them, and went straight to the window. Inside, the 9 little guys were discussing a problem. To be precise, they were correcting the mistakes Xiao Bei made during the day and thinking of ways to make up for it. After listening for a while, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan understood. During the day, Xiao Bei discussed with people who were hired by Li Xiaojiang. They were all in the same industry, animal husbandry, and wanted to go to the newly occupied land to build a ranch together. According to the ideas of her brother and sister, Xiao Bei painted a pie in the sky for a group of adults. She said that safety was guaranteed, alfalfa was easy to grow, and the yield was high. They could also grow other crops without any rent or taxes. Whether it was grain, alfalfa, or the livestock raised, the country would buy them at a high price and directly send ships over. At the same time, the goods in the country would be sold to the ranchers at a discounted price. What Xiao Bei said was correct, but when she mentioned the shepherd dog, she promised to sell it to other ranchers. At that time, she spoke with assurance, and the livestock merchants listened attentively. Then, they were all enraptured. Xiao Yuan and the other 8 people were indifferent. When Xiao Bei raised her hand to vote, the 8 of them raised their hands together and passed. After passing in front of others, the 8 of them began to surround Xiao Bei and talk about it when they returned home. The reason was that Xiao Bei sold the dog. The dog's breeding cycle was short, and Song Dakong had already bred in the end. Wouldn't their cooperation with Song Dakong be a loss? Xiao Bei didn't say things like, "You just agreed, but now you're going back on your word." She knew that when facing outsiders, the 9 of them were absolutely the same. If there were differences, they would talk at home and not give others any chance to sow discord. Now, the 9 children were discussing how to make up for the loss. "We didn't sign a contract with them before, right? Can we?" Xiaofan reminded. "No." Xiaojiang shook his head. "We're different from others. Our words are more credible than a contract. If we make a promise, we won't regret it." Xiao Bei sighed. "It's all my fault. I got too excited and sold the dog. We don't blame you, and we don't regret it. Since we chose you, we will fully support you no matter what you do. If it really doesn't work, we will raise the price." Xiao Chang did not intend to hold anyone responsible. The price is basically the same. It's not good to raise it too much. We have to think of a way. Little Yuan imitated his elder brother and tapped his face with his finger, as if he could become smarter. "If you really can't do it, ask Big Brother. Big Brother will definitely have a good idea, right? Anyway, we're all younger siblings. There's nothing to be embarrassed about." Xiao Bei wanted to make up for what he had done wrong. Xiao Hai said in support, "It's fine if we don't lose face, but we have to think for ourselves first. If we keep asking our brothers and sisters, we will become dependent on them in the future. Our brothers and sisters don't want to see a group of brothers and sisters who don't have their own opinions and are only obedient. Think about it. Think about it first. If you can't think of anything, ask him tomorrow morning," Xiao Bei said loudly. Zhang Xiaobao, who was eavesdropping outside, pulled Wang Wan. The 2 of them turned around and left carefully. "Where are we going?" Wang Wan asked when she saw that Zhang Xiaobao was not walking towards the resting area. "The kitchen. I'll make supper for them." Zhang Xiaobao answered and quickened his pace. When the 2 of them reached the kitchen, there were still people busy cooking. Influenced by the work and rest schedule of the inner courtyard, the kitchen worked 24 hours a day. "Young master, are you hungry?" The person in charge of the kitchen greeted. "Where are the leftovers from last night? Bring me, the amount that is normally enough for 5 people. Bring the whole pot." Don't be picky. Zhang Xiaobao did not explain and asked directly. The steward asked someone to bring the leftovers and waited at the side. After a while, the person who brought the leftovers came back with a pot. In fact, it was the leftovers from cooking in a big pot. The leftovers were snatched from the sides of the pot and became a pot. Under normal circumstances, the white rice on top could be used to cook porridge, while the rice crust below was specially used to cook vegetables or steam things. Zhang Xiaobao took it and looked back and forth. He was very satisfied and nodded to the steward. Holding the bowl, he followed Wang Wan to his own small kitchen. Wang Wan sniffed. The smell was very good, better than the plain rice. There was a faint smell of paste in it. She asked, "Do you want to make smoked chicken?" "No, I haven't cooked chicken yet." "What's there to smoke?" "Just make rice crust." Zhang Xiaobao put the pot on the chopping board and picked up a small sawtooth knife at the back. It was very similar to a Western kitchen knife. He measured it back and forth, trying to find a suitable place to cut. "It's already rice crust. Let someone scrape out the rest of the rice inside. The rest can be eaten directly." Wang Wan picked up a spoon and planned to scrape with it. Zhang Xiaobao put down his hand and began to cut. He divided the pot into small cubes. The outermost circle was curved. Then he stood the cubes up and used the knife to cut in the direction of the cubes. With the first cut, the outermost layer of rice was cut out. With the second cut, the middle part was separated from the last slightly black paste. Every small piece was processed like this. After a while, Zhang Xiaobao finished processing the ingredients and said to Wang Wan, "Find a pancake and spread the rice crust." Wang Wan knew where the pancake was placed. She walked over and took it. She brushed it with water and put it on the stove. "Are you sure you want to spread it and not dry stir-fry? Is there a difference?" Zhang Xiaobao smiled. "If it's dry stir-frying, it's more convenient for me to use an iron plate. I need to bake and light the fire. You help me look after the pot. I'll prepare the other 2 pots." As Zhang Xiaobao said, he lit the fire and threw in the blackest part of the rice crust. He spread out the spatula and let Wang Wan help him look after it. Zhang Xiaobao found a big spoon, washed it, and put it on the other stove. He also lit the fire and put a little oil. He watched the oil melt and spread to the side as the temperature rose. He shook the big spoon to let the oil spread to every part of the pot, leaving only a thin layer. When the oil started to smoke, he poured out the extra oil at the bottom of the pot and reduced the fire. He continued to bake the big spoon on the top of the pot. When the oil was no longer visible to the naked eye and gradually dried, he poured the rice on the top of the pot. After a few bakes, the rice turned yellow. He put it next to Wang Wan and let her continue to bake it. Zhang Xiaobao only had the middle part of the rice crust left. He took out a flat net made of iron wire and carefully put the rice crust on it. He then took out charcoal and waited for the charcoal to be completely red. He took a thin piece of iron plate and rubbed it with ginger. He then covered the iron plate with the iron plate and used the charcoal to bake the rice crust on the iron plate. Wang Wan looked at him and frowned. "This is troublesome. Looking at the situation, the rice crust in your hand is the best, right?" "Yes, the rice crust in my hand has a little burnt smell. It's crispy and chewy. The fragrance of the rice and the rice crust are mixed together. When you eat it, it will make crunching sounds when you chew it. When you yell it in your mouth, it will be as chewy as a rice cake. When you process it later, just add a little salt." Zhang Xiaobao's eyes were fixed on the iron wire. From time to time, he put his hand to the side to test the temperature. Occasionally, he would dip his finger in some saliva and bake it to see how fast it would dry. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao's serious expression and didn't know what to say. No wonder Xiaobei and the others didn't like to eat outside and always pestered her brother to cook at home. It was purely because they were spoiled. They really didn't get tired of eating good food and didn't get tired of eating small things. They were all very picky. Wang Wan turned her head and continued to look at the rice crust in front of her. From time to time, she would use a spatula to turn it over so as not to bake it. If the little ones tasted it and immediately threw it aside, it would be very troublesome. When she thought that the two kinds of rice crust in her hand might be worse than the one in Xiao Bao's hand, Wang Wan was puzzled and asked, "Since you're better at cooking, why don't you ask people to bring more rice? There's no need to keep me busy. It's not the same. Things have to be divided into different grades to show which is better. Without comparison, there is no good or bad. If you compare the three kinds of rice crust to them, they will understand that the quality of things is the same even if they're not called the same. Like the one in my hand, it takes a lot of effort to make and the ingredients are very particular. If you sell it, the price will be higher than the rice that I've fried. When the time comes, when I say that I'll sell you the rice crust, I'll sell you the rice crust. As for the rice crust that you're baking now, you can taste it a little and then smell it. As for the one in my hand, it can only be encountered but not sought. It can only be seen from afar and not touched." Zhang Xiaobao took a small pair of tweezers and began to flip the rice crust. His movements were gentle, but his speed was very fast. Wang Wan laughed. "So you're saying that your rice crust is lotus-flavored? If you throw it into the mud, won't it get mud? Then you have to put a lot of oil on it. Otherwise, the rice crust will eat a lot of water. You're so talkative. If you say that your rice crust is good, will other people believe you?" Wang Wan rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaobao and asked again. "If they don't believe it, we can compete. Hold a rice crust competition, set up the rules and projects, and then give the final score. Whoever has the highest score will have the leftover rice crust. From then on, they can't sell it and can only rent it. They can only rent it for 2 days to smell it and then send it back. Do you want to continue renting it?" As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobao finished baking the rice crust in his hand and continued to put new ones on it. Wang Wan was stunned when she heard Zhang Xiaobao's words. Then, Wei Wei shook her head and the corners of her mouth rose, revealing a gentle smile. Understood. Everything was clear now. Xiao Bei and the others were thinking of ways to make up for their mistakes during the day. They couldn't not sell it, and they couldn't find an excuse to raise the price. They wanted to come over and ask their older brother, Xiao Bao, and Xiao Bao was now providing them with an idea. He was using supper to guide his younger siblings to solve their problems. If the teachers of Tang Dynasty were as omnipotent as Xiao Bao and could reach such a level, other than those with particularly low intelligence, there wouldn't be any stupid students in Tang Dynasty. No, even if their intelligence was low, Xiao Bao would definitely nurture them into geniuses. For example, the child with very low intelligence had a very thorough understanding of music. Usually, when he was walking, he would follow the rhythm when he heard the song. In the end, he was actually able to conduct a symphony. Xiao Bao, your education method isn't something that anyone can imitate. It takes too much effort. Many of the children that Xiao Bei and the others provide funds to raise have low intelligence. Can you educate them one by one? Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao. In fact, she wanted to express the bitterness in her heart. There were too few people like Xiao Bao. If there were more, would Tang Dynasty be better? Isn't a teacher's job to spend effort to educate children? I wasn't the one who said that there would be no discrimination in education. What is intelligence? Using a rule to classify all the children in the world? The human brain is complicated. If it could be studied thoroughly, humans would have become gods long ago. Since it can't be studied thoroughly, why should we use an incomplete standard to classify others? In the future, he would specially nurture a group of teachers and give them a salary so high that it would shock others. Hard work would be rewarded. He could use the so-called low IQ children as the evaluation criteria. Whoever taught well and nurtured the child's talent would be qualified to receive a large sum of money. I believe that someone will succeed. Didn't I say that when God closes a window, Allah kicks the door open and says Amitabha? That, Amitabha, is filled with sweet sorrow. The immeasurable deity. Zhang Xiaobao changed the rice crust again. Be careful, Su Jima will fight with you. I've finished roasting the rice crust on the claw. Do you want to add any seasoning? Wang Wan grabbed the rice crust that Zhang Xiaobao made and threw in the rice that Zhang Xiaobao made. Wait, I'll be done in a while. I only put a little salt in my hand. You have to make it into a seafood flavor. Make the rice crust from before into a barbecue flavor. When Xiaobei and the others taste it, they will know that the more complex the taste, the better. Things that look simple may not be simple. Zhang Xiaobao was still roasting his rice crust unhurriedly. After 10 minutes, Zhang Xiaobao finished his work. He placed all the rice crust on a big chopping board, took 2 steps back, grabbed a handful of refined salt and threw it into the sky. In the process of falling, he waved his sleeve and scattered the floating salt over the rice crust. He picked up a rice crust and tasted it, saying, "Good, the salt is scattered very evenly. When you eat it, there is a little taste. When you taste it carefully, you find that it is not salty at all." Waste of salt. Wang Wan said. The main thing is that the salt is cheap. There is an endless supply of salt in the sea. The price of salt is not high. If the price is high, do you think I can still throw it casually? No, if the price is high, I have to clean it up. If anyone dares to raise the price of salt, I will make them bankrupt. Leave the work in your hands to me. After throwing the salt, Zhang Xiaobao did not clean up and waited for others to come and do the work. Another quarter of an hour passed. A barbecue-flavored rice crust and a seafood-flavored rice crust were ready. The two walked to the courtyard of the younger brother and sister. Zhang Xiaobao was in charge of the tray. According to my method, we will kill all the male dogs sold there. See how they reproduce. After a few years, when the dogs are old, they will have to buy new ones. We will take back the old dogs and kill them for meat. The voice of the young man sounded when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stood under the window again. That's too cruel. The young man's voice followed. Shepherd dogs are not like cows and sheep. They usually help people do things and have sacrificed a lot. Like the dogs we raise at home, they usually pull sleds when it snows. Some have been trained to search and rescue, and some will risk their lives to protect their owners when they encounter danger. When they are old and can't work anymore, everyone will eat them. They are not like carnivorous dogs that are specially raised to eat. Let them spend their old age peacefully. Besides, dog meat is not delicious. Then don't eat them, Xiaobei said. Xiao Yuan added, old dogs are actually very useful. They are experienced and can communicate well with people. In some aspects, they can help the puppy learn faster. For example, an old dog can tell at a glance that a rat that has eaten rat medicine. If the old dog doesn't eat it, it won't let the puppy eat it. Just like the old people we support, they are all precious treasures. When Zhang Xiaobao heard this, he signaled to Wang Wan. Wang Wan walked over and knocked on the door. She shouted, "Open the door for brother and sister. Delicious food is here. It is better than dog meat." After a while, Xiaobei opened the door and pouted. "You still have to knock after eavesdropping." "I didn't eavesdrop." Wang Wan shook her head. "If you didn't eavesdrop, how would you know that we were talking about dog meat?" Xiaobei turned around and skipped 2 steps. "Speak of the devil. Did he hear you?" Zhang Xiaobao asked. Xiaobei was stunned and nodded. "I understand. As a diplomat, we should be shameless. Sometimes, even if we know that the other party is lying, we have to treat them as if they are telling the truth. Then, what is more delicious than dog meat? How do you make dog meat that is delicious? Zhang Xiaobao asked. To be honest, no matter how you make it, it is not delicious. It is much worse than beef and mutton, especially cold ones. You have to add a lot of seasonings, and you can't dip it in soy sauce. The bean smell and the taste of dog meat is really bad. It is okay to eat it in a pot. You can also put soybeans in it, but the taste is better. It is better than beef and mutton. Xiaobei summarized. She had eaten it a few times, but she didn't want to eat it anymore. The guards in the house also didn't eat it. They said that it was good for the body, but beef and mutton were not easy to kill. The inner courtyard couldn't slaughter cows every day, so they usually ate mutton. Zhang Xiaobao grinned. The supper we sent has something to do with the pot. Pot? Seafood pot? Xiaobei walked into the house. She turned around and twisted her head to ask. Rice crust. Zhang Xiaobao answered. When Xiaobei heard this, she ran over and hugged her brother. She couldn't stop laughing and buried her head in her brother's chest. After a while, she looked up. Brother, I really admire you. The rice crust is related to the pot. I'm dying of laughter. It's the same as when you said that household appliances are flashlights, right? Then, do you want to eat it? Zhang Xiaobao asked while holding back his laughter. The little guys nodded at the same time. Yes. Zhang Xiaobao put the tray on the small table, opened the lid on it, and pointed to one of them. It's seafood flavored. It's sold at a low price. 1 copper coin per small plate. Xiaobei stretched out her hand and pulled it back instantly. It costs money. Of course, your brother can't work for nothing. Your brother is Xiaobao, who is very awesome in the eyes of the people. Xiaobao makes supper that costs 1 copper coin per plate. Is it expensive? Zhang Xiaobao pursed his lips and asked. Xiaobei shook her head. It's not expensive. It's so cheap. How much is this? She pointed to the plate next to the seafood-flavored rice crust. There's no fixed price for this. It has to be bid. It's an auction. Zhang Xiaobao said. He was also willing to play with his younger brothers and sisters. Xiao Yuan stood up and said, Brother, why don't you introduce us to the fried rice crust that's going to be auctioned? Okay, everyone, come and take a look. It's a product of a century-old shop. It has a traditional recipe, modern craftsmanship, meticulously made, and dedicated. The barbecue-flavored rice crust is officially unveiled today. The starting price is 5 copper coins, and each increment must not be less than 1 copper coin. Begin. Zhang Xiaobao spoke very passionately. 5 copper coins. Xiaobei raised her hand and reported the starting price. The other 8 little guys shook their heads one after another, looking as if this thing was not delicious. 5 copper coins, 5 copper coins going once. This most beautiful little princess has bid 5 copper coins. Everyone look, as expected of a woman who is not inferior to a man. This little princess has wisdom and courage as one. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? 5 copper coins going twice. The barbecue-flavored rice crust is different from barbecued meat. Not only is it good for digestion, but it can also be used as a snack. It's a must-have item when going out, traveling, or killing people. Is there anyone who wants to increase the price? 5 copper coins going thrice. Sold. Alright, no one wants to support me. If this continues, I'll lose money and won't get a single copper coin. Zhang Xiaobao looked very sad as he sighed and shook his head. The little guys laughed and rushed up one by one, picking up the 2 flavors of rice crust and putting it in their mouths to taste. Order, order, order. Zhang Xiaobao shouted like a qualified auctioneer. Brother, you are so funny. You are auctioning with us. How can we compete with each other? There's one left. What's that? Xiaobei chewed the rice crust in her mouth and pointed to the last plate. Zhang Xiaobao touched his sister's head and said, the last one is only for rent and not for sale. If you rent it and smell it, you have to bring it back to me. 1 copper coin per smell. You don't smell it with your mouth, but you still chew it. Oh, it's a high-quality rice crust. It's not the same price as 1 copper coin per serving. The 9 little guys suddenly stopped eating when they heard their brother's words. Wang Wan squatted down, kissed Xiaoqiang and Xiao Nan, who were closest to her, and said, why don't you eat? How's the high-quality rice crust compared to the shepherd dog's meat? Xiaobei looked up at her brother with misty eyes and buried her head in her brother's arms again. After a while, she shouted, brother, you are the best. We will let the dogs have a selection competition later. The bad ones will be sold directly, the medium ones will be auctioned, and the better ones will only be rented and not sold. Then eat, but don't eat too much. It's not good for the stomach. After all, the rice crust has shrunk. When it goes into the stomach, it is easy to get bloated. Zhang Xiaobao showed a caring smile and said. Xiao Yuan and the others also became relaxed. The problem was solved. First, they would hold a competition. When the dogs were strong and weak, even if they wanted to sell directly, the ranchers would have to compete. Consumers would actively seek price advantages in the case of differences in goods and thus obtain. Xiaobei ran out and asked for a few bottles of soda. She said that she was happy today and wanted to drink some. Zhang Xiaobao naturally did not refuse. At the same time, he praised his sister's good timing. Usually, carbonated drinks were not drunk casually. They usually drank pure fruit juice, but the little guys liked the feeling of carbonated drinks in their mouth. Brother, the seafood rice crust is a lie, right? I can see that it is cooked with dried rice. It is different, and the rice crust at the bottom of the pot is different. Even if you put in real shrimp powder and crab powder, the taste is much worse. Xiaobei ate a few seafood rice crust that looked good and said to her brother. Xiaobao, look at how you have raised them. They haven't discovered any special skills, but their ability to taste food is getting better and better. Wang Wan glanced at Zhang Xiaobao and said. Zhang Xiaobao nodded to his sister. Only those who know how to eat understand life. Only those who know life and know what others need and want in life, and thus manage. But the true meaning of eating is not to be able to tell the recipe immediately. It is to understand the details of other people's eating from the food you eat. Only when you know the suffering of the people can you find a way to turn bitterness into sweetness. Just like how your sister and I taught others to make cold jelly. Highland barley is not delicious. In the past, people in the Northwest ate it because it was convenient to grow it in the climate. At the same time, there was only one way to cook it, which was to fry and roast it. Then, even if wheat and rice were roasted and fried, the taste was not much better than Highland barley. Wheat was better ground into powder, and it could be used to make cakes. That was how shortbread came to be. Now that there is a pressure cooker, Highland barley is not delicious. What should we do? Through understanding the taste of Highland barley, we specially made cold jelly. Therefore, those who desire food first know the people, and the people regard food as heaven. The 9 little guys had stopped all their actions and listened to their brother. After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, the little guys looked at each other. Xiaobei said, Brother, we know. When we have time, we will taste all the food that others eat. Then we will take the raw materials and give them to our family to try to make a better taste. Then we will teach others. Let's not talk about anything else today. Let's eat. The rice crust is still very delicious. Zhang Xiaobao was very gratified. His younger brothers and sisters were sensible. He did not teach them in vain. "Brother, I have a question." Xiaobei ate a few and said to her brother, "Why is it that only a little bit of salt is the best? That barbecue taste is just a bluff. It's impossible to cover it up with the taste of cumin, pepper, and other seasonings. A bluff is a bluff." Zhang Xiaobao smiled and echoed, "Yes, a bluff is a bluff. Normally speaking, would not cover it up. I would purposely improve it. A bluff is also a kind of taste, but it would be too sharp to reflect a bluff. So I chose the part in the middle. You see, it looks simple with only a little bit of salt, but it takes the most effort. But in terms of appearance, it is the most ordinary, just like the people you see. Everyone seems to be doing things according to a law, and then there is prosperity. The market is noisy, the school is bright, and the children are laughing and shouting. As for me, the best rice crust I made for you is not actually the best, but I deliberately made it the best. In fact, I can still make the best seafood and barbecue-flavored raw materials. Those who know their food must consider the problems in the process of the process. Those who know their people are more difficult than those who know their food. So what should we do when we are at a loss? It's easy to handle. Prosperity is confusing, and the great Tao is simple. Those who stand with their hearts have no right or wrong." The 9 little fellows nodded again. Xiaobei was still in charge of speaking. "Brother, if we had heard you say that a few days ago, we would not have cooperated with the livestock seller. If we cooperated, it would definitely put pressure on other people. Moreover, we contacted many people through Li Xiaojiang. Aya. Xiao Yuan, tell us what we are thinking now." "Me again?" Xiao Yuan did not know how many times he had said the same thing, but he had no choice but to stand up when he did not say it. "Brother, we really did something wrong. Those who know their people should be guided first, and should not cooperate with others. Those who cooperate with others will seek our name. It is not in line with the law of the people, and it is not in line with those who compete with the people." Wang Wan continued, "That's right. You found too many people to work with. This is not a bait. Instead, it's to make the businessmen worry about your name and your identity. As long as they hear that it's you, they won't consider whether it's suitable for their current economic situation. Thus, they won't compete with their own efforts. So now that you know, what are you going to do? Tear up the original promise? Announce another rule? Or simply let more people join in? Wait, let's discuss it." Xiaobei pulled the others to a corner of the room and muttered. After a while, the little fellows came back. Xiaobei said, "We plan to use a point system. Counting from the time we arrived at Jiannan Road, those who have contributed extra to the people's lives before that will gain points, while those who cooperate with us will have 0 points. From now on, the rules for those who have contributed extra money will change. In the end, it will be those who have contributed more than they have received. Let's see who is still willing to continue cooperating with us. Tomorrow morning's newspaper, we will take down the 3rd page and send a telegram now to coordinate with the publishing agencies in other places. We will ask them to remove the previous page and replace it with ours. Is that okay?" "There is no such thing as okay, only whether to do it or not. Go, but remember to eat less. I am leaving with your sister." Zhang Xiaobao patted Xiaobei's head again and was kissed by his brothers and sisters. He turned around and took Wang Wan's hand to leave. Chapter 1265. The next morning, the sky was a little cloudy. Large pieces of dark clouds covered the sun, but because there was no morning glow, no one brought rain gear when they went out. Only the children were an exception. Ever since Xiaobei and the rest liked to carry a treasure chest-like bag, the children had a lot of things in their school bags. The simplest thing was a light wooden board that fixed the front and back of the bag. When carried, it could correct the child's body to a certain extent. The bag straps were designed as a pull knot. Often, children would pull on other people's bag straps when they were playing. Some children wanted to tie a dead knot, and some were warned by the teacher again and again that it had to be a live knot. If they accidentally fell into the water, they had to pull open the live knot and hug the bag to increase their chances of survival. There was also a leather bag of water and a piece of compressed biscuit in the bag. Every month, when the first biscuit was given, the child could eat the first biscuit. Everything was to increase the child's survival rate in case of an accident. Of course, there was also a foldable umbrella. The children were very much looking forward to the sudden rain. They would hold the umbrella and watch others run in the rain. It was especially so today. Looking at the dark clouds in the sky, the children began to look forward to it as soon as they went out. After seeing a few children looking at the sky, Xiao Bei, who went out, also looked up and wondered, "The weather is not bad. At least it will be cool before the dark clouds are blown away." What are they looking at? When it rains. Fortunately, there is an umbrella in the bag. If it was an inflatable rubber raft, wouldn't they be looking forward to a flood? It's best for the dog competition to be like today's weather. The dogs won't be very hot. Xiao Yuan had already seen a child take out an umbrella and draw a picture, but in the end, he put it back in disappointment. No, we have to choose a hot day and a rainy day to increase the difficulty of the competition. Then, we can choose a better dog and sell it at a higher price. We won't go back on our words, and we can make a lot of money. Xiao Bei's mind was filled with money. Without money, he could not speak firmly. He had a lot of money on hand, so he could do whatever he wanted. After saying that they could make a lot of money, Xiao Bei was once again in a difficult position. The best dog for rent. What if after they rent a dog, it matches with the ordinary dog they bought? We can't send people to watch. The cost is too high. It's troublesome, really troublesome. When Xiao Bei said this, the other 8 children also became silent. Until they met with Song Dakong, the 9 of them did not come up with any good ideas. Yesterday, we were discussing the matter of selling the dogs. Today, we have something to add. We need Boss Song to help us. Xiao Bei temporarily put aside the matter of preventing other people from matching up and said to Song Dakong. Song Dakong had been happy the whole night and was still in a state of excitement. He nodded vigorously. Don't worry, Xiao Bei. I will definitely clean up all the dogs and sell them the best dogs. If I buy a lot, it's not impossible to give them a discount. Xiao Bei was instantly defeated. He looked at Song Dakong and thought to himself, the truth is that we're selling the best dog to others and still have to give them a discount. After a few years, when other people's dogs grow up, we'll close down our business? Speaking of which, I still have to thank all of you for giving me a good reputation. I swear to the heavens that I will never do anything that's shoddy. At that time, I will let the people who buy the dog feel that it is worth it. Song Dakong raised his hand to the sky and swore. Boss Song, from the looks of it, we are getting more and more worried. We intend to choose a date, in the next few days, to hold a Tang dog competition. Our initial plan is to compete in 10 events. Today, we asked you to come together to consider which 10 events should it be. We will record the total score of each event and set the price. Boss Song, do you understand? Xiao Bei did not have the patience to persuade Song Dakong. He directly followed his own plan. Otherwise, if he really let Song Dakong do the business, he would be annoyed to death in the future. At the same time, he thought that it was fortunate that he and the others found Song Dakong. Otherwise, even if he got the loan, it would not take long for him to lose it. Such an honest person, if he chose the wrong industry, it would be better for him to keep raising cows and sheep. With his honest reputation, it would be better for him to develop in the future. Song Dakong was used to seeing Xiao Bei and the others as partners. In his heart, he did not think that they were young and immature. Perhaps they would make a wrong judgment, but he did not need to worry. The people behind them were very powerful. Now that he heard that there was going to be a dog competition, he thought about it. First, he thought about it, then he became excited. In the end, he clapped his hands and said, "Good, good idea. When we hold a competition, we will pull out a banner and let other businessmen invest money to advertise their dogs. During the competition, advertising will increase the income." Smart, Xiao Bei is really smart. Xiao Bei rubbed his face with his hands and said helplessly, "You also don't know now. We are cooperating with you just to earn some advertising fees? We might as well sell dog food ourselves." "No, shepherd dogs don't eat dog food, unless you have a pet dog. Shepherd dogs need to fight with wild carnivores at critical moments. Feeding dog food will spoil it. What we mean is, we will decide based on the dog's score. We will not sell the best dog but rent it out. We will auction the average dog and sell the worst dog. We will think of a good program to show the dog's ability. Now, we are only worried about one thing. How can we guard against others renting dogs for breeding?" Song Dakong was stunned. Obviously, it was different from what he had thought. Xiao Yuan said impatiently, "That is to say, if we sell too many good dogs, people will raise them themselves and not buy our dogs. Are we going to file for bankruptcy? We can't afford to lose that face." I know. It's simple. We will not rent the best dog. We will only keep the best dog for breeding and rent the less good ones. In fact, you don't understand. My dog farm is not about good dogs. It depends on how they are trained. Good dogs are like this. Give them a flock of sheep and give them a general location. They will go and raise the sheep themselves. Then, they will come back to eat meat. A meal of meat can last for many days. Outside, they will occasionally look for small animals to have a good meal. A really good dog is a head dog. It will choose a place with good water plants and organize other dogs to guard the sheep. It will guard against, drive away, and kill foreign carnivores. It is not that a puppy can go out to graze after it is born and raised. Song Dakong was very confident when it came to professional matters. He smiled and introduced them to the little guys. Xiao Bei's expression froze. I see. Isn't that so? Most of the people in the grassland raise their own dogs and cooperate with people. When it is really powerful, dogs are more useful than people, but few people know how to raise them. If you raise a good shepherd dog, you don't need to feed them very salty meat first so that they won't eat the livestock when they are grazing in the future. Instead, you tell them what they can eat and what they can't eat. Usually, they are fed beef, mutton, horse meat, and the like, including the offal in their stomachs. Just like what Xiao Bei said, they must be fed dog food. Without some courage, how can they fight the wolves? The number of dogs in a pack depends on the situation of the surrounding wolves. The overall number of dogs must surpass the wolf pack. If a big nest of more than 20 wolves is found, people have to bring more dogs to encircle and suppress first. Therefore, under normal circumstances, a dozen dogs will go out because wolves usually have less than 10. Most of the time, there are 5, 6, 7, or 8 dogs. The head dog and 2 other dogs will restrain the head wolf, and the other dogs will kill it with their advantage in numbers. What we don't want to encounter the most is wolves in winter. When they are hungry, the battle will be very fierce. Therefore, when winter comes, one reason is because there is not enough grass, most of it needs people to store it. Another reason is because it is cold outside, and the animals are not allowed to go too far. Once the snow thickens, they won't be able to eat the grass under the snow. Song Dekong was very willing to teach common sense to the little guys. Xiao Bei and the others were scared when they heard this. Xiao Bei calmed down and asked, then, when they fight, will the dogs run away if they can't win? Song Dekong shook his head. They won't run away in a fight to the death. I have personally participated in 2 fights with brothers I met on the grassland. At that time, the wolves were crazy with hunger. When they saw the people on horseback with knives and bows, they didn't run away. They just looked for opportunities to eat the sheep. They were very fast. The dogs fought with the wolves. We helped the dogs, but in the end, we drove the wolves away. Some of them died. Of course, more wolves died. None of the remaining ones were intact. They were all covered in blood. From then on, I wanted to raise dogs. People started to think that I wanted to fight dogs and invited me, but I never participated. My dogs are the best. I can't let them get hurt in the hands of my own people. What a poor dog. Uncle Song, don't worry. In the future, I will apply for a gun. When we encounter wolves biting dogs again, we will shoot them all down. Xiao Nan is very accurate with a gun. We have more dogs in our family. Most of them are sled dogs and rescue dogs. They are specially used to deal with situations where the road is blocked by snow. In fact, the investment is not proportional to the output. It costs a lot to raise dogs, but we can't do without them. If something happens and the road is blocked by snow, it will be over. Why don't we not sell dogs and raise them ourselves? Xiao Bei was moved by the dogs. He compared the dogs to his family's Shui Yun family. He felt that no matter how much money others offered, they should not sell them. Song Dekong said with a smile, we still have to sell them. If others buy them, they will help others. The dogs I'm talking about are not ordinary dogs. They have to be specially trained. Otherwise, dogs will be very afraid of wolves. I've decided. In the future, if there is a ranch, 50 dogs will form a team and be sent out to patrol. The eagles will follow them. When they encounter bad guys, they will bite them together. If the opponent is too strong, they will defend first and let the eagles come back to report. The people will go with submachine guns. Xiao Bei was thinking about the beautiful things in the future. It was like his family. They would unite and deal with whoever they caught. At this time, Song Dekong felt that Xiao Bei and the others were really children. Their thinking was too simple, but it was not good to directly attack them. He nodded and said, now let's start to discuss the 10 points. When there is a chance in the future, you will really go to the ranch and see what the actual situation is like. Xiao Bei and the other 9 people went to discuss the shepherd dog competition with others. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were still at home dealing with the telegram sent back. As previously arranged, the 3 lines of attack had been steadily advancing. However, the duo men were not willing to admit defeat. The fanaticism of religion was revealed at this moment. Clearly, the weapons were too inferior and they could not win, but they were always looking for opportunities. For example, they would go in a big circle and ride horses to destroy the logistics line. Another example was to find some hay and branches, look at the direction of the wind, light a smoke, and use the smoke to launch a charge. If it were the generals of the Tang Empire in the past, they might have a chance to succeed. However, after the battle with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in the sand table, many generals did not make the same mistake. The duo men looked at the direction of the wind, and so did they. They were all scared. The smoke was too disgusting. Every time the duo men made a move, the Tang Empire army would be prepared first. Everyone carried a wet towel at all times. Once the wind blew, they would turn around and run. As they ran, they would turn back and shoot. They would not defend at all. The logistics were not worried about being suddenly attacked. They had firearms. When they were attacked by the enemy, they would take turns to rest. At the same time, they would occasionally fire to make the enemy unable to rest completely. When the vanguard reached a certain depth, they would retreat and then push horizontally. When the enemy was riding on horseback, they would not chase and would only wander there. The purpose was to attract the duo men to send more troops over. Zhang Xiaobao calculated how much ammunition he had to invest in and asked Wang Wan about the situation on the other side. If we fight this war, we won't be able to achieve anything this winter. Where is our landing fleet? Wang Wan was looking at the military map. She would occasionally draw lines with her hand and shake her head to reject this strategic arrangement. When she heard Zhang Xiaobao's question, Wang Wan frowned. You are asking me? The information we got is the same. The fleet has gone out, and it is very inconvenient to communicate. There are no satellites, so everything depends on the commander. The meteor battle squad probably hasn't caught up to them yet. It's still a long way to go. If Shen La is honest enough, we can directly rush over with our guards. We'll have an extra attack team and catch the man-eating army off guard. Then let's wait. It just so happens that the domestic situation has not reached what I expected. Zhang Xiaobao felt that time was passing too slowly. Many things needed to be accumulated over time to ferment. Moreover, in the process of war, the consumption of domestic resources was not small. If they could not plunder enough resources from other places to replenish the domestic resources as soon as possible, in a few months, new problems would appear. It could not help but be vexed. However, the current situation was beneficial to the Tang Empire. They could withdraw a front line of military forces at any time and switch from offense to defense to continue to restrain the duo men. Wang Wan also knew why Zhang Xiaobao was so anxious. She comforted him. Don't worry, everything will be fine. The domestic resources are only affected by the smelting. There are no other problems. Usually, the soldiers also eat food. The food that the animals in charge of transportation eat is not a problem. We now have more food than we can use up. Yes, we can't use it up in a short time, but it hasn't reached the point where we can store 9 years of food. Even Xiaobei and the rest are so scared that they have started to stop selling cakes. Zhang Xiaobao actually wanted to tell his younger brothers and sisters to continue selling cakes. The country had enough food. However, after thinking about it, it was better to let the little guys experience the tense domestic situation. If things went too smoothly, it would be harmful to their future development. If the little guys could think of other ways to reverse the situation, it would be better. Wang Wan looked at the map again and sneered. She analyzed to Zhang Xiaobao. Since the duo men are a religious country, they have been fighting all the time. Now, they are fighting the elites of the duo men. They have deep beliefs and strong bodies. When the winter comes, many of their elites will die. At the same time, when the fleet starts to land and fight, they have no elite soldiers to send out. They can only play a game of scorched earth. You can play to your advantage and use various means to weaken their internal unity. I will send a message and see if I can contact the meteor squad. Then, I will see if the people in our canned food plan can paralyze the enemy and set a time to rescue the hostages. Chapter 1266. The universe was operating according to a certain set of rules, and the earth was moving. The people living in Great Tang were still living for their own ideals and habits. Everyone in Great Tang knew that the war was ongoing, and they could see the situation on the front lines every day through the newspapers. The country's army didn't drive straight in, and they only tried their best to occupy the resources of the other countries by the river. Then, it was the grasslands, snowy mountains, forests, swamps, and deserts. The country's army had always been at strategic points, and with advanced weapons, they advanced very slowly. It could even be said that every step was taken with caution. Such a result might seem unsatisfactory, but what was satisfying was that the number of casualties on the battlefield was very small, and the natural environment was filled with danger. For example, someone in the desert got heatstroke, someone was bitten by a snake in the grasslands, poisonous fog in the forests, and the snowy mountains were extremely cold. As for the casualties in battle, it was said that when disassembling the guns, they squeezed out bloody blisters from their hands. When throwing grenades, they were told to use grenade launchers, but some soldiers didn't listen and threw their arms out. Not only did they strain their arms, but when the grenade was thrown too close, the shrapnel that flew out cut a piece of their scalp, making it easy for them to get infected. The commoners couldn't help but curse in the taverns and tea houses. They scolded the design of the guns, the soldiers who joined the army for not training properly, and some even scolded the commanders for not bringing the cannons to the snowy mountains and firing down. That way, they could have fired further. In a situation where there were casualties, there were always a few people who were sad. When a family member died, they could only sigh about their bad luck, but they didn't complain about the country. In a short period of time, they had the comfort of their neighbors and large amounts of money from the government, but the pain in their hearts would take time to heal. During the morning court session, Li Longji would always read out the names of the new casualties. Sometimes, it would be 20 to 30, and sometimes, it would be 4 to 5. There had never been a case of 0 casualties. How did this happen? There are people dying every day. Didn't they say that with advanced weapons, there should be no casualties? Li Longji had read out 15 names during the morning court session. 6 of them had died from illness, 2 had fallen to their deaths, 1 had been bitten by a snake 4 days ago, 2 had died from a heart attack when they swam across the river. 1 had seen a bear at night and chased after it, only to be swatted to death by the bear. The remaining 3 had died in battle. After the cannon fire, they had chased after it, but when the horses had gone crazy, they had died under the hooves of the horses, which counted as battle deaths. 15 people represented a member of each of the 15 families. Thus, Li Longji appeared to be very sad. Don't look at the number. 15 people isn't a lot. If it were your family, who would you say should die? All the ministers fell silent. They had really treated the deaths as a number, like money. However, when it came to themselves, it was too sad to lose a family member for no reason. Your Majesty, I think that the speed of our army's advance is still too fast. We should slow it down and strengthen our self-protection training. From the intelligence, we can see that our people are dying unjustly. It's better to die under the enemy's weapons than to die like this. Jiang Tsun from the Western Agriculture Temple felt that the problem was due to the lack of training. The geographical environment was too bad, and there shouldn't be too many casualties. The Minister of War, Xiaofan, snorted coldly. He stood up and said, "If we were to die under the enemy's swords, spears, bows, and arrows, I reckon Minister Zhang Zhong would be condemned. It is because of the weapons that we are in danger. Actually, we are military officers." When everyone heard this, they felt that it made sense. In a head-on confrontation, the cannons opened the path, the cannons provided cover, and the guns killed the enemy. Advancing so slowly and allowing the enemy to succeed in a melee battle, the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of War would be dealt with. If it were up to me, we shouldn't have started a war. If we didn't go over, how could anyone die? Great Tang is doing well now, so why are we attacking others? Wang Bei spoke up again. He had no regrets. He had just solved part of the investment and return problem, and now he was thinking of ways to make trouble for the Zhang family and Wang family. Li Longji didn't pay attention to Wang Bei. If a country didn't fight after becoming strong, it would be over soon. The prerequisite for peace was that others accepted the rule and submitted. Otherwise, one shouldn't have any interaction with others, especially in terms of trade. As long as there was interaction, there would be conflicts. At that time, should one protect the interests of one's own people? Even neighbors would occasionally fight, not to mention between countries. Seeing that no one responded to Wang Bei's words, the Minister of War said, "Minister Wang, are you afraid that the National Treasury won't be able to support you because you've spent too much money?" Too much. According to Wang Wan's strategy, every inch of land is worth money. The money in the National Treasury is flowing out like water. In a few more months, the National Treasury will be empty. Wang Bei said with a gloomy face. In the end, no one supported his words. The civil and military officials were not fools. They could roughly estimate how much money the country currently had. The money spent was spent on weapons and transportation. However, transportation was not directly shipped to the other side. It was carried over from the other side. These things were already being shipped to various parts of the Great Tang, but they weren't sold or processed. Moreover, in this process, many things that couldn't be sold in the past were used up. For example, with the new technology of silkworm breeding and the large amount of cotton from Xinhua, who would take a few feet of coarse linen home to make clothes? Those things were all used to make gunny sacks. Because of the transportation of war, the demand for gunny sacks increased, and a lot of hemp rope that was originally going to rot was used up. Wasn't that money? Also, in the course of the war, the roads were easier to travel on. Everyone was helping to repair the roads. In the future, when the Ministry of Works under Zhang Zhong produced more asphalt, they could repair even better roads. Moreover, they had a foundation. This part of the long-term income wasn't counted in the Ministry of Revenue. There were even more things that were overstocked. Now, the demand was very good. For example, 4 years of grain. Other than wine, who would be willing to buy it back home? Seeing that no one was supporting him, Wang Ke felt very lonely. He planned to continue complaining about the expenditure of money and the emptiness of the national treasury. However, Prime Minister Yu Wenrong stepped forward. "Minister Wang, I hope that you can consider the big picture and not always think about some small personal matters. If Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are as narrow-minded as you, I believe you know the consequences. I have offended them in the past. Cuckoo didn't use weapons against the country, and Xiao Bao kept retreating. Not to mention being a person, just to protect yourself, you have gone a little too far. Do you really want to force the two of them to turn back? Are you sure you can hold on even if we don't help you?" Yu Wenrong said a part of his opinion. His eyes swept over the others. They didn't avoid his gaze and nodded. Yuan Xianyao chuckled and said, "Xiao Bao has never been internal. When they were young, we knew that we would always leave some leeway. Therefore, please don't treat their tolerance as weakness. Japan and Xinhua are crying rivers of war. Without using weapons, 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye. What I want to say is that the heavens are watching. Whoever has the ability to deal with them, stand on Vermilion Bird Avenue and shout. If they can survive, I will support them. Their lives are tough." Wang Ke retreated. Not only did the court officials object, but he was also afraid that the news of the morning court would spread. Not to mention shouting on Vermilion Bird Avenue, as long as the people in the capital knew, his family would probably not have a day of peace. Li Longji quickly mediated, "Let's not talk about this. Minister Wang, you don't have to worry. I know Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. They definitely won't do anything directly. At most, they will earn less money. They won't let the investors lose money. Xiao Bao controlled it very well." Speaking of serious matters, before today's court session started, the news that came back said that 15 people had died. Those who were injured were not included. Actually, Li Longji seemed to be in a dilemma. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "Actually, it's not that we haven't fought in wars before, and more people died. However, no one cared. Now that we've been influenced by Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, we've been influenced. Everyone values human lives more, and I'm very gratified. Actually, even if we don't fight, do you think that our great Tang doesn't have many people dying every day due to accidents? Right now, there are more than 300,000 soldiers on the front lines. If we disband them and let them return to their normal lives, can you guarantee that they can live well every day? Not a single one of them will die. Everyone shook their heads. It was 300,000 soldiers, how could they all live unscathed? There were all kinds of accidents that could cause deaths. Thinking of accidents, Yu Wenrong spoke up once more, pointing at Zhang Zhong. Minister Zhang, I would like to ask, why isn't the medical academy working yet? There are always people who can't be treated and die. Every time one of them dies, we're heartbroken. Bullshit. Zhang Zhong changed his previous amiable attitude and scolded, do you think the medical academy is a godly academy? Don't you know what it was like in the past? Don't you know what it's like now? Don't I want them to research better medicine and improve treatment methods? Don't I feel sad seeing others die of illness? Calm down, Minister Zhang is still a good person, Li Longji consoled. Calm down what? The speed of medical development is there for all to see, so what if you can't see it? Not to mention other things, in the past, when you gave birth to a child, you felt like dying or prayed to Buddha. Now, which family wants to give birth to a child? Why don't you let them die so easily? If they can't give birth, they'll just perform an operation. What's the big deal? I know that a relative of Prime Minister Yu's concubine died of tuberculosis. She's your cousin, your childhood sweetheart. Who wouldn't feel sad seeing her vomiting blood? But there's no medicine. You only know how to talk about me. Don't you know that after I told the news to my families Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, they ordered the medical academy to attack something they call Remafeng? At this moment, Zhang Zhong didn't even give Li Longji any face as he questioned Yu Wenrong. Yu Wenrong's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything. One was sad, and the other was scared. Honest people can be very fierce when they get angry. Li Longji couldn't possibly blame Zhang Zhong for taking the blame for himself. He knew Zhang Zhong very well. He was a loyal and patriotic person. Not to mention punishing him, even a scolding would have unimaginable consequences. Without him, who would be able to suppress Xiao Bao and Cuckoo? If he scolded him, what would his son and daughter-in-law think? Gao Lishir stood up at the crucial moment and asked, Brother Yongcheng, can this Remafeng cure tuberculosis? Xiao Bao didn't tell me. Yes. Zhang Zhong replied, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo said that tuberculosis is nothing. It's just that the current technology can't keep up. In the past, there were many people who died from smallpox, but look at who died from smallpox now. Also, there were many worms in children's stomachs in the past as well. Now, we can just go to Xiaobei and the others' precious candy house to get them. Everyone, give us some time. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are already in a difficult situation. Assistant Minister Jiang, how is the planting of the Chinese medicine? Especially the topical antidote and oral medicine. Zhang Zhong nodded at Gao Lishir, meaning that he didn't want to explain too much to him. Go ask your godson yourself. He turned around and asked Jiang Si, and Jiang Tsun quickly replied, everything is being planted. Also, your family has provided the information for the ginseng. The planting area isn't small, and when the time comes, we will handle it according to the needs. Brother Zhang, don't worry. Xiao Bao has already said that the ginseng looks like a carrot, but that's because our technology isn't there yet. Otherwise, we can make a comparison. The most direct method is to eat ginseng and carrots. Your family has already planted 2 seasons of ginseng. Some are 5, 6 years old, and some are 8 years old. According to the age of the ginseng, if a normal person eats a gene of carrots, nothing will happen to them. Try to eat a gene of 5 years old ginseng and see if they will die. We've done experiments before. Normally, a strong man would eat half a gene of ginseng and have a nosebleed. If you cook it with other ingredients, there won't be much of a problem. Remember not to use people from the great Tang for experiments. Nowadays, the medical academy is raising rats and monkeys in large numbers. Although all things have spirits, the spirits of all things are not humans. When a snake swallows a frog, the snake doesn't think of the frog's spirit. When a tiger eats a rabbit, the tiger doesn't pity the rabbit. Since the weak are prey to the strong, in order to live well, we still have to do what needs to be done. Zhang Zhong was very satisfied with Jiang Tsun's answer and said more things. The officials were indifferent. They didn't care whether other animals and people died or not. If it were in the past, it wouldn't be a big deal to kill one's opponent. If it were a dozen years ago, it would be too easy to persecute a person to death through political means. But now, it couldn't be done, because His Majesty's strategy had changed. His Majesty was no longer looking for balance, but to unify the thinking. Why? Because damn it. If others wanted to unite against His Majesty, they first had to consider Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. If the two of them stood on His Majesty's side, no matter what they did, it would be useless. Could it be that they were going to mobilize the troops? If Cuckoo didn't show up, there might be a possibility that she could command the military forces in other places to rebel. If Cuckoo showed up, she would do whatever she said. Incite the merchants to raise prices and cause unrest in the country? The merchants first had to consider Xiao Bao's mood. Once he raised his voice, not to mention the merchants, even boiling oil would instantly cool down. As for the common people, just look at the grandeur of people before they got married and the appearance of younger brothers and sisters when they were born. The whole Tang Empire was in jubilation, with colorful flags flying and firecrackers rumbling. With them around, they, including the forces behind them, couldn't expect to force His Majesty to give in. Your subject requests a report. Pei Yaoqing stepped out. The current military training system must be checked and strict to prevent additional casualties in future wars. Approved. Li Longji didn't want to delay other issues because of the death of a few people, so he directly passed this topic to His Majesty. At the same time, he ordered, ask Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, when will the preliminary results be out? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were still in Izhou, with no intention of making a move. The main reason was that Izhou's location was too crucial. On one hand, they could manage the battle lines, and on the other, they could reinforce the military operations against Zhenla in time. If Zhenla didn't make a move and Lu Xing didn't send back any news, they couldn't leave. Therefore, the two's impression of Zhenla was getting worse and worse. Zhang Xiaobao was gnashing his teeth in hatred. I've decided. No one can stop me. After this period is over, I'll send all of Zhenla's people to the north of Hebei province to dig coal for me. However, I have to leave the amber and coal essence there. The natural environment there is different from where they live. They won't go. Are you trying to catch them? Wang Wan was also disgusted with Zhenla, but she hoped that Zhang Xiaobao would use other means to deal with it. Zhang Xiaobao smiled. Not going? That's because the temptation isn't enough. Do you think it's you or me? When faced with other temptations, they think of their own integrity. I don't believe that they won't be tempted if I give them a high price. For example, 3 times the income of our Tang Empire's miners. Wang Wan was stunned. She looked at Zhang Xiaobao in confusion. After thinking about it, she was even more puzzled. If you do this, what will happen to the Tang Empire's people? What does it have to do with the Tang Empire's people? You said it yourself. They are in the southwest and can't adapt to the northeast environment of our country. One is the weather, the other is the diet. Not adapting to the environment means that the flora in their body is different. Different flora makes it easy for them to get sick. So what if I give them 3 times the income? Their medical treatment isn't free. The possibility of them falling sick is very high. When the time comes, I'll use the medical fees to get back the money they earn. If they're sick, do they want to see a doctor? If they don't, then they can just wait for death. They won't get a single copper coin. If they do, then they can pay. If I charge the Tang Empire's people for medical treatment now, how much do you think our imperial court's revenue will increase? The price of the pharmaceutical factory is low, but they have to pay taxes, right? Middlemen selling medicine have to pay taxes, right? When the hospital director is bribed by others, he has to spend money. When he sets the price for the patients, he has to pay taxes, right? All in all, in the process of cost and sales, most of the burden is given to the patients. However, the people who benefit from the various middlemen's spending is also part of the GDP. Zhang Xiaobao said with a cold smile. After saying this, he realized a problem. Times were different now. It seemed that he didn't need to do this. Thus, he smiled embarrassedly and said, "What I want to say is actually the instinctive pursuit of survival. I give them a chance to make money, but I don't give them any benefits. Then, I will complete my revenge plan." After hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, Wang Wan was not in a good mood. She pursed her lips and thought about it. Then, she said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, as long as we are alive, you have to promise me that you will never charge for medical treatment and education. That is the foundation of a nation's strength and survival." I know. A country is actually a family. In the past, politics was actually a family world. In the beginning, it was the other people in the tribe who supported you. They thought that you could lead them to a better life, so you were the chief, the leader of the tribe. Now, it is still the same. The people are your children. They support you to be the emperor because they are waiting for you to bring them a better life. If you forget, or even think that you are in charge of some people who have weapons and start to eat the flesh of your children, I don't know if you are still a person, but at least your children will overthrow you one day. Don't think that you can do it just because you have weapons. In the past, weapons were used to feed your children and treat their prey. When you turn your weapons to your children one day, you will eventually die. How many dynasties have proven this? Zhang Xiaobao said. Wang Wan echoed, "Yes, so don't think that you are very powerful just because you have ruled for a few decades or 100 years. In fact, many dynasties have ruled for a long time, but in the end, the people had no way to make a living. The officials forced the people to rebel. Moreover, it was easier for them to lose their political power as time went on. Because everyone has the knowledge, it is not difficult to build a nuclear weapon. A high school student, or even a junior high school student, as long as they are talented enough and work hard, they can definitely build a small nuclear bomb after a few years of learning. Once the people are forced to this extent, if 10,000 people build 1,000 small nuclear bombs, what do you think the consequences will be once they are detonated? So let's work hard and try not to cause too much polarization. Sometimes, we really don't know what to pursue in life." Zhang Xiaobao said as he looked down from the window and saw a few officials of the Yizhou prefecture holding up a sign. Wang Wan also saw them. Those officials usually did not come out so casually. Now that they came out, they would not be recognized by her and Xiaobao. "You are not working in the yamen, but standing below the Blue Sea Silver Sand restaurant and holding up a sign. Is this the greatest reflection of your social value? If this is the case, you might as well keep holding up signs and not be an official." Many people did not know. When they saw the officials standing there holding signs, they felt that the officials were very nice and considerate. Those who were illiterate asked someone about the contents of the sign. It said that starting today, there would be doctors at both the Blue Sea Silver Sand restaurant and the Sea Cloud restaurant in Yizhou. Every one of the people thought that the officials were really nice. In fact, they did not know that if the value of the officials was only reflected in this aspect, then the imperial court's control arrangement was a failure. Who did the local officials hold up signs for? If it was for the people, then why didn't they usually do it? Why did they have to wait for a higher official to do it? Xiaobei and the others, who had finished talking about the 10-dog competitions, happened to see this scene. They glanced upstairs and all of them had ugly expressions. I am so disgusted. You said you didn't do anything wrong, so why are you here? Waiting for us to investigate you? Why are all the doctors here today? It's different from before. Didn't you go to the local medical hall when you went to a place? Xiaobei stared at the official holding the sign and said. She was angry mainly because she had already investigated when she came, and there was no problem with the local officials. Now that they were standing downstairs and advertising, it did not seem to be a problem. But in fact, it was a show for her brother and sister. Why are you not working? Xiao Yuan also frowned. After thinking, she said to Xiaobei, in the past, when we stayed in a place for a short time, we had to go to the local medical hall mainly to collect information about the local diseases. Now that we have to stay for a long time, our family's doctors have already gone to the medical hall to collect information. It's not good to hide at home and not show up, wasting resources. Let's go and find a nearby place to take a look. Xiaobei stared at the official holding the sign again. Can't you just stand there? Why do you have to hold it up? The people were already lining up. It was not that they were sick and looked down on them, but that they felt that they were sick. However, when they arrived at the medical hall, they did not find out. Why are you squeezing here, child? Xiaobei came to the side of the line and said to a boy standing there who was about 2 years older than her. Recently, I've been sleepy in class. The teacher, me, and my parents all feel that I'm sick. The doctor at the medical hall said that I'm not sick, but I didn't believe him, so I came to take a look. Who are you? Why are you asking me? After the boy answered, he realized that he had talked too much to other people, especially girls who were younger than him. He was very unhappy. Perhaps he would only understand when he grew up. If a girl took the initiative to talk to him, he should seize the opportunity. Xiaobei was puzzled. Seeing that the boy was unhappy, she was also angry. Look at who I am. Look carefully. There are 9 of us. Do you know? I'm Xiaobei. You are not in class, but you came out to see a doctor. How long have you been sick? Xiaobei? Huh, really? 9. No wonder you look so fun. I've been sick for a few months. I'm sick. You can't catch me. I'm a patient. The boy looked seriously and counted the number of people. He was a little afraid and a little stubborn. Xiaobei was about to say something when Xiao Hai pulled her behind him. He stood in front and said to the doctor who was treating others, "Let him see the next one." There were many doctors below the restaurant. Not only here, but there were also doctors in the Hai Yun restaurant in the other direction. They were all doctors from the Zhang family and Wang family. They usually went to the local medical hall to understand the situation first. Now that they understood, they were sent out to treat others because it was a waste of resources to stay at home. The doctors in the medical hall were naturally much worse than them. The commoners also knew that the Dei Medical School was opened by the Zhang family and Wang family. The first batch of doctors was also provided by them. It was obvious how good the doctors who could follow Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, and Xiaobei were. However, the commoners wouldn't scold them. They would say that the Zhang family and Wang family pulled good doctors to their side. In the eyes of the commoners, this was very right. If the doctors were bad, what would Xiao Bao and the others do when they fell sick? Then, how good were the doctors now? The little boy went up and tried to find out. The doctor first listened and didn't find any problems. He took the boy's pulse and felt it. He asked, "You sleep very late every night, right? And you're picky about your food?" "Doctor, no. My child sleeps very early, the woman who came with the boy said anxiously. He sleeps early, but he might not sleep. What games have you been playing recently? The doctor asked again. Big, Monopoly. The boy was frightened. The doctor was so right. Xiaobei slapped her forehead. I'll ban Monopoly tomorrow. I know. He played it during the day and always thinks about it when he sleeps at night. Maybe he also thinks about it during class. He's also picky about his food. He doesn't have enough nutrition, so of course he's sleepy. No, Monopoly is very fun. It looks like it depends on luck, but it's actually calculated. The boy was even more afraid this time. If Xiaobei said to ban a game, no one would dare to play it. Doctor, please think of a way. The boy's mother first looked at Xiaobei and the others gently, then asked the doctor anxiously. The doctor who was treating the boy, Weiwei, looked at Xiaobei and the others. She sighed and said helplessly, I really can't do anything. If only they were like my little ancestors. They would listen to everything I say, and all of them are obedient and sensible. Your child. I can't prescribe Chinese medicine. I can only prescribe prescriptions for strengthening the spleen, regulating the qi, moistening the lungs, clearing the intestines, and regulating the stomach. The key is, picky about his food. Xiaobei squeezed out from behind her brother and said. After the doctor nodded, she said, it's okay. It'll be solved soon. The problem now is that he's always thinking about games. Games are easy to deal with, Xiaobei said. From today onwards, we'll invite him to play Monopoly at home every day. There's no need to go to class. We'll take turns playing with him. We'll play for 10 days first and see the results. Chapter 1267. The picky boy who liked to play games was brought in by Xiaobei. Not only was the boy's mother not worried, she even told her son to play with Xiaobei and the rest. She would apply for leave from school. The people in the queue were envious, but they couldn't do anything about it. They couldn't call their own children over and push them to Xiaobei and the rest. If they encountered a small matter, they would solve it, but it wasn't a small matter that they could find themselves. It was fate. The people in the queue turned their attention to the doctors sitting in a row. These were the best doctors in Tang Dynasty. They wanted to take this opportunity to let them take a look at their illnesses. If they were sick, they would be treated. If they weren't, they would be at ease. The queue was very orderly. Some elderly people would even be given small stools to sit on. No one dared to interrupt, and no one dared to make a ruckus. When the doctors who came out with the main family saw their patients, they really encountered many difficult and complicated illnesses. It was also a test for them, but the results were not satisfactory. Auntie, don't worry. Your illness is a small matter. You will be fine as long as you go home and rest well, a doctor said to the old lady sitting in front of him with a smile on his face. I just have a stomachache. It's good that you are fine. The old lady was relieved. She said to her son, see, I told you that you are fine. You are always afraid. Yes, Auntie is fine. However, I have a prescription for food therapy here. It can make Auntie feel more comfortable. There are a few things to pay attention to. Young man, come with me. I will tell you. The doctor said to the old lady's son. He then turned and instructed the person beside him, bring 2 eggplants. It has something to do with eggplants. The young man was led inside by the doctor. Just as he was about to listen to the prescription, the doctor stopped smiling, bit his lip, and said to the young man, you have 3 months at most. Prepare for your funeral. Doctor, my mother, that can't be, right? How can there be 3 months left? My mother is fine. She is fine. Doctor, you. Woo-woo. The young man didn't expect to hear such a result. He didn't want to believe it at all. He stared at the doctor who was treating his mother, covered his face with both hands, squatted on the ground, and cried bitterly. The doctor also had a sad expression on his face. Every time he treated someone, he was afraid that he would encounter an illness that he could not treat. However, almost every time he went out with the main family and took the time to diagnose people, he would encounter such a situation. Blame me for being useless. Everyone calls me a divine doctor, but I'm not a divine doctor. Life after life is gone just like that. Why? Why? The doctor's eyes reddened as he looked up and sighed. The young man cried again, stood up, wiped his tears, bowed to the doctor and said, "Thank you, I will take good care of my mother. These 2 days, I will cook her favorite food. Do it. I'll register your mother's illness and send her to the clinic. During this period of time, there will be people sending you money. It's money that should be paid for by the court if you stay in the clinic. You don't want to stay, so I'll give it to you. Maybe, I'll say maybe, there's still some hope. Tonight, I'll discuss with others to see if we can use the method of fighting poison with poison to kill those things in your mother's body." The doctor talked about the subsidies again. At the same time, he also considered that since she could not live anymore, it was better for everyone to take a look at her. Even if she became an experimental subject in the end, they could use all kinds of drugs that were estimated to be effective. When the young man heard this, he was stunned. Then, he nodded. He understood what was going on. People with incurable diseases were observed and tried to use drugs. Occasionally, doctors from medical schools would come over. At the same time, after they died, some people would be cut by the doctor with a knife. Of course, a certain amount of compensation would be given to the family. After the cut, they would be buried. The purpose was to train new doctors, and at the same time, to increase the research experience of the previous doctors to prepare for future generations. In the beginning, some people did not agree. However, after some persuasion, they said that if they did not agree now, their descendants would die of the same disease. Didn't they want their descendants to live better lives? In this way, everyone agreed. Moreover, no one scolded the doctor and said that his medical skills were not good. This was because the medical conditions now were many times better than before. Not only did they not need to spend money, but many diseases could be treated, especially when it came to giving birth. Very, very few people died, unlike in the past. The young man thought about it and said to the doctor, "Please, I know that some people have already said that they can't, but after you try to use drugs and adjust, they miraculously survived and recovered. You are all good people." The doctor shook his head, "Don't praise me. I feel guilty. I don't deserve a word of praise from you. When all the patients have been treated, I will be able to laugh at the heavens." "Do you need blood?" the young man asked again. "No, your mother's disease has nothing to do with blood," the doctor replied. "I'm asking if the nearest blood bank is short of blood." "I can donate it," the young man explained. The doctor thought about it and stopped him, "Not now. Someone else will donate it. You have to maintain your energy and take care of your mother." The young man bowed again and washed his face with the doctor. He put a hot towel on his eyes. When he felt that no one would see anything, he walked out with 2 eggplants in his hand. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan watched from upstairs. When they saw the doctor get up and leave, they knew what was going on. Another one. Life is so fragile. Miracles don't always happen around us. When will medicine be able to solve all the diseases? Zhang Xiaobao felt sad for the other person. He often fantasized that everyone could live forever without any disease. Even if there was an accident, there was a way to make people recover. Wang Wan snuggled up to Zhang Xiaobao and explained, "From now on, we will study it. I believe that after 1,000 years, we can definitely reach the level you want." The main thing is that we don't have the drugs and equipment now. We should raise a large number of mushroom fishes. Then, like raising ginseng, we should try to raise them as wild as possible. In the future, when we have the equipment to kill cells, we can use them together. Zhang Xiaobao nodded gently. He knew what the mushroom fishes were. Wild mushroom fishes could increase the number of red blood cells. In fact, his family had been raising them. It was said before that this thing was very useful in treating diseases, especially in the equipment to kill cells. While killing cells, it could ensure the number of red blood cells in the body. As for the equipment, it was naturally the radiation equipment. We also need to strengthen the systematization of Chinese medicine. In the past, people were holding back when they were teaching their disciples. Moreover, there were few experimental subjects. In the end, as long as one generation was cut off, all the hard work would be wasted. Chinese medicine has always been very useful. In fact, I was able to live because of Chinese medicine. Western medicine can't do anything about it. The time I was cut off was 6 months. In the end, I lived for another year and 2 months. This shows that Chinese medicine and Western medicine can complement each other. Moreover, many Western medicine theories are actually based on Chinese medicine. For example, antibiotics are fighting poison with poison. If anyone says that it is not poisonous, try injecting 2 injections when you are allergic to penicillin. It's just that Chinese medicine at that time did not form a better systematization. In the end, it was surpassed by others because of technology. It was mainly in the field of surgery. In the end, when we got diseases that Western medicine could not treat, we chose Chinese medicine. The last choice, is there a cure? There is, right? Of course, more people died. But what does it matter if Chinese medicine is not good? Zhang Xiaobao felt wronged for Chinese medicine. He always felt that it was because the standards of the people who learned it were not good enough. Western medicine was very fast and could be done in a few years. What about Chinese medicine? How many years? How long would it take to get the medicine? The year of the medicine, the dosage, and because there was no technological equipment to follow when it was passed down, it relied on people. How difficult would it be to treat the illness? Not everyone can learn it. Wang Wan's eyes were still looking at the crowd below. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, I have never opposed Chinese medicine. In fact, you also know that people of our status, once we are sick, we will first see Chinese medicine, then use the equipment. After that, we will use a combination of Chinese and Western medicine for treatment. We are not rejecting any side. In fact, the truth is that the change of dynasties and the impact of Western culture caused the decline of Chinese medicine. The simplest cold is a cold. At that time, we could take some Western medicine, drink a bowl of Chinese medicine, and even some Chinese medicine that was not very good. Moreover, the patches in Western medicine were developed based on Chinese medicine's plasters and methods of external application. Of course, they would not admit it. Steaming therapy and the like was not available in Western medicine. When it was available, they would say that it was their own work. Such people should be killed. It's just a treatment. Use whatever method is useful. Why do we have to be so clear? In my eyes, there is no difference between Western and Western medicine. There are only differences in national strength. For example, the shameless Korean medicine is still Chinese medicine. But if we talk about our Chinese medicine, there are many critics in the world. If we talk about Korea's Korean medicine, don't Europeans and Americans like to go to see a doctor? Now that you mention it, I remember a long time ago. The kimchi of the Koreans is very funny. They went to other countries to participate in exhibitions and promotions, but they actually used our Sichuan kimchi jars to package their products. That's because our Sichuan kimchi is really delicious, and it's soaked in culture. That jar is not ordinary. Sometimes, when I think about it, I feel quite depressed and helpless. Japan and Korea always turn our Chinese things into theirs and then promote them in the world, especially chopsticks. The Japanese are very disgusting. They make the back of the chopsticks round and dare to call it chopsticks. How ignorant. They don't even care about the connotation of their culture. The sky is round and the earth is round, so one end is round and the other end is square. The most infuriating thing is that our own country's people look at the chopsticks of the Japanese and feel that they are noble when they use them. When they buy them back, the chopsticks are round at the top and the bottom. There is no distinction between heaven and earth, and there is no ruler or minister. In the face of such a situation, we are very helpless. What can we do? When they learn it, they will apply in the world and say that it is theirs. What can we do? Zhang Xiaobao also looked at the crowd waiting in line. The people below seemed to be very happy. In fact, the medical center was also free. Why would they come to squeeze when they were not sick? Wang Wan looked at the clouds in the distance, hinting that she should not think about other sad things. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Yes, you also told me before, right? You said that it's not that we don't want to apply in the world that belongs to us. When the time comes, we will confirm the location. It's that we casually take out something, a festival, and a civilization that has been passed down for thousands of years. All the things in our lives belong to our precious Chinese civilization. But can we apply?" Chapter 1268. That's right. Zhang Xiaobao pushed open the window and waved his arm at the people below. When he got a response, he said, "Let's talk about our daily lives. When the child is 1 month old, is it a courtesy to treat others to a meal? When the child is 1 year old, is it a courtesy? Anyone with a bit of money should do it. Do you want to apply? If you don't, you can apply in other countries and become their property. If you apply, you can spend money and go through the procedures. When the child grows up and gets engaged, do you want to apply? Get married, do you want to apply? If you don't apply, other people apply, and you become their property. When we eat, we can use chopsticks, plates, and other dining utensils and habits. When we eat crabs, we can apply for yellow wine and seasonings. When we wear clothes, we can apply for jackets and gowns. When we wear them, we can apply for them. When we eat chili soup, tofu pudding, fried dough sticks, shortbread, and other things for breakfast, we can apply for them. When we pass on our civilization, we can apply for them. Just tell us. Every action and action of theirs is a sign of civilization. How can we apply? We will die of exhaustion. Japan's sushi and sashimi are world famous. Where did they learn it from? Korea's barbecue is delicious. Where did they learn it from? This is the helplessness of a country with thousands of years of civilization. It's not that we don't want to fight, but everything around us is up for grabs. It's too painful. If we don't have such a long history like the US, wouldn't it be easier? Who is it? Who is it that has been passing on our civilization? Sinners, look at how tired we are. Ha ha ha. Wang Wan laughed and patted Zhang Xiaobao's back. Shameless. You are obviously praising your own people, but you still have to act like you have a deep hatred. Since you know, let's work together to spread the Tang Empire's words everywhere. Whoever dares to not submit will be hindering the progress of world unification. Why are they fighting downstairs? As Wang Wan was talking, she suddenly noticed a person arguing with the doctor sitting on the second seat on the left. As they were far away and it was noisy downstairs, she couldn't hear what was going on. Zhang Xiaobao also noticed it. Let's go down and take a look. Forget it, let's get someone to report it. What if someone is deliberately leading us down to assassinate us? Assassinate? Izhou City is very peaceful. As Wang Wan spoke, she went to the door and gave an order. Not long after, the person who had been sent to inquire about the situation came up and explained the situation to Zhang Xiaobao. It turned out that he was the son of a wealthy family. He knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were in Ezhou and wanted to meet them, but he couldn't find an opportunity to do so, so he went to the school to donate money. Normally, people who donated money would leave with a receipt, but he insisted on having a meal with the children. Recently, the weather had become hot. When the children had their meals, there was an additional dish. It was not a dish, but congee. It was mung bean congee with rock sugar. Every child would drink a bowl of it after they finished their meal. Then, they could take a fruit plate and walk around as they pleased. They just had to bring the plate back when they finished eating. The young master of the wealthy family also drank the porridge. In the end, one of the children found a worm in the porridge. It was a very small worm. Adults usually ignored it, but the child drank it seriously. Half of the worm was exposed outside, and the other half was in a boiled green bean that had bloomed. The worm in the mung bean was actually more nutritious. The child hated worms, so he picked it out and threw it on the table. It was then seen by the son of a wealthy family who was donating money for the first time. He thought that the congee he drank also had worms in it, or at least the water used to cook the worm went into his stomach. For the past 2 days, he had been feeling uncomfortable in his stomach. He often pressed his stomach and put his hand on his stomach when he slept. Then, he started to have diarrhea. It had been 3 days, and he hadn't recovered. Today, the doctor saw him and said that he was not sick. He asked him to make a waist protector and wrap it around his navel when he slept at night. He would be fine when the time came. To be honest, was the son of a wealthy family sick? Yes, diarrhea was definitely a kind of illness no matter how you explained it. However, the doctor was very experienced. He knew what was going on after asking and taking the pulse. There was no need to prescribe medicine. He was affected by his emotions, so he had diarrhea. Because the son of a wealthy family always felt that there was something wrong there, he would cover it and stroke it. That was the stomach and intestines. When he stroked it, he would be stimulated. Once he forgot to touch it, the temperature was different, and the flora would be different. Coupled with his own psychological suggestion, how could he not have diarrhea? The doctor considered it very clearly. With a waist protector, the temperature would be there. Besides, he would always feel that there was something there. After a long time, he would get used to it and forget it. At that time, the diarrhea would be fine. There was no need to use medicine. However, the son of a wealthy family got angry. He said that he was sick, very sick, but the doctor lied to him and didn't prescribe medicine for him. He said that his family was very rich and didn't need to take advantage of the imperial court. He was willing to spend money to buy medicine and asked the doctor to tell him the truth. Sick, sick, Zhang Xiaobao said after he knew the reason. You became a doctor? The doctor said there was nothing wrong. Wang Wan stuck her head out and said to Zhang Xiaobao. Wife, in your opinion, shouldn't there be several swimming pools for the children to play in the newly built district? A very big one with corresponding facilities. Zhang Xiaobao also looked at the people who were quarreling and said. Even Wang Wan, who was used to Zhang Xiaobao's jumping and coherent thinking, was stunned by Zhang Xiaobao's words. She knew that whenever Zhang Xiaobao changed the topic, he would consider all the calculations and it would be related to the current matter. It sounded very strange. There was no connection between swimming pools and illness, but in the end, there must be an inevitable connection. It was very strange. The same thing had happened many times before. In the end, it proved that the change of topic didn't change the situation. It still had an impact on the current situation, and it was a very direct kind of impact. Therefore, Wang Wan became cautious. She followed Zhang Xiaobao's words and said, indeed, children are not like us, who dare to exercise at the age of 1. That is because we are familiar with the situation of the body. If we let the children run and walk on the sand, they will be tired and get sick in the end. However, swimming is different. Swimming is the soft contact of the body with the surrounding environment. As long as the child is tired, it will be shown immediately. It is very difficult for you to persist unless you have undergone professional training. If you run, it is different. The body's endurance is different, and the child will be sick. According to what you said, we really need several very big artificial swimming pools. When the children want to exercise, they can swim. When they are tired, they can find a floating device and soak in the water to relax. At the same time, if there is sunlight, it can make the body healthier. That's right. Swimming is suitable for people of any age, as long as they have a good rhythm of rest. However, building a good swimming pool costs money, and so does treating illnesses. Do you think we can use the money to treat illnesses and build swimming pools? Zhang Xiaobao looked at the young man who was arguing with the doctor and was delaying things. He was not angry at all. Instead, he looked as if he was looking at a gold ingot. Wang Wan looked sadly at the person who was still arguing with the doctor. She thought to herself, "This big brother, you chose the wrong place. Why do you have to go downstairs where Xiaobao is to provoke the doctor? Look, Xiaobao has his eyes on you, right? That's fine too. We can build a few big swimming pools with 1,000 strings of coins. That's the cost. We can make our own tiles at home, so the cost will be very low. Since you waited for us to come before pretending to donate money to the school, we'll let you pay more." As she thought about it, Wang Wan said softly to Zhang Xiaobao, "Be merciful, or rather, don't be so ruthless. You have to know the severity of the treatment. You have to know that treating illnesses and swimming pools are actually related." Zhang Xiaobao replied to Wang Wan. Wang Wan nodded and muttered, "Your way of thinking is really scary. No wonder Li Longji failed time and time again. What is the connection between treating illnesses and swimming pools? Only you can make the connection. Saying that your deception skills are unparalleled is not wrong at all. Oh, I mean, I am not belittling you at all." Wang Wan's muttering was not loud, but Zhang Xiaobao still heard it. He turned around and smiled, "It's a professional habit. If I don't cheat at least once when I see an opportunity, I will feel that I am not professional enough. I believe you also know my achievements. The trick is dialectical materialism. After learning it well, there is nothing that can't be done. Whether I cheat or not depends on my heart, because it is unified and opposite. Any accident is inevitable. Everything in the world is connected. Jumping out of the fixed thinking, grasping time and space, and fully utilizing human nature, this is the foundation of deception. Okay, I admit that you are good. What is the highest level of deception?" Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao from the corner of her eyes. "Then we have to talk about the first 2 levels first. The first is, if you want to cheat in reality, your heart will follow. The second level is when your heart is deceiving, but reality is not deceiving. The third level is, there is no self, no heart, and no deception, right?" Wang Wan continued. Chapter 1269. "Doctor, please take a look at me. I'm really sick. If I'm not sick, who will have diarrhea? Doctor, tell me the truth. Can my illness still be cured?" When the doctor began to treat others, the rich man was still talking. He didn't dare to stop the doctor from treating others, nor did he dare to threaten the people in line, but he could pester the doctor and keep talking, slowing down the doctor's diagnosis. The doctor said to a person sitting in front of him, "There's no problem. You're healthy. It's hot, so pay attention to prevent sunstroke." "Thank you, doctor." The person stood up happily and thanked the doctor. He didn't forget to glare at the troublemaker next to him. "I'll give you a prescription." The doctor had no choice but to look at the rich man and say. The rich man immediately nodded. "Yes, yes. I'll pay for the prescription. I have money. You should have prescribed me a long time ago." The doctor gently shook his head. "I still want to give you a piece of advice. According to the rules, when a doctor treats people, he won't use medicine if he can. If he can treat externally, he won't treat internally. If he can take medicine, he won't use needles. If he can use needles, he won't use a drip. If he can use a drip, he won't do surgery. First, there aren't many good medicines in Tang. Several departments are still jointly researching. They may not be able to treat the illness, especially the anti-inflammatory ones. Second, the amount of medicine produced is limited. We don't expect to make money by selling the medicine. If you use it and others don't need it, they will regret it. Third, if you eat too much medicine, you will develop resistance. If you have the same illness in the future, you will need to adjust the type of medicine or increase the amount of medicine. If you get sick again after a long time, there will be no medicine to treat you. When the people who were waiting for the doctor to see if they were sick heard the doctor's words, they all showed a look of realization. It turned out that the doctor had to pay attention to this. It was really not easy. At least, it was a test of medical skills. Otherwise, it would be convenient to come up and use a drip. It would save the doctor a lot of trouble. It never occurred to him that the doctor had to clearly distinguish the treatment method for people. Ordinary doctors might not understand it. The rich man didn't care about that. When he heard that the doctor was willing to prescribe medicine for him, he nodded happily. "Whatever you say, as long as there is medicine to take." The doctor was helpless. He raised his pen and planned to prescribe some medicine to treat the intestinal flora. The Ministry of Works produced 2 kinds of medicine that could treat this illness. Unfortunately, there weren't many. But when he put the pen to the paper, the doctor had an idea and prescribed a comfort pill. It had no medicinal effect and could only provide psychological comfort. This medicine was very suitable for the situation at hand. After writing it down, the doctor said to the rich young master, "Go to the clinic and get the medicine yourself. 3 times a day, once in the morning, once in the afternoon, and once in the evening. Take 2 pills each time. Today is the first time you take it, so you can take 4 pills. After 3 days, you will basically recover. After the first time you take it, you will find that your body is getting better." "Really? You finally gave me a prescription. I'll give you the money." Thank you, doctor. You really have medical ethics. I'll be fine in 3 days. Your medical skills are also very high," the rich young master said happily. Then, he took out some money from his pocket and pulled out a note with a large amount of money written on it. The doctor did not refuse. He indicated that it was not appropriate for him to reach out and take the money. He asked the rich man to put it beside the table and gave a look to the person standing behind him. The person took the money while the doctor washed his hands and prepared to see the next person. The people around them did not say anything. They knew that the doctor of the Zhang family and the Wang family would not care about this small amount of money. He would probably use it on welfare later, just like the donation box. The rich young master turned around and was about to leave when he suddenly turned back. "Doctor, I think I have a bad stomach and I ate a bug. The bug is not dead. I didn't say it just now. You only gave me medicine for a bad stomach. Where is the anti-bug medicine?" The doctor began to grit his teeth. He thought to himself, "Should I give you some medicine to treat mental illness? You are being unreasonable. It's over, madam. Look, that kid is going to die." Just as the doctor was about to use the psychological suggestion again, a voice came from behind him. The voice was old. The doctor turned his head, and the eyes of the people nearby also swept over. However, the rich young master glared angrily. It was fine for him to say that he was sick, but if the patient cursed him, he would not be happy. When everyone looked over, they saw a woman with a veil covering her face standing there gracefully. Beside her was an old man with white hair and a white beard. His hair was tied up in a ponytail with a wooden hairpin. This old man was wearing a blue gown and a pair of shoes with 1,000 soles. He held a gourd in one hand and placed the other in front of his chest. He was shaking his head. "Qinghong, there is no need to say more. Everyone has their own destiny. Let's go." The woman's clear voice sounded as she stepped forward. The old man had his back facing the direction the woman was walking in. He pretended to walk forward, and then his body moved backward. His eyes were fixed on the rich young master. After more than 10 steps, he shook his head again and turned to follow the woman. Everyone was stunned for a moment. What was going on? The old man looked like he was walking forward. Why was his body moving backward? The rich young master's eyes widened and his mouth opened. "Qinghong, is this a Buddhist name or a Taoist name? Amazing. Immortal, wait for me. I am sick. Help, wait for me." After shouting, he chased after the old man. The doctor angrily slammed the table and stood up. He thought to himself, "Who is so bold? Who dares to lie to our family? Cheating under the young master's house is purely a joke. Don't you understand that in front of the young master, there is no lie in the world?" Just as he was about to move, someone came over and pressed on the doctor's shoulder, whispering a few words in his ear. After hearing this, the doctor smiled and sat back down. The old man, who had already gone far away, and the woman got into a car. The car moved forward at a moderate speed. The old man in the car put down the gourd and rubbed his legs with both hands. He complained as he rubbed, "I should have changed places. That broken road is so tiring. If I walk 2 more steps, I will be exposed. You are bullying others because they have never seen this kind of sliding. In a while, someone will realize. Your feet are rubbing on the ground. Do you think others are stupid?" The woman chuckled and said. "They can't react. The time is too short. What is there to be afraid of rubbing my feet on the ground? Maybe they think I am shrinking. Listen, that guy is still chasing behind and shouting that the swimming pool is settled. The doctor's place is also quiet." The old man's voice changed this time. It was Zhang Xiaobao's. Wang Wan, who was sitting next to them, was a little pitiful for the person chasing behind. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, "You say, is it good to lie to people? His family is doing a decent business. He has an uncle who is a 5th-level official in the capital. Just because he is delaying the doctor's treatment, you lie to him? It's not called lying. I am helping him. Didn't the investigation say that he always wants to make a lot of money through his own efforts and then buy as many lottery tickets as he can? I let him invest some money to build the swimming pool. Later, I will give him an idea and let him put his mind on business. This is great kindness. A kind person like me, is it getting less and less? You are lying to people while saying that you are doing a good thing. Then, you give him an idea to do something reliable. You still leave merits. It is too hard for you. Good person, I will burn incense for you when I go home and set up a long life memorial tablet for you." Wang Wan teased Zhang Xiaobao. At the same time, she was very excited. It had been a long time since she saw Xiaobao lie to people. But it was good to lie to that guy. Otherwise, he would have nothing to do all day. After about a quarter of an hour, they arrived at a park in Izhou City. Although it was called a park, there were no walls. This place was developed later. The area was not small. In the past, it was a slum. It was dirty and difficult to treat. The terrain was also low. When there was a lot of rain, mosquitoes and flies would wreak havoc. Later, when the city was expanded, it was moved away. The people were very happy and lived in new houses. Fewer people fell ill in the summer. A small lake was dug out and connected by winding rivers and canals. A gravel road was paved and flowers and trees were planted. In the summer, people had a place to play. They could hold an open-air barbecue, go boating, and rent a place to sell snacks. After 2 years, they had earned back half of the money they had invested. It was estimated that in 4 or 5 years, they would be able to make a profit. The money would be returned to the government. The barbecue area in the park was designated. It was only allowed to be barbecued in that area. Those who wanted to bring their own food in had to pay 2 coins. Then, when they were barbecuing, they could throw away the bamboo skewers and paper towels. After they finished eating, they would leave. Someone would come and clean the place. The money they paid was for the person who cleaned the place. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan got out of the car. They were going to the barbecue area. Originally, they wanted to take their younger brothers and sisters out for a walk. However, the little guys had their eyes on the boy who liked to play games. They didn't know what the little guys were going to do. Were they going to use fatigue tactics to make the little boy feel uncomfortable when he saw Monopoly in the future? Or were they going to use Monopoly to give him more in-depth education? They were going to increase the difficulty of the game. When the level was high, they would learn a lot about geography and biology while playing. For example, the simplest Monopoly game could be played by just rolling a die. Wherever they reached, they would put a sign that belonged to them and wait for others to enter to collect money. Xiaobei and the others played a different game. They had to consider many things. For example, after rolling the die twice, they would reach a market. If they wanted to own a share, they would buy 20 carts of food. When they played the die again, they would move forward, and when they sold the food to make money. When it rained, the food would become moldy and lose money. Adults found this kind of game interesting. Children could learn a lot of common knowledge from it. It was more useful than learning from books. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan couldn't guess what the little guys were going to do, so they left them at home to play games with others. The two of them could enjoy the scenery of the park while enjoying the barbecue. At the same time, they could also trick the rich young master. The two of them felt that life was too beautiful. They only envied Mandarin ducks and not immortals. Oh my God, it's so good to be an immortal. I'm not afraid of getting sick. Immortal, immortal, wait for me, I'm sick. The rich young master ran all the way to the park. When he saw a woman and an old man get off the car and walk inside, he waved his hands and shouted. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan acted as if they didn't hear him. They still walked at a leisurely pace. They didn't even take the barbecue. The coachman had already found a shady place to stop. He took out a book and read while waiting. Chapter 1270. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan entered the barbecue area, the rich man behind them was still chasing and shouting. He was also tired after running all the way. God, save me, I'm sick. The rich man didn't care if there were others around him and shouted very stubbornly. When he ran to the two people in front, the two people turned around and looked at him. One of them said, "This person is sick. You can see it too." The rich man heard the voice and asked in surprise. The man curled his lips. "You're seriously sick?" Yes, I'm dying. I won't talk to you anymore, I'm going to chase the god." The rich man was more and more convinced that he was sick, and he secretly scolded the doctor before for being a quack. When he chased into the barbecue area, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were choosing a grill. They didn't bring anything when they came, so they had to spend more money to rent or buy something here. The barbecue area specialized in renting and selling these things, and the price was 10% higher than outside. For example, a normal grill, 1 meter long, the standard one outside was 95 copper coins, but here it was 105 copper coins, and if it was rented, it would be 7 copper coins, and it would be recouped after a dozen or so rentals. Some people found it troublesome and didn't bring anything when they came out to barbecue, so they bought it here. Or some people brought their own grill and had to take it back to repair, so they rented it first. Some people made money, and some people got convenience. There were all kinds of grills, and you could even roast a whole lamb if you wanted. In addition to the grill, there were also sticks. There were 2 kinds of materials, bamboo and iron, and the thickness and length were different. It depended on what you wanted to roast. If the meat was big, you could only use iron sticks. If it was bamboo, it would be tiring. You had to keep fanning, otherwise, you would break the sides. If the meat was small, you could use bamboo. After roasting it, there would be a smell of bamboo. There were also shops selling charcoal around. Bamboo charcoal, and stone charcoal were all available, and there were also several kinds of special wood. Perhaps some people felt that they were good at cooking and wanted to show off by smoking and roasting. The most important thing was the food provided by the barbecue area. Other than beef, there were all kinds of normal meat. Of course, there were no tigers or pandas. Pandas were not allowed to be eaten now. Under normal circumstances, tigers could not be caught and sold here. Occasionally, there would be frozen wolf meat, snake meat, and bamboo rats. These were all strange things. Most people wouldn't buy them and could only freeze them. Normally, the meat of mutton, pork, and poultry would be delivered early in the morning with ice placed underneath to maintain a relatively low temperature. Otherwise, it would not be easy to sell the meat when it was almost evening. As for the meat that was bad, it could not be bad, but the color would change and the meat would gradually loosen. When people pressed it, they would shake their heads and not buy it. Not far from where the meat was sold, there were vegetables and soy products. There were also mushrooms and the like. The vegetables were placed separately, just like the meat. The price was 20% higher than outside. The soy products were even 30% higher. The mushrooms were only slightly more expensive. It was not that they did not want to raise the price of the vegetables and meat, but the people in charge of the park did not allow it. If the price was too high, people would not buy it. The park was a long-term place, and they could not suddenly scare people away. Next to the vegetables were seasonings. There was even a special piece of land in the park where onions and other green vegetables were planted. Usually, the people in charge of the park would eat it themselves. If someone wanted to buy it, they could go in and pick it. This was expensive. Otherwise, the people in charge of the park would have to go out and buy it themselves. The previous provincial governor was really good. Don't look at it as a simple park. With it, not only did it solve the sanitation and environmental problems of the local slums, but it will also provide profits for the government in the future. More importantly, this park can make people closer to each other and increase the harmonious relationship between the local people. When people of all classes enter the park, there will be less of a sense of hierarchy, especially when everyone brings their families and children to run around. Many of the barriers created by society itself will be reduced. Everyone may have different attitudes towards the same adults, but they treat their children the same. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the idle and busy people and praised the outgoing provincial governor. The provincial governor had already entered the capital and had been evaluated as excellent for 3 consecutive years. In the last year, he had completed the construction of this park and received an excellent evaluation. This was personally said by Zhang Xiaobao. He wanted to use this method to tell the other officials that when considering the economy, they should consider the relationship between the environment and the people's livelihood. After Zhang Xiaobao, who rarely directly participated in the affairs of the imperial court officials, took action that time, countless officials were excited. It turned out that the road to the capital was so easy. At that time, Li Longji shook his head and said to Gao Lisher that it was easy to enter the capital, but it was not easy to do things with a heart for the people. He wanted to see how many people could persevere. Wang Wan also thought highly of the previous provincial governor. He was a capable official, but he could not always let a capable official stay in one place. After a long time, it would cause the local people to only recognize the official and forget the emperor. Just like her and Xiao Bao, the two of them could not stay in one place for too long. Even if they were now holding the position of Commander-in-Chief of the Bohai Commander-in-Chief and Deputy Provincial Governor of Northern Hebei Province, the two of them still had to leave. The reason why they did not send other officials there was because other officials there could not come up with a good idea. That was the country's military and economic strategic location. Therefore, it was easy for others to do things wrong. At the same time, Shi and Xiao Bao could not enter the capital to be officials, because Xiao Bao's father was a minister there. In other words, the two of them would always be wandering around the country. Immortal, fairy, I finally caught up. I am crazy. While Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were thinking about local governance issues, the rich man came over breathlessly. After greeting the two of them, he was thirsty and pointed at the open bamboo shop next to him. Give me a cup of water and some salt. Oh, 3 cups. What if the immortal is thirsty too? In the open door of the small shop, someone immediately brought 3 cups of water. The rich man took one first and held it in front of Zhang Xiaobao. Old immortal, drink some water. Zhang Xiaobao did not immediately take the cup. Instead, he stared at the rich man's hand holding the cup. He looked as if he was calculating, muttering some inexplicable words such as fingerprints matching stars, length matching heaven and earth, and so on. After he finished calculating, Zhang Xiaobao said to the rich man, "It is fate that we meet. Forget it. I will give you a ride today. Young Master Huang, drink some water and take a rest. We will talk about other things." How do you know my surname is Huang? The rich man was frightened. But after thinking about it, he became excited again. Yes, you are right. My surname is Huang. My father named me, Yao Ben, the name Lu Yuan. It means that one should not forget one's origin in the long journey of life. Is it right to protect the prosperity of the Huang family? Zhang Xiaobao did not wait for him to finish. He looked up at the sky and said, "Yes, yes, yes. Immortal, you are really an immortal. My name is Huang Yao Ben. My surname is Lu Yuan. That's right, that's right. This year, 1 year has passed, and 3 months have passed. 21 years and 3 months have passed. Is it right?" "Yes, it is right." "Immortal, how did you calculate? Can I learn it?" Huang Yao Ben, whose name and age were calculated, asked expectantly. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. "Yes or no, it is up to fate. Drink the water." "Okay, I will drink. Fate, I am definitely a person of fate." Huang Yao Ben raised his head and poured the water into his stomach. He asked again, "Immortal, you too are here today for, I have not eaten for many years. I miss it. Today, I will eat a little." Looking at the endless celestial palaces, but missing the noise of the mortal world, Zhang Xiaobao saw a tree branch moving in the distance. He quickly adjusted his direction as he spoke. A gust of wind blew, causing his hair and beard to fly in the wind. This time, not only was the person who delivered the water and Huang Yao Ben dumbfounded, Wang Wan was also full of admiration. He could even make use of the wind. It could be seen how deep the foundation of deception was. Professional, really professional. The waiter who delivered the water swallowed his saliva and asked carefully, "Immortal, may I ask, do you know my surname? Yang, your name is Yang Dongshui. Zhang Xiaobao answered quickly this time. The waiter bent his knees and was about to kneel. Zhang Xiaobao reached out and helped him up. Then, his eyes could not leave Zhang Xiaobao. He wanted to remember the immortal's appearance. Immortal, immortal, what else can you calculate? The waiter asked again. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head, you don't need to search for immortals. Just ask your heart. I will give you a word, righteous. Walk the right path, maintain a righteous heart, and your future will be limitless. Go, go. Oh, I remember. I will be a good person in the future. When I sell things, I will not lie. I am loyal and patriotic. I will be good to the elderly and children. I will work seriously and not be afraid of hard work. The waiter promised. The more he spoke, the straighter his back became. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand again. The waiter retreated with a respectful expression. You go and rest first. I will wait and see. Zhang Xiaobao said to Huang Yaoben. Huang Yaoben also respectfully found a place to sit. There were many chairs of different lengths. He did not need to spend any money to sit. When Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao stood by the lake, she asked puzzledly, Huang Yaoben, this is the one we asked people to investigate. As for the other waiter, how do you know he is called Yang Dongshui? He is a waiter here. It is written on the sign in front of his chest. There is also a portrait that looks similar to him. Below it is a certificate from the medical center. It says that he is very healthy and does not have any infectious diseases. Didn't you see it? Zhang Xiaobao explained in a low voice. Wang Wan angrily glared at Zhang Xiaobao and muttered, liar. Thank you. Zhang Xiaobao bowed and thanked him with the gourd. Huang Yaoben, who had rested for a while, ran over and stood behind Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He did not dare to make a sound as he curiously looked at the lake. He did not know why these two immortals liked to stand here. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao also did not speak. The two of them enjoyed the beautiful scenery of the lake together. If there was no Huang Yaoben, it would be even better. The two of them could lean against each other and hum while watching the willows move and the water ripple in the wind. Thinking that there was still someone waiting to be deceived, the two of them temporarily put down their good mood. They turned around and looked at Huang Yaoben at the same time. Huang Yaoben opened his eyes. His gaze was full of expectation. Young Master Huang, tell me about this park. What did you experience in the secular world? Zhang Xiaobao wanted to understand Huang Yaoben more. He wanted to have a better understanding of Huang Yaoben so that after deceiving him, he could think of a better way out. Huang Yaoben thought about it and sighed, it is too sad to be sick in the secular world. Chapter 1271. Zhang Xiaobao was speechless when he heard Huang Yaoben's answer. He had no choice but to ask, how is the park? Should it be repaired? A park in the mortal world? Huang Yaoben had been thinking about the mortal world. He repeated the question and lowered his head to think about it. Then he said, good, very good. What's good about it? Zhang Xiaobao asked again. First of all, this park in the mortal world is big enough. It won't be crowded even if groups of people walk in it. When it was built, the scenery was very good. It doesn't make people feel bored and monotonous. There are flowers, grass, water, trees, and even fake mountains. Immortal, you may not know this, but in the beginning, this wasn't a park. It was a place for the poor to live. Later, when Governor Wang saw that the city was going to be expanded, he moved the people out. It was originally a low-lying and useless place where there was a lot of rain and water. He didn't let people fill in the soil and directly dug a big lake. Some of the soil that was dug out was used to raise other places. Some of it was transported outside the city and paved in the wasteland. This made the wasteland much better. Although the people who lived here before made the place very dirty and messy, the soil under their feet was very good. Isn't it amazing? Ordinary people can't even think of such a good idea, let alone do it. It's a pity that Governor Wang has already left. He went to the capital to be an official with my uncle. If he could stay, I believe that in 5 years, Ezhou will be even more beautiful. Huang Yaoben spoke clearly and logically. He was indeed a child of a rich family. Even if he had many flaws, he had learned a lot under the influence of others since he was young. Zhang Xiaobao and Wei Wei nodded and didn't say anything. Huang Yaoben probably thought that his answer wasn't comprehensive enough. He anxiously thought about it and said, however, now that Xiaobao and Cuckoo are here, they have started to build a new district outside. When the time comes, the two sides will be connected. It will form a very good traffic environment, rich cultural atmosphere, frequent trade and business, and stable political situation. The local area will be very prosperous. Huang Yao used a bunch of very consecutively. After he finished speaking, he smiled embarrassedly, as if he didn't say it properly just now. Zhang Xiaobao glanced at Wang Wan. Seeing that Wang Wan also had a smile in her eyes, he nodded. He felt that the Huang Yao in front of him was very different from what the intelligence report said. The intelligence report said that the Huang Yao in front of him did not have any status in the Huang family. Moreover, the third young master who was somewhat of a hedonistic son was not as bad as others thought. Oh, so there's such a thing. Let me do the math. Zhang Xiaobao still had to pretend, and began to count his fingers again. Huang Yao originally stared at it attentively, hoping to learn something from it. However, she realized that the speed at which the deity pinched was too fast. There were many marks on her fingers. If she pinched herself, it would hurt a lot. Zhang Xiaobao was also in pain. While thinking about things, he pinched his fingers and unconsciously used too much force. After a while, Zhang Xiaobao asked Huang Yaobao, "Is this bustling scene because of the park?" "There is a reason for it, but it isn't." Huang Yaoben answered. "What's the reason?" Zhang Xiaobao asked. "It's because of the war. Our great Tang is bullying people now. It's not bullying, it's just teaching people a lesson when they don't listen. Don't you think that Duosher has nothing better to do? It's fine if they don't want to submit to us, but when they see that we have dealt with the Turks and Tubo, they want to occupy those places. How bold do you think they are? We have just dealt with the people in those places and haven't even developed them yet, but they want to take it away. How hard do you think Cuckoo and Xiaobao have been fighting? They are scheming and scheming, how can we let them have it? Look, the two of them got angry and started to deal with Duosher. As they dealt with Duosher, they also took over Duosher's former territory, which is now called India. They still have a lot of resources and minerals. When the time comes, they will transport them back. Our Ezhou is relatively closer to it, so there are benefits to be had. Otherwise, why would the two of them start to build a new city? The two of them are more powerful than Governor Wang, much more powerful. They are like gods. Do you know the two of them? I heard that the two of them came down from above. Could it be that you are here to capture them? Huang Yaoben thought as he spoke. When he reached this point, the expression in his eyes changed. He took a step back with his right foot and made a kicking motion. He placed his hands on his waist, as if he was about to punch. I don't know them. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. There are 9 layers of heaven, and there are 9 layers of heaven. There are endless layers. Maybe the two of them you are talking about are from above. Oh, if they are not here to capture them, then they are from above. The two of them are very powerful. If you see them, you have to be more respectful. Otherwise, millions of ordinary people in Great Tang will curse you. Huang Yaoben didn't forget to threaten them. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Huang Yaoben with a gentle gaze and said, "Yes, with your current condition, who would dare to be disrespectful to them? Your illness, actually, wait." Huang Yaoben interrupted Zhang Xiaobao, "There is no hurry to treat the illness. Since the two of you are here, shouldn't you do something? You can't spend all day sightseeing." Zhang Xiaobao was stunned and secretly admired Huang Yaoben. Huang Yaoben was indeed not an ordinary person. What was he thinking all day? How dare he lecture the immortals in front of him? Are you afraid or not? Wang Wan added at this time, "We want to see this park. When we go to other places, we can build one. The park is popular and it is easy to earn merit points." "That's right." Huang Yaoben returned to his previous respectful appearance, which made Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao deeply understand the contradiction of human nature. "I don't know about other parks, but the park in Izhou can earn merit points very quickly. You don't know, after the park is built, there will be adults bringing their children here when they are not busy. Some will row boats, some will barbecue, and some will find a place to play football. As long as the children have someone to play with, it doesn't matter what they play. Even if they are running around on the grass, they are very happy. Do you know the result? I don't think you understand. Immortals are less angry after being immortals for a long time. Many families have fewer quarrels. Usually, they don't have anywhere to go, so they stay at home. Of course, they are in a bad mood. Now that there is a big park, they are in a good mood. This is in the field of psychology. Psychology, understand? Ever since Huang Yaoben mentioned Xiaobao and Cuckoo, he changed completely. It seemed that he was not as afraid of immortals as he was in the beginning. He felt that if immortals wanted to do something to him, Xiaobao and Cuckoo would definitely not sit by and watch. Zhang Xiaobao was depressed. "You still have the nerve to talk to me about psychology? Don't you know how you got this illness? Don't you study psychology and use it on others?" However, Zhang Xiaobao felt the change in Huang Yaoben. After thinking about it, he understood. This was the power of faith. It was also the motivation for him and Wang Wan to continue working hard to improve the overall standards of the Tang dynasty. What a good family member. For Wang Wan and himself, he actually chose to fight immortals in an instant. He even made an offensive move. Who else could he lie to but him? Lie, he had to lie. Let him fix the swimming pool first, then find him a better job to do. Don't think about buying lottery tickets all day and spend a lot of money. Huang Yaoben did not know the identity of the immortals in front of him. He followed his own thoughts and said, "Since you can calculate my name and age, I believe you can also calculate my family. My family is very big, and there are neighbors left and right. They are not bad, but they used to have conflicts because of the land. Now, they can't own the land, but the previous conflict has always been there. That day, I came over with two ladies to play. Guess what I saw? Both of their families were barbecuing and had conflicts. When they were barbecuing, they didn't stop and competed with each other. They bought all the meat that they couldn't sell. There were many people in their family. There were many children, and the adults didn't like each other. The children didn't care about that and kept running around. The two children of the family ran to the barbecue area. When they smelled the aroma, they stood there and waited for food. The children were young and insensible. One was 3 years old and the other was 3.5 years old. Perhaps they felt that all the barbecued food belonged to them. When the barbecue was done, they reached out for it. The adults of the other family knew who they were. When they saw them reach out, they had no choice but to give each of them a skewer. Worried that they would hurt themselves while eating, they had to help take the meat down. Isn't this a normal thing? When you see other people's children, even if you have conflicts, you can't harm them, right? How bad is that person's heart? If anyone dares to do this, the Huang family will directly take action against them. In the end, when the family saw that their children were being taken care of, according to etiquette, they had to suppress their conflicts and get someone to send some food to the children of this family. Because of this small matter, the two families got in touch again and got along quite well. You immortals don't understand this. This is the influence of a good public environment that can accept all levels of society and provide relaxation and entertainment. Don't you think it's amazing? Are you scared? After giving a lecture to the immortals, Huang Yao's mood was as good as the weather. He said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan proudly. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were really scared. Could this be the legendary hedonistic son of a rich family? If all hedonistic sons of a rich family had such talent, planes would be everywhere in the Tang Dynasty in 10 years. Okay, when we go back in the future, we'll learn from the higher-ups and see if we can succeed. There are fewer people at the top, so it's not easy to gather. The higher the level of the people, the more despicable they are. Then, for their own selfish reasons, they will harm the people below. Zhang Xiaobao then said, pick the food to be roasted and try it. Huang Yao took out money first, meaning that he was treating today. The immortals probably didn't have money on them. The three of them went to the butcher's place. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't refuse Huang Yao's bill. When they found out his identity in the future, they would treat him to a few meals. Zhang Xiaobao saw that Huang Yao was looking at the special meat frozen in the ice and said, just eat the mutton. There's no need for other things like snakes and mice. Huang Yao Ben readily followed the advice and said to the butcher, 5 pounds of mutton, cut it into pieces this big. Skewer it and use the bamboo skewers. Huang Yao measured it, it was about 1.5 centimeters in diameter. If it was too big, it would take a lot of effort to roast it with bamboo skewers. If it was too small, it wouldn't taste good and wouldn't be satisfying. The butcher quickly cut the meat according to the requirements. With a call, a few people came over, washed their hands, and busily skewered the meat together. The three of them bought a few vegetables and went to the place to choose the seasoning. Zhang Xiaobao didn't ask for the seasoning that was prepared by others. Instead, he tasted it himself. According to the year and the strength of the flavor, he ordered a few spices and seasonings. He didn't mix them together and sprinkled them separately. The barbecue rack was also paid for by Huang Yao. It was rented and cleaned, so he didn't need to care about anything. It only cost 2 coins per person, so it wasn't expensive. After everything was arranged, Huang Yao remembered the important matter and said to Zhang Xiaobao, Immortal, you see, my illness? It needs to be treated. Zhang Xiaobao replied. Chapter 1272. While Zhang Xiaobao was talking, he had already lit up the charcoal fire. Wang Wan was roasting a bunch of dried tofu, scallions, chives, and shredded ham. Because other food would take a long time to be eaten, this one could be eaten after brushing oil on it and flipping it casually. The fire was good and the speed was fast. It took less than half a minute. Huang Yao Ben glanced at it and also put a few skewers on the grill, but it was obvious that his mind was not on eating. Seeing that the fairy beside him was about to roast a bunch of skewers at the same time, he immediately went over and wanted to share. Your illness is actually not an illness. Zhang Xiaobao signaled to Huang Yao Ben that he did not need to help. He twisted the whole bundle of skewers into a fan shape and gently knocked them on the grill. The water on the meat fell on the charcoal fire, making a sizzling sound and a fishy smell of water vapor rose. Then what is mine? Huang Yao Ben asked and was flustered again. The charcoal fire was too red, and the skewers he put on the charcoal were already black. Zhang Xiaobao only glanced at him and knew that Huang Yao Ben did not do such work at home. What was there to panic about? Just pick up the skewers and it would be fine. Could it be that a playboy still thought about what Meng Zi said? But that was not what he meant. You have to be diligent in doing small things on a daily basis. Zhang Xiaobao advised Huang Yaoben. Huang Yaoben knew that he was referring to his current situation. He showed an embarrassed expression and explained, "When I was young, no one asked me to do it. When I grew up, no one asked me to do it. Therefore, I was afraid that people would laugh at me, so I did not do it." You can't not do it because you are afraid of being laughed at. Ridicule is a kind of belittling, but isn't it another way of encouraging? What is there to be afraid of being laughed at? Know your shortcomings and improve a little bit. There will be a time when you do well. Those who laugh at others are not as good as others. Through their previous conversation, Zhang Xiaobao admired Zhang Xiaobao a lot, so he said a few more words. If he were an ordinary person, Zhang Xiaobao would not say that. Being a good teacher might not be good to others. That was why there was a saying that good medicine was bitter to the mouth and good advice was unpleasant to the ear. Huang Yao was very smart. Imitating Zhang Xiaobao, he flipped the meat skewers in his hand back and forth. He echoed, "That's right. Those who laugh at others see other people's shortcomings. Using one's own length to compare with others' shortcomings, one's own shortcoming will last forever. There should be 3 people walking together, each one has their own teacher. Taking the others long and making up for one's shortcoming. Therefore, those who laugh at others are not as good as those who are laughed at and are not ashamed of their own shortcoming." What are you talking about? While Zhang Xiaobao and Huang Yaobao were talking, a waiter came over with a small jar of wine in his hand. Hearing the waiter's words, he blankly asked. Wang Wan knew that the waiter came over to give a jar of wine, and it was very likely that the waiter paid for it himself. After thinking for a while, she did not pay for it. Instead, she said to the waiter. Of the 2 of them, one said that you don't usually work, and the other said that when I was young, my family didn't let me do it. Later, when I grew up and wanted to learn, I was afraid that others would laugh at me. Then, the person who laughed at me said, "Don't be afraid. If others laugh at you, you should think of it as the reason for your hard work. Study seriously, the person who laughed at you is not as good as you." The other person said, "That's right. The person who digested me used his own strong points to compare with me, a person who just started learning. When he won, he felt that he was good, but in fact, he would never be able to improve on his weak points. Looking at 3 people, one of them will definitely be able to be my teacher. That is to say, the person who laughed at others is not as good as him in terms of modesty and learning. When he compared himself, he would be inferior to him." When the waiter, Yang Dongshui, heard Wang Wan's words, his eyes lit up and he nodded happily. "Thank you, I know. I will definitely learn well in the future. When I see others, I will first think of what they are better than me. This jar of wine is my gift to the immortals. No, it's a salute." Wang Wan and Wei Wei nodded and said to the waiter, "Yang Dongshui, we are fated to meet. Go, ask him and let him take your wine." Zhang Xiaobao, who was grilling something, was depressed. "Why is it me again? He gave you the wine but you didn't pay. You insisted on talking to him and then asked me to take it. If I take the wine, I must give him some benefits. It said that we are fated to meet, and I am respected by him. At least I should enlighten him." Zhang Xiaobao complained in his heart. He glanced at Wang Wan, which meant, "It's me. If it were someone else, they would have been cheated to death by you." Wang Wan blinked and changed to an eggplant. She took the wire and put it on the grill. Her meaning was, "You can come back later and grill the eggplant with garlic. Hurry up and tell the waiter." After the 2 of them silently communicated, Zhang Xiaobao compromised. He moved the uncooked meat skewers to Xiaohua's area and turned to take the jar of wine. He said to Yang Dongshui, "It is better to teach a man how to fish than to give him a fish." It is better to teach you a skill than to give you 1,000,000. Go and get a pen and paper. When Yang Dongshui heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he was so excited that his whole body trembled. His legs seemed to be frozen, and he moved woodenly. He turned around with great effort and walked back a few steps before his legs gave out. He looked back at the immortals with fluttering hair and beard in disbelief. The muscles on his face twitched irregularly as he took large strides and ran away. Huang Yao looked on enviously. He thought to himself, a jar of wine can get so many benefits? Then he thought of the guests he had invited today and began to look forward to it. With the money he had spent, he could buy many jars of wine. Wang Wan's eyes smiled into the shape of a crescent moon. Her face was full of happiness. This was the man she had chosen. It seemed that nothing was difficult for him. He had an idea in the blink of an eye. Yang Dongshui left quickly and returned just as quickly. He carried a pile of things, including a brush, ink, paper, and an inkstone. When he got close, he pulled out the board under his arm and held it with his hand so that the immortals could use it as a cushion. Don't you know how to get a pencil? Zhang Xiaobao first looked at the eggplant that Wang Wan had placed on the wire. He cut it open with a knife and turned back to grind the ink. Immortals also use pencils? Yang Dongshui asked embarrassedly. Huang Yao said, immortals are omnipotent. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaobao had been practicing with Wang Wan since he was young. With the guidance of the old men, he was not afraid of calligraphy. He picked up the brush and thought about it. He moved his wrist and wrote on the paper in block letters. After a while, he finished writing and told the little shop assistant, Yang Dongshui, remember, don't use other cheap ingredients. Because the sweetness of the sugar varies, you have to taste it carefully every time. Don't put too much in it, especially for children who like to eat it. It's not good for their health if they eat too much. The things in the water have to be cleaned and the internal organs must be salted. Yang Dongshui nodded repeatedly, I don't dare, I don't dare. I will listen to Old Immortal. Old Immortal, what is written on it? If I ask someone and they learn it, what will I do? Old Immortal, you passed it to me. You can't read? Zhang Xiaobao's face changed. My family was originally from the West. When I came here with my family, I was already 13 years old. Until now, I haven't been registered. My father said that it's better to have more labor. Once I'm registered, I have to go to school. So, I've been like this for now. Yang Dongshui explained. Huang Yao looked at Yang Dongshui in surprise and asked, who gave you your name? Who gave you the health certificate? The health certificate has nothing to do with one's place of birth. Health is health. My name was given by a fortune teller. He didn't spend any money. He said that the willow beside the embankment would be the tree that flows east. Yang Dongshui said. Huang Yao understood that the little shop assistant didn't even have a surname before. He sighed and said, that fortune teller was good. The Yellow River and the Yangtze River both flow east. He hoped that you would come from there and protect your country like other people in this country. Yang Dongshui still nodded, I swear, I will be good to this country. In fact, I am a person from this country. Really, living here is better than living in the past. Let me ask, who should I look for to read the words? I have to listen to others while doing it. Otherwise, I can't remember. My family is illiterate. You. Huang Yao was in a dilemma. He couldn't teach him now. What if he looked for someone else and they learned it? After thinking for a while, Huang Yao had an idea. How about this, when you have time, go to the Zhang family and Wang family's restaurants, Hai Yunjian and Bai Hai Yin Sha. Grab one of them and say that you have found a way to make money. Ask the person you grabbed to teach you personally. That will work? Won't they learn it and use it themselves? Yang Dongshui finally understood the pain of not being able to read. He couldn't find anyone to teach him a prescription given by a deity. Huang Yao sneered, don't worry. If you look for them, they won't take your things. They will teach you seriously until they have taught you. They will help you keep it a secret and even tell you how not to let others learn it easily. Why? The shop assistant didn't understand. You still have the nerve to say that you are from the Tang. Because you can use this to make money. When the time comes, you can teach it to your family and go to school in your hometown. If your family is rich, why would they care about a laborer like you? Huang Yao shook his head and thought that this person was stupid. Why would the Zhang family and Wang family covet your little thing? I still have a younger brother and sister. Yang Dongshui meant that there were many children at home and many laborers. They are all going to school. Let me tell you, if you can't trust the Zhang family and Wang family, there is no one in life that you can trust. In fact, you only need to ask them and they will investigate your background. When the time comes, you can't even not go to school. Your father can't stop you at all. Huang Yao said to Yang Dongshui as he helped him fold the paper that had already dried up. There was a glimmer of hope in Yang Dongshui's eyes. He had always been looking forward to learning to read. He looked gratefully at the two deities and the son of a rich family in front of him. He knelt on the ground and respectfully kowtowed 3 times. He got up, picked up the things, and ran away. Huang Yao revealed a smile. Just now, Yang Dongshui didn't say the word thank you. He was telling him that a big favor couldn't be expressed with words. Perhaps he didn't understand the meaning of these 5 words, but he expressed it. Qinghong, which skill did you teach him? Wang Wan didn't see the words on the paper and asked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao was almost amused by Wang Wan's question. What skill? Do you know how many skills there are in total? Thinking this in his heart, he said, the meatball and fishball skills. I told him to buy the meat that others didn't sell that day, go home and chop it into stuffing. Mix it with the river snails and other things with shells to make it. Then add starch, steam it, and sell it. Chapter 1273. When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she frowned and said, You're asking him to buy the leftover meat and the things in the river. Aren't you afraid that he'll die from eating them? Leftover meat isn't bad meat. It's not easy to sell it the next day, and it's not good to freeze it either. People who eat it will know at a glance. It's cheap when you buy it. Also, I said to throw it away overnight because starch decomposes quickly and it's easy to breed more bacteria. It's troublesome to clean the things in the river first, but don't tell me that the Blue Sea Silver Sand restaurant doesn't have a lot of procedures and isn't troublesome. I also asked him to marinate it with salt first to kill the parasites. Make it at night and sell it in the morning. When others roast it and heat it up, there's basically no problem. You know the skill I taught you. It's the second skill. The things in the river aren't chopped up, but wrapped in a ball of meat. The outer part is put in the mouth and it's easy to bite through. It also has a strong meat and seasoning aroma. The inner part is the fishy smell of the creatures in the water. At the same time, it's chewy. Both adults and children like to eat it. Zhang Xiaobao explained. Wang Wan thought for a moment and asked, Water creatures are cold by nature. It's easy to eat them and harm the body. Western medicine diagnoses microbes and bacteria. In Chinese medicine, cold damages the spleen and stomach. What if children get sick from eating too much? Impossible. How can you not know our prescription? Seasonings can be said to promote and counter each other. Since I wrote it, I naturally know the trick. Zhang Xiaobao explained again. Wang Wan understood. Xiaobao meant that she didn't know that he sold 13 spices. She wouldn't consider such a thing. That, I know. There's ginger and garlic in the seasoning, and there's a lot of meat on the outside. There's only one thing inside. If you want to eat too much, you'll feel bloated. Old immortal, speaking of illnesses, there's one waiting to be saved. Huang Yao looked at Zhang Xiaobao eagerly. Wang Wan was relieved and continued to look at her eggplant. Zhang Xiaobao still had to take care of Huang Yao. He said to him, "Your illness isn't an illness, it's fate. Your fate is wood, right?" "Yes, I am the wood life. I have the 8 characters of birth." Huang Yao was originally full of energy. Wood people are afraid of insects. It's your life that you're afraid of insects. But the 5 elements reinforce and counteract each other, so water should be eliminated. Am I right? Zhang Xiaobao's fake hair and beard were blown up by the wind again. Huang Yao felt the same way. He glared and said, yes, that water, it can't be that it's fine to just let me drink it, right? I drink water every day. Not really. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. Since it is your destiny, you should combine the numbers of heaven, earth, and man. The Tao of heaven is indistinct and difficult to find. The Tao of earth is determined by the heavens. Therefore, the indistinct is indistinct. The heavens and the earth contain water, water comes from the heavens and the earth. Huang Yao was clearly nervous. It would be strange if he wasn't nervous since this was related to the heavens and earth. Wang Wan held back her laughter. Her beautiful eyes glanced at Zhang Xiaobao. He really knew how to make things up. What water of heaven and earth? Why haven't I heard of it before? Why don't you just say that you're digging a hole to build a swimming pool? Huang Yao didn't know that he was being tricked. He asked again, Old immortal, how do I replenish the water of heaven and earth? Dig the earth, build the pool, and use the harmony of the people. Zhang Xiaobao squinted his eyes and looked at the sky, as if he was trying to understand the Tao of heaven. Old immortal, I know about digging the earth and building the pool, but what about the harmony of the people? Huang Yao didn't think about money. He had money. The harmony of the people is when you put water in the hole you dug. Someone has to go in. Zhang Xiaobao started to talk about the key points. Oh, do I have to drown them? No, old immortal. If I really do that, other people will drown on the first day. I don't think I'll be able to see the sun on the second day. Do you think Xiaobao and Cuckoo are vegetarians? They will make me die miserably. I really can't do that, old immortal. Huang Yao Ben was scared out of his wits. Luckily, he was sick and could hold on for a few days. If he really did what old immortal said, he wouldn't have a chance. His entire family would be implicated, including his uncle who was an official in the capital. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Huang Yao Ben and thought to himself, why aren't you taking the hint? Weren't you very smart just now, using your brain to think? After that, he thought that Huang Yao Ben was in the middle of it and couldn't think of anything. He could only remind him personally, it's not death, the harmony of the people is life. The weather is hot and the children will lose a cool place to go. Also, swimming is good for the body. Do you understand? Huang Yao Ben blinked and looked at the sky. He then nodded and said happily, I understand. I will go home immediately and get people to build a swimming pool for the children in the school. Use the best materials. I will personally supervise it. You can't do it in the city. There is no space in the city. It needs at least 9%. You can build the new city. It's not bad. There is still space there. Also, you can find the best construction company. I believe the cost will be reduced. Zhang Xiaobao quickly corrected him. If they built it in the city, what would happen to the new city? In the future, the city would need to be renovated. Wouldn't it be a waste of money, manpower, and resources? Huang Yao Ben didn't even think and said, right, I forgot. There is still the new city. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo built it. It will be very useful in the future. I will not find other construction companies. I will find them directly. The quality is the best in the Tang. I guarantee there won't be any problems. Also, their fees are very reasonable. It's just that my family has a lot of money and will ask for more. It doesn't matter, they can ask for more. After all, their construction company is not for profit. They will use the extra money to build the school and other basic things. Okay, I will do as Old Immortal says. But, Old Immortal, I have worms in my stomach. Can I still make it? Don't die before the swimming pool is built. I still want to live for a few more decades. Life comes before the heart. First, tell them that you want to build 9 swimming pools. Then, take the money and let others build them. Although they are not fully built yet, the heavenly Tao will not ignore you. That is to say, as long as you decide and start investing, it will be the beginning of the treatment. When the swimming pools are fully built, the children will swim in them and your illness will be completely cured. Zhang Xiaobao did not want Huang Yaoben to lose hope. That would be really painful for him. He was helping others, but he ended up harming them. It would be a shadow in his heart in the future. Huang Yaoben was relieved. Okay, I will go now. Don't worry. With the 2 of us here, what are you worried about? Zhang Xiaobao was still hoping to interact more with Huang Yaoben and see what he was suitable for. Then, he would make arrangements for him. Now that Huang Yaoben had left, he would have to find a way to interact with him personally. The information sent back previously was not accurate. Perhaps it was because there was not enough time to analyze it. Oh, I am not worried. With the immortals here, unless I do something that harms Tang Dynasty, it will be fine. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will not come to deal with me. Huang Yaoben believed in the immortals in front of him. He believed that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo would not be able to stop them if they wanted to take his life. Zhang Xiaobao took the meat skewers again and looked at them. They were cooked. He sprinkled some seasoning on them and then looked at the eggplant in front of Wang Wan. The outer skin of the eggplant had been roasted black, and there were quite a few of them. Huang Yaoben leaned over and looked at the eggplant. He sniffed and suddenly said, "It is still tender on the inside. It is the same as the other places in Tang Dynasty. The people there are sad. For example, Yang Dongshui. Yeah, I guess they have already started." Zhang Xiaobao looked to the west and mumbled. Chapter 1274. Wang Wan also looked towards the west. Like Zhang Xiaobao, what she cared about the most was not the attack on Duoshi, but the rescue and revenge. The revenge against Junla and the rescue of the people in the west. This was because this kind of thing was more direct to the citizens of the country. The citizens only supported the large army in battle to show the strength of the country. However, the citizens were more concerned about when the imperial court would come to save them if they were in a dangerous situation one day. If they were bullied, how would the imperial court take revenge? Wang Wan understood. Once all of this was done, there would not be a situation where the people were easily bought over by other countries. It was fine if one was weak, as long as there was a strong and powerful country behind them. For example, when the princess of Jincheng was married to Tubo, she had a hard time for a period of time, but now she had the final say in the entire region. She was still the same person, but what changed was the country behind her. Therefore, when her status rose, she would use her own efforts to protect her country. Now, she had to focus on that. Old Immortal, the meat is ready. Huang Yaoben did not know what was in the west, but when he saw the change in the color and size of the meat, he quickly reminded him. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the meat, nodded, and began to sprinkle seasonings. He put a little salt for his portion, but it was just enough to have a taste. For Wang Wan, he put pepper. He did not know why she liked to eat this. As for Huang Yaoben, he put cumin, pepper, salt, and mustard. He also took out a bag with many small pockets. He pinched out some chili powder from one of the pockets and carefully sprinkled it on the meat. He tried not to waste it, because there were many people who could not eat it. Chili? Old immortal, you actually have chili. Last year, the uncle in the capital sent a gene back. After eating it, my whole body felt comfortable. Huang Yaoben rubbed his hands and said happily. He did not say that because of his low status in the family, he could only eat a little. Although he had a lot of pocket money, he could not enjoy the good things in the family. When Zhang Xiaobao passed the meat skewers that belonged to Huang Yaoben to him, Huang Yaoben used his fastest speed to peel off 2 pieces of meat and chewed vigorously in his mouth. It was so spicy that tears were about to flow out of his eyes, but he still didn't stop chewing. After swallowing the 2 pieces of meat, Huang Yaoben let out a long breath and stuck out his tongue. Delicious. This is the greatest happiness in life. Another person who felt happy was a merchant who had come from the border between the Great Tang and India. The merchant's surname was Lu, and his first name was Bo. Lu Bo was here to trade with the locals. Don't look down on the border area. It was a remote location, and the locals didn't have a good life. But the merchants liked to come here. They brought very ordinary things from the Great Tang, like salt, sugar, vinegar, cloth, and so on. They could trade for a lot of furs and medicinal herbs with the locals and sell them back at home. The price would be more than 100 times higher, and there was no danger. It was unlike before, where they were afraid of encountering bandits who could change their identities at any time. When they were robbing people, they were bandits, but on normal days, they were civilians. Ever since the Great Tang's imperial court sent troops to clean up the place a few times, the road was stable. Lu Bo relied on this road to make a living, and he knew very well what had happened in the past. There was a bandit gang of about 200 people who lived on this road. They stole half of the goods, and everyone tacitly agreed to it. Sometimes, they would take the initiative to visit the mountain and deliver the goods first. This way, they could pay less money. Later on, the leader of the bandit gang died of old age, and the new leader changed the original rules. Not only did he rob, but he also killed. The merchants who relied on this road to make a living had no chance of survival. At that time, the imperial court directly mobilized the army. The bandit gang lived in the area and had a better understanding of the terrain. After losing half of their members, the remaining members changed greatly, and the army couldn't do anything for a while. In the end, just when the bandit gang thought that they were invincible and were the local tyrants, the strong protection team of the Zhang family and Wang family appeared. Lu Bo experienced it personally. He brought the goods here, hoping that he was lucky and could avoid it. Because the imperial court's army was also here, he stayed beside the military camp and found a safe place. He heard the helpless conversation of the soldiers in the army and saw more than 20 people coming from the east. They had the pattern of rice seedlings embroidered on their clothes. At dusk every day, more than 20 people left the camp. Each of them carried a big bag and went into the mountain area in 3 groups. At midnight, the army sent some people out. After dawn, the people who went out came back. Every 2 people dragged a corpse. Lu Bo saw clearly that they were not members of the protection team. From their clothes, he could tell that they were all members of the bandit gang. At noon, another group of soldiers went out. When the sky turned dark, they still dragged the corpses. At dawn, the people of the protection team appeared in the camp. 6 people were beaten and covered in blood, kneeling there like dead dogs. From then on, the journey was unimpeded, and there was not a single case of robbery on the road again. It was also at that time that Lu Bo deeply understood how powerful the protection team was. In the past 2 months, there were rumors that the group of more than 20 people were the original guards of the Zhang family and Wang family, the strong protection team number 0. It was said that there were two similar teams in the Tang dynasty. One was to protect the emperor, and the other was to carry out missions for the Zhang family and Wang family. Now, Lu Bo saw people wearing the same clothes and the same symbol looking in this direction from afar. Lu Bo suddenly felt that life was so beautiful. He was about to give up hope of returning home alive. He originally came here to exchange things with the locals, but he was caught by the duo cannibals when they hired the locals to carry wood. They did not say that he was caught, but that he was invited and paid. He did not want to come. He did not want to be a bookkeeper for the duo cannibals. He wanted to go home after exchanging goods and use part of the money he earned to buy a set of pearl jewelry for his wife. He also wanted to test his youngest son's mathematics. But the duo cannibals did not agree. They forced him into the team, and so did the people who followed him. Including him, there were a total of 25 people, plus the 166 local people who carried wood. He had been worried. Sure enough, 6 days ago, the duo cannibals tore off their hypocritical mask and revealed their ferocious teeth. Good words turned into knives and sticks. 2 locals were killed, and more people were beaten. As for him, he was more clear about the situation, so he warned the 24 people who followed him to be obedient and not to make unnecessary resistance to avoid casualties. There were still relatives waiting at home. Then, like a spy who had betrayed the motherland, he tried to please the duo cannibals and worked hard to manage the people who came from the exchange place. With his management skills, he arranged the 189 people in an orderly manner. Unfortunately, 2 people died. Otherwise, there would be 191 people. Just yesterday, he overheard the duo cannibals' conversation. He knew that they would meet the regular army of his country in about 4 days' journey. He also knew that the duo cannibals planned to use them as meat shields. He was sad and worried, but more than that, he was sad and angry. This morning, he found an opportunity to discuss with the 24 people who followed him. Everyone unanimously decided that when the duo cannibals confronted the national army, they would turn around and fight the duo cannibals. They could not drag the country down. So, the 25 people who made the decision to sacrifice had a smile on their faces. It was a smile of facing death with equanimity. Lu Bo thought of death. He wanted to die as heroically as possible. He believed that the imperial court would take good care of his family. But some people did not want him to die, so he saw the strong protection team. These people used binoculars to observe the entire camp from outside the range of the bows and arrows. They were brazen. He also felt the tension of the duo cannibals. They tied the arms of the people who carried the wood and tied ropes between their legs so that they could not take big steps. They pushed them to the front and shouted to the protection team, saying that if they did not put down their weapons and come over, they would kill them. Lu Bo felt his heart beat faster. He took a deep breath and planned to shout to the protection team to shoot. However, before he could shout, the people from the seedling protection team had already fired. The gunshots broke the silence of the confrontation. One by one, the man-eaters fell to the ground. However, the person carrying the log, Lu Bo, and the rest were fine. After firing, the people from the seedling protection team retreated very quickly. They disappeared into the jungle in the blink of an eye. Lu Bo was dumbfounded. Seeing that he and others were still alive, he was very excited. The duo cannibals were dumbfounded. Did they really dare to attack? Did they not care about their own people? The duo cannibals shouted and scolded one by one. They vented their anger on the people carrying the wood and punched and kicked. Lu Bo rolled his eyes and suddenly thought of an idea. He quickly went to find the leader of the duo cannibals, a man named Senki Fong Dong Na Lu Gu. It sounded like a very awkward name, but when people called him that, it sounded like this. He did not know who was whose father and who was whose son. He reckoned that one of the names had his father in it. Lu Bo disdained the other party's name in his heart and felt much happier. Relying on the trust he gained from his usual good behavior, he found Sankey Fong Dong Na Lu Gu's location. Sankey was angry. When he saw Lu Bo coming over, he stood up and wanted to beat him up. Just as he was about to walk up to Lu Bo shook his head and said directly, "I have a good idea." Sankey stopped. "What do you mean?" "I know you want to use us to scare the other party. It's a good idea, but you're wrong. In fact, there's a better way." Lu Bo did not want to be beaten up for nothing. Even if he killed the other party in the end, he would still feel the pain. He thought in his heart, just wait for the protection team to find a way to save us. See if I don't teach you a lesson. However, he had a lackey smile on his face and continued, "Have you noticed a problem? Hurry up and say it." Sankey did not like this way of speaking and revealed a fierce expression. Say it, say it. It's that. Just now, when they opened fire, they only hit your people and did not hit anyone else. This means that the other party did not want to hurt their own people, so the one who fired was the sniper. Those who stood behind the people you tied up were not hit because the sniper was afraid of missing. I thought about it. They care about the lives of their people, but they will not be threatened by you to put down their weapons. Do you think you can threaten them all the way to the capital by killing their people if they don't surrender? Obviously, it's impossible. If it were you, what would you do? As for me, I'm just thinking that since they won't compromise to surrender, can we use their people to block the front while we launch an attack from behind? Let's try using a small group of people first and keep probing to see where their bottom line is. How about this? Next time, you guys push 25 of us up. We have their country's census register. You guys charge and see if they will fight. How about it? Lu Bo shared his idea. In fact, he was thinking that if they were to encounter each other next time, all 25 of them would suddenly lie down and the seedling protection team would be able to shoot them with their machine guns. Then, they would be able to rush over and be safe. Lu Bo believed that the protection team would definitely be able to seize this opportunity. They were the best of the best and had first-class reaction speed. Chapter 1275. Shang-Chi did not know how sinister the merchants of the Tang Empire were, nor did he understand how patriotic the people of a country without Allah were. He only thought that his God, Allah, was the most powerful and worthy of his sacrifice. However, he did not know that there was a civilization called Yanhuang that existed longer than Allah. Shang-Chi thought about it and found someone to discuss it. Finally, he decided to use Lu Bo's method and try it out. The trick of making people surrender directly was not easy to use. When Shang-Chi was happy, he rewarded Lu Bo with a lot of meat as a reward. At the same time, he made an exception and allowed Lu Bo to take a hot bath. Lu Bo took a bath as fast as he could and was very worried when he went back. He was afraid that the protection team would attack the camp at night. He had read in the newspapers that the special rescue team could sacrifice themselves at critical moments to protect the person they were rescuing. Lu Bo did not wish for any loss to the people in the sapling protection team. There were more than 600 people in the sapling protection team. It was not easy to nurture the sapling protection team. It was not worth it to exchange a life for a life during the rescue. He should think of a way to make it easier for the protection team during the rescue. When the rescue was successful, more than 600 duo people were nothing. As long as the journey was long enough, one protection team could torture them to death. However, the duo people came separately. Not only were there more than 600 people, there were also other people who were threatening the people in the country. Or rather, the people of the Tang Empire were on other roads, hoping that the situation there would be better. Then, first of all, they must kill or capture all the duo people here. If they let them go, more would die. Lu Bo had to pretend to be happy even though he was worried. He ate meat and shouted happily with the 24 people who followed him. His hand was writing on the ground for the 24 people to see. The 24 people had a determined look in their eyes. They decided that if they met the protection team tomorrow, they would do the same. They were very excited that the country did not give up on them. Moreover, they knew in advance and started the rescue. Otherwise, the duo cannibals would have suddenly pushed them out when they encountered the country's regular army. Looking at the situation, after the country received the news, they sent elite people to intercept and rescue them on the road as fast as possible. Moreover, it was the special forces of the 24-hour, all-weather, all-terrain special forces that were dispatched, the strong protection team. If this was not love. Lu Bo saw that his subordinates had agreed. He worriedly wrote out his guess. What if the protection team attacks the camp at night? Before we came here, we heard that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had arrived in Ezhou. Presumably, their intelligence personnel had received the news and sent people to help them. They knew that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were resolute in this aspect. No matter where, how far away, or how difficult the process was, for the sake of one person, they could mobilize the entire nation's strength. This was even more thorough than the previous Han Dynasty. At that time, those who offended the great Han Dynasty would be punished for their actions. If it were Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, they wouldn't care if they offended them openly or secretly. If they felt that they were a threat to them, they would eliminate them first. They wouldn't even allow them to scold them. After all, dignity was more important than life. That was why domestic businessmen were so obedient. Part of it was because they were afraid of Xiao Bao, and part of it was out of respect. Businessmen often went abroad. Without contact with the outside world, they wouldn't know how fortunate it was to have the protection of the country. The 24 people thought and began to think of a solution. They wanted to survive, but they didn't want to sacrifice more Tang people. They would only lose one person, but their family would be taken care of. Therefore, sacrificing themselves was the last choice at the critical moment. Then, how could they cooperate with the protection team? When they were saving themselves, the most important thing was to reduce the casualties of their own rescue personnel during the rescue process. The 25 people led by Lu Bo thought as they ate. They were eating venison, which tasted good, so they would let out happy cries from time to avoid suspicion. After a while, one of them wrote on the ground, "Do you still remember the Monopoly game? It's the kind with interesting portraits, especially for children between 6 and 2 years old. The parents are required to cooperate with the game. The characters are all models, and there are even springs. When playing, the parents have to cooperate with the game to make the children feel more specific and profound." Yes. Another person wrote, "This game is not popular, and the cost is too high. Not all parents have the time to cooperate." The person who wrote before continued, "There is a character called Richito. He is a character who is good at calculation and unwilling to be taken advantage of. When the parents cooperate, the oral language is, 'I'll let you take advantage of me once.' Greedy for small gains will lead to big losses. I still have a way, humph. Yes, there is him." Another person wrote, "Don't worry about the specific character he shows. As long as we let the protection team see him, I believe they will guess it. We will cooperate." This person wrote again. Lu Bo saw the words and was in a dilemma. He wrote, "How can we let the protection team see him? Formation, torches." This person wrote. The others' eyes lit up, and they immediately thought of the relationship. Lu Bo thought about it and wrote, "Eat now, practice standing. There may only be one chance later. Everyone, focus." Therefore, they ate in the tent and walked back and forth like dancing. When others saw them through the shadows of the tent, they would think that they were happy eating. After practicing a few times, Lu Bo stopped and wrote, get ready, I'll discuss. Don't go to the wrong position later. If you find the position wrong, adjust in time. After writing, he stuffed the last bit of meat into his mouth. Lu Bo came to Sang-Chi's tent again and told Sang-Chi that they had a good formation that could arrange the hostages and their own people together, making it difficult for the enemy to distinguish them. Sang-Chi thought about it and agreed. First, they changed their clothes and let the hostages wear the same clothes as the cannibals. Then, they formed a formation. Lu Bo led 24 men, each holding a torch, and walked around. From time to time, he would say what a certain person should do. As soon as they walked, the torches they held formed a pattern of small dots. When seen from a distance and from a high place, they would consciously connect the dots into a line. The protection team did not evacuate at all. Instead, they watched from a mountain in the distance. According to the plan, it should be to give the cannibals time to prepare and think. If the cannibals really killed, they could only choose to attack. It was impossible for them to throw their weapons and surrender. If they threw their weapons when others asked them to, how stupid would they be? They were considering how long it would take for more people to fall into the trap. Once they ate the poisoned food, they would be able to rescue the people. During the day, they had discovered that there were some people in the group who were not from the border. The appearance and attire of this small group all indicated that they were truly Tang people and had a place of origin. Leader, look, there's a problem. While the protection team was waiting and resting, the person in charge of observation came to the leader and whispered. This leader was from the Zero Protection Team. His surname was Wang, and he followed the main family's surname, Wang Miao. It was a very feminine name. When he was born, there were 3 small rivers near his home that supplied water to the fields. Therefore, he was named the 3 Rivers. However, he was a pure man and had very strong combat power. He and the other 2 members of the number 0 seedling protection team led the team. The people they led were the number 1 team, which was directly transferred from the main family's personal guards. In other words, the current operation could only succeed and could not fail. Hearing the sound, Wang Miao picked up the binoculars and was stunned. It felt very familiar. He muttered, "This picture is, leader, it's Richido. 3 days before we came out, my child played with this. His saying was, I'll let you take advantage of me this time. Greedy for small gains will lead to big losses. I still have a way, the informant reminded him. Wang Miao suddenly understood. No wonder it was so familiar. The children at home had special care, guidance, and education in the inner courtyard. It was much better than ordinary schools. Just the various tools used were not something that ordinary places could afford. During education, other than the major lessons, the rest was taught according to their aptitude. According to the words of the young master and young lady, every child was a star in the sky. They had their own place and brilliance. Even if they were treated as fireflies, they should fly around and not be caught in the palm of one's hand. Therefore, it was most reassuring to leave the children in the inner courtyard. They would definitely have the best games of Tang, including that character, Richido. Wang Miao did not think that what he saw was a coincidence. Although the positions and changes of the torch were not correct at times, it represented the various forms of Richido in a child's game. Wang Miao narrowed his eyes. He did not think that the captured person was so bored that he held a torch and played with a jigsaw puzzle. He was about to lose his life. Little Nine, if you were in the other party's situation, what would you think? Wang Miao asked the informant softly. Me? Little Nine pointed at himself and then lowered his head to think. When he raised his head again, he said, "Let me put myself in this situation. I would think that Tang has finally sent people to save me. They came so quickly and in such a timely manner. Furthermore, they sent out a strong protection team. How would they save us? Attack? Night attack? I have the same thoughts as you. Wang Miao nodded. Then why did they choose such a character? Since they know how to play games, if they want us to save them, the best character should be the confused bug, right? The confused bug is the character model of a 4-year-old child. His words are, "Daddy, Mommy, save me. I can't find my way home. I've been cheated again. I don't even have the money to buy candy, right?" Yes, dazed bug is the best one. In this situation, since they know about Richido, it's impossible that they don't know about the other characters. Based on my analysis, they are all rich people, or at least businessmen. They have played the same game before, and they even played it with their children. However, the children usually choose cute and confused characters, similar to themselves. I don't believe that all of their children would choose Richido. There must be some who would choose the confused bug. At the same time, the confused bug's words are suitable for them to express that they are in urgent need of rescue. Little Nine analyzed. Wang Miao took out a cigarette. Cigars were supplied by special personnel. They could quickly replenish the body's nicotine. Of course, there would be addiction to smoking, but it was different from drug addiction. It would not make people stubbornly dependent on it. Wang Miao used his clothes to cover his mouth and took 2 puffs. He slowly exhaled and said, "There are very smart people among them. They are worried that we will attack at night and cause us losses, so they are using this method to remind us. At the same time, they will know that this person or group of people should have a relative position there. Otherwise, they will not be able to start the puzzle." "Then what should we do?" Little Nine asked. "Adjust the strategy slightly. Leave behind the canned food we prepared. At the same time, write a letter to the cannibals and write a poem at the critical moment. I believe that they will be able to guess it. Tomorrow's confrontation will be cancelled. Immediately send a message back to ask about the situation. I want to know who the puzzle is, his education, and the composition of his family." Wang Miao quickly made a decision. He was worried that the cooperation between the two sides would not be good enough. Chapter 1276. After working on the jigsaw puzzle for an hour, Lu Bo and the others were tired. They did not know if the people of the sapling protection team understood what they meant. Anyway, they had done what they could and should do. The rest was up to fate. The duo people were very satisfied with the result of the rehearsal. They found that if they followed the formation, the other party did not dare to shoot. The bullets would fly past one person and hit another. Sang Chi was especially happy. He rewarded Lu Bo with some meat and told them to sleep well. Tomorrow, they would use this formation to deal with the Tang soldiers. What he did not understand was that the bullet penetration of the Tang soldiers' rifles was deliberately designed. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan felt that the probability of using this kind of gun to hit a person was very high. The penetrating injury could also make people lose their fighting strength. When cleaning up the battlefield, there were still pistols to hold the line. Therefore, when making the guns, they made them according to their previous 3 and 8 covers. At the same time, they also made a lot of box cannons. Although the muzzle of the box cannons always jumped up when shooting, it depended on how it was used. One was used to shoot at the waist, and the other was used to put the gun flat. Holding the gun with both hands and shooting flat, people who were good at shooting could shoot like a machine gun. However, in addition to such guns, there were also bullets and guns with a very good stopping effect. Together with the use of strong penetrating ability, they complemented each other. This was especially true for snipers. Their bullets would not penetrate, for fear of hurting people who should not be hurt. Moreover, even a gun with strong penetrating ability could be used to not penetrate people by using a simple method. It would make the bullet roll and stay in the person's body. Sang Chi felt that with the formation, the enemy would not dare to shoot. In fact, even if there was no formation, as long as the person beside the hostage was not targeted, one would lose a life if there was a mistake. Amidst Lu Bo's worry and Sang Chi's happiness, the night passed quickly. When they woke up in the morning, the moon had not disappeared. The sun had risen, forming a beautiful sun and moon hanging together. After falling out, the duo people no longer gave the people at the border any face. Affected by the march, the duo people would eat in the morning, but the people who were threatened could not even see a mouthful of porridge. The people living at the border finally knew who was good to them. In the past, they thought that the Tang Empire was very far away from them and was not as close as India. They thought that they had the final say in their lives and that everyone who came into contact with them had to exchange goods with them. In their eyes, there were only benefits and benefits. There was no sense of belonging. Even if some people went to the Great Tang to earn more money, in their eyes, it was just more money. They didn't belong to either side. But yesterday's experience made them realize that they belonged to the Great Tang, because the Great Tang had come to rescue them. Previously, they were envious of the Tang Empire's soldiers who had specially come to save Lu Bo and the others. However, when they realized that the Tang Empire's soldiers did not shoot at the cannibals they were holding, they realized that they were afraid of being shot. At that moment, they were moved. Whoever was good to them, they would be good to them. When they were in danger, they were willing to repay whoever saved their lives with their lives. At the same time, they were filled with resentment towards Lu Bo and the others. They felt that Lu Bo and the others had no conscience. Their people had come to save them and had chased them so far, but they were still helping the enemy. They should die and be struck by lightning. Therefore, when they woke up in the morning and saw that Lu Bo and the others also received some fried noodles and water, the people at the border looked at them with eyes full of resentment. When they set off, the team moved very slowly. The cannibals looked around vigilantly, afraid that they would be shot. The hot weather and the pressure in their hearts made them sweat a lot. Lu Bo's 25 people were also sweating, and their eyes were bloodshot. Seeing that the sun was high in the sky, the cannibals began to prepare to eat. Their meal was very simple. There were two types, one was roasted, and the other was fried. The roasted meat was meat, but there wasn't much fresh meat for them to roast. They were all roasted very salty meat in the past. They didn't have a pot to fry it, so they brought fried rice and fried noodles. The fried noodles were processed by the people at the border. The so-called meal was to stop and be vigilant while stuffing water into their stomachs. There was still no share for the people at the border. They were only given a little at night so that they wouldn't starve to death. Lu Bo and the other 25 people were divided into 6 portions of fried rice. It was much worse than the fried noodles in the morning. The rice was even fried, and there wasn't any taste of salt in it. 25 people were divided into 6 portions. Each person could only eat a little, and there wasn't much water, unless they encountered a river. Looking at the food the cannibals ate, it was nothing more than roasted and salted meat. Lu Bo was homesick. Not to mention how much money they had at home, they could eat very good meals. Even if they went out and found a place to eat some snacks, it would be better than their current life. You cannibals usually look very confident, but what's there to be confident about? Look at the broken things you eat. In the next life, even if you bribe the king of hell, you won't be there. Just as they were eating, a gunshot came from the left side of the forest. They were so scared that they immediately lay down on the ground. They had already found that this method was not bad. After a while, there was no additional movement. Sang Chi signaled with his eyes, and 6 cannibals stood out. They escorted more than a dozen people at the border to the place where the gunshot had just come from. The 6 cannibals stood in the middle with knives in their hands. They made more than a dozen people turn their backs to them and walk in circles, so it was very difficult for them to walk. Some people walked sideways, while others walked backwards. When they reached the place, they didn't see anyone. There were many wooden boxes on the ground. After counting, there were more than 70 boxes. As for the specific number, the person who knew how to count couldn't count. Usually, he would count to about 60, but today, he was extraordinarily long. Most of the boxes were filled with iron sheets. There were also 2 boxes that were wrapped in that kind of shape. For a moment, they couldn't compare with the things they had seen before. The 6 cannibals looked around vigilantly, and each box was carried back. The boxes were not light, and they had to be carried by the hostages. When they came back, they reported that they found a lot of things like this. Shang-Chi kept retreating, afraid that there would be things that would suddenly explode. He saw that there was a piece of paper with words written in the box. The words looked very familiar. It was the language they used. However, he sadly found that he couldn't read. Not only him, but the people who came with him couldn't read. Frowning, Shang-Chi planned to let people throw the boxes away for fear of danger. When Lu Bo saw this, he hurriedly dissuaded him and said to Shang-Chi, I know your words. You see, I speak very fluently with you. I don't have to learn the Tang language like you do. You know them? Shang-Chi couldn't describe what he felt in his heart. He waved his hand and let Lu Bo take a look. Lu Bo sighed. How important it was to know a foreign language. He was really lucky. In the past, he specially learned to do business in the future. Not only did he know the language of the cannibals, but he also knew the Tianzhu script and a few small Indian languages. He pondered again. Perhaps the protection team who threw the boxes didn't expect that the cannibals were different from them. They were now educated from a young age. They didn't even know their own language. However, this protection team was also extraordinary. The writing of the cannibals was really beautiful. As expected, the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family was not simple. General Shang-Chi, I'll read it accordingly. Lu Bo greeted Shang-Chi. Shang-Chi was very sad. He didn't know his own language and needed an outsider to read it for him. The difference between countries. Then he nodded and motioned to Lu Bo, I'm warning you to eat more people. Right now, you've captured 189 people of my great Tang. If one of them dies, we'll believe that you'll kill the rest. In other words, we'll give up on dealing with you. Your 600-some people can just wait to be covered in cannon fire. I trust that you know what cannon fire is. These things are food. Some of them are for you, and the rest are for the Tang people. There will be a river in front of you for a while. You can replenish your water. Some of them are canned food, and some are self-heating food for the Tang people. There is pork in them. Don't eat it. Arrange your formation well. We will sneak attack you from time to time. Don't think that you can threaten us with the people who killed us. It's still the same as before. If one of you dies, we will fire. Pray to Allah of your sect. From the moment you participated in the conspiracy against my Jiangnan road, the heavens decided your life and death. If you have a chance to survive, let me tell you. The brand of the food is called Richito. It is a series of food. In the future, you may have the money to buy it and enjoy it. After Lu Bo finished reading, he looked nervously at Shang-Chi. His body kept trembling, giving the impression that he was afraid that the cannibals would kill them in anger. However, he and the other 24 people who heard it knew that the picture they put together yesterday was useful. Lu Bo was really moved. The Seedling Protection Team was indeed the Seedling Protection Team. Shang-Chi was also trembling. He was so angry that he wanted to kill people in front of the Tang army. However, he really didn't dare to. He nodded vigorously and walked forward. He pointed at the words on a can and asked, "What does it say?" Lu Bo glanced at it and licked his lips. He asked loudly, "General Shang-Chi, these are the words of the Tang Empire. Don't you already know the Tang Empire? Don't you recognize the words? You can't recognize your own words, but you should recognize ours, right? Shang-Chi's face darkened. I'll let you read it. Okay, I'll read it. Yes, ask about the beauty of mountains and rivers, explore the rainbows of thousands of rivers. The clouds in a foreign land can be low, but the feelings of old friends are high. Affirming that the pine stands tall, and seeing through the gale is the wormwood. A man who hides his head is not a good man, but does not stand upright like a knife. General Shang-Chi, you really don't recognize this word? It's written very well. Did you hear what I read just now? In fact, the first part describes the scenery, then the second part describes the meaning, and the last part expresses one's aspirations. This is a rhyme poem, starting with the rhyme and ending with the rhyme. Lu Bo's voice was louder this time. Shang-Chi frowned and pondered for a moment. He waved to the other 24 people who followed Lu Bo and called them over. He first looked at the cans and found that the words were the same. He gave one to each person and ordered the 3 people on his side to separate the 24 people far away from each other so that they could read it. Shang-Chi had a feeling that things weren't that simple. There might be something else written on the cans, but he believed that the other 24 people wouldn't be able to remember it after Lu Bo read it once. Therefore, he asked them separately. He stared at Lu Bo and observed Lu Bo's expression. Lu Bo wasn't worried at all. The words on the cans were the same, but it depended on how one looked at it. The words were written in circles on the outside of the cans. He believed that even if the many cannibals knew the words, they wouldn't be able to understand the meaning behind it. The content was as he had said. The first part described the scenery, followed by the thoughts, and finally expressed one's aspirations. Speaking of which, this poem was very ordinary. The words used were simple and there were no references. However, this was an acrostic poem. He was afraid that he wouldn't know, so he specifically wrote acrostic and horizontal words to remind him. When the words in front of each sentence were put together, it was a test to see if he could read. Lu Bo couldn't use words to describe his feelings. At this moment, he didn't care about life and death. He was proud of his country. This was the special forces that had been mobilized for him and the others. This was the foundation of the special forces, the Seedling Protection Team. It seemed like there was nothing that they couldn't do. They were a highly intelligent team that had 24 hours, all-terrain, and all-terrain. If he really died, it was because of his bad luck, and not because his country didn't work hard enough. After a full 30 minutes, when Lu Bo was sleepy, he looked at the 24 people reciting the poem and came back. He recited it to Shang-Chi. Only then did Shang-Chi feel relieved. It was a poem that he had heard before. The Zhang family and Wang family of Sanshui County of the Great Tang had made canned food for the inner courtyard. Every canned food had words on it. When the inner courtyard went out to do work, seeing the words on the canned food would strengthen their beliefs. Thinking about it, this was also the case. Just as he felt relieved, Shang-Chi suddenly became worried again. He asked Lu Bo, what's different about that? Lu Bo knew what he was asking about. He smiled flatteringly and replied respectfully, canned food is canned food. It has to be slowly boiled and roasted with water and fire. It can't be too hot, or it will explode. There's probably no pork in it. The food left for us to eat has pork in it. This is more convenient to heat it up. Pour water into that little tube. Once the food comes into contact with the water, it will heat up the food. As Lu Bo spoke, he swallowed twice. He ate a little fried noodles in the morning. At noon, there was not enough fried rice for 6 people. Moreover, it was Highland barley rice. When he was at home, this was what he fed the animals, and other ingredients had to be added. Now, he could finally eat the food that was specially made for the special forces. It was said that the taste was not as good as freshly made food. However, no matter how bad it was specially made by the Zhang family and Wang family. After heating it up, it could be used as a secondary cooking pot. It was 100 times better than stir-fried Highland barley rice. Shang-Chi was angry. He had to bring pork. If the canned food was edible by himself, he would have to give them canned food. If not, they would starve to death. What if the Tang army really opened fire? Let me see. You cook. You can eat what you can. Shang-Chi had no choice but to let Lu Bo do it. The words had already said that there was a river in front. If there was a river, there would be water. Come, 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 all of you. Learn from me. Lu Bo took the water bag and demonstrated first. He poured the water into the small hole. The 24 people who came with him watched first. After a while, that thing was filled with water. Lu Bo touched it with his hand and said, "It's hot. It will be even hotter later. You all go and teach the others. Let's eat together. We will be hungrier after eating just now." After the 24 people saw it, they immediately pulled the people at the junction to do it. Not only was it fun, but they could also wait to eat hot food. Shang-Chi looked at them swallowing their saliva and asked Lu Bo, "What is this?" "It's the military rations used by the Tang army. The canned food is actually the same. It can't be helped. It's too far away. It can't be compared to eating at home. Just make do. It's not easy to be a soldier and follow orders." Lu Bo explained. His tone was filled with endless sighs. Chapter 1277. It didn't take long for the marching rations of 189 people to heat up. The place next to the rations for boiling soup also bulged. The thing inside swelled after drinking water. Licking his lips, Lu Bo asked Shang-Chi, "Do you want to open it? There's pork inside. Open it, it's not like I haven't seen a pig before. I don't want to eat it." Shang-Chi insisted on seeing what it was. Before Lu Bo opened it, someone opened it first and cheered happily, "Mine is braised pork and green beans. I know it. It's rice from the northern part of Hebei province. There are also a few pickles. Let me see, spicy radish strips and platycodon." Obviously, the person who opened it was a member of Lu Bo's group. How could the people at the border know what was inside? "Mine is two. One is twice-cooked pork and the other is pickled eggplant strips. Unfortunately, mine doesn't have pickles." Another person shouted happily. "Let me see mine. Let me see mine. It's here. Look, ha, 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 it's my favorite fried pork with garlic. The pickles are pickled cucumbers. It smells like my hometown." The third person was also very happy. "Mine is gong bao ji ding, mine is soft fried pork tenderloin with dipping sauce, mine is scrambled eggs with chives. I don't like chives. Who can change with me? Mine is pickled eggplant mixed with garlic. Does anyone like garlic? Mine is white meat with winter melon. I gave you garlic, mine, and mine is grilled mutton. Oh, it's not pork. What are you doing? It's pork. Do you dare to hit me? I'll die for you. Here, give me another one." Another person found that his dish was actually mutton and regretted shouting it out. As a result, many people were not stupid. They immediately grabbed it and made a gesture of wanting to hit him. He was not afraid. He straightened his neck and threatened to ask for another one. Anyway, as long as there was one, he didn't have to eat mutton. Lu Bo looked at Shang-Chi and opened his own. After taking a closer look, he helplessly handed it to Shang-Chi and said, "Mine is scallion beef tendons. It's cooked beef tendons stir-fried with scallions and coriander. The side dish is ginger fish shredded with shredded ginger and salty sea fish. Let me smell the soup. Seaweed soup. Here, you can eat it. There's no pig in it. Shang-Chi listened, and when Lu Bo passed it to him, he took it without any backbone. He wanted to cry. Was this the rations of the great Tang? The other side came from afar to fight and ate this. On the other hand, they ate stir-fried noodles, which were made by the people at the border. Otherwise, they would always eat stir-fried rice, which was called Highland barley rice in the Great Tang. It was used to feed the animals, and with some salted and dried meat, it was a marching ration. She had never heard of the same dish before. Did she really think that she didn't know what she was doing? This was called a combination of meat and vegetables. The pickles were determined based on one's personal taste. It wasn't a must to eat them. If one didn't want to eat them, they could leave them alone or exchange with others. Also, take some pork. It smelled good. Why didn't the doctrine allow them to eat it? The war was so cowardly. Lu Bo suddenly felt a sense of sympathy. He thought, it's so bitter to eat so many people. You should be occupied by us earlier. We'll let you live a good life. Look at what you soldiers eat. Don't you feel sad? After thinking about it, Lu Bo began to choose the marching ration again. In fact, there were words on the packaging. His people shouted them out to provoke the people who ate many people. Just like the person who said that he didn't like to eat chives. Others might not know you, but how could I not know you? When I went to your house, I saw that your dumplings were full. 4 out of 5 times, they were vegetarian and 3 delicacies. If you don't like to eat them, why did you make them? Did you think that my dumplings didn't have other fillings? I'll exchange with you later. Let's see if you want to exchange. Lu Bo's mood suddenly became cheerful, even though he knew that he was still a hostage. He chose from the box and shouted to Shang-Chi, General Shang-Chi, look, this is something you can eat. Do you want to eat it? Shang-Chi was about to nod when his expression suddenly changed. He laughed and said, there's no hurry. You eat it first. As he spoke, he handed back the marching ration that he had just received. Lu Bo understood. He was afraid that it was poisoned. He took it and ate it. He was not afraid. He knew that the seedling protection team would not make such a stupid plan. They were all elites and could not lack schemers. Since that was the case, if it were him, he would not believe what he ate either. How could he add something to it the first time? That would kill his own people. After happily eating a few mouthfuls, Lu Bo praised loudly, the marching ration of the Zhang family and Wang family is really delicious. Yes, it's delicious. It's better than the food I've eaten in the restaurant before. You can reheat it when it's cold. Another person echoed loudly. I guess he's a chef from between the clouds and the water. Ordinary people can't do that. Another person shouted. Wait. Shang-Chi grabbed Lu Bo's arm and asked, what's the Zhang family and Wang family? It's the Tang Empire army around us. General Shang-Chi, don't you know? I saw it very clearly. There are members of the number 0 seedling protection team and number 1 seedling protection team of the Zhang family and the number 1 seedling protection team. They formed a team and are beside us, waiting for an opportunity. Lu Bo said to Shang-Chi in a daze. Shang-Chi was also stunned. Of course, he knew about the Zhang family and Wang family of Sanshui County of the Tang Empire. Some people said that the Tang Empire would be completely destroyed if they killed people from the 2 families. As long as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang one of the 2 families were alive, it would be useless no matter how much land they conquered. As long as they came out personally, the world of the Tang Empire would be peaceful. Now it's their people. At this moment, Shang-Chi did not even have the mood to pray to Allah. He only felt cold all over. He knew too well what the seedling protection team was. It sounded like farming, but in fact, it had nothing to do with farming. That was the seedling protection team. In the past few years, how many people on his side had died in the hands of the seedling protection team? Those with higher positions than him, those with higher positions, were targeted by the seedling protection team and died just like that. Allah seemed to have lost all effect in front of the seedling protection team. Why is it them? Shang-Chi reached out and grabbed Lu Bo, who was still chewing, and asked hatefully. Lu Bo was very happy. He thought to himself, you also know fear? Weren't you very supportive of Niu Qi before? You said that once I'm in your hands, I'll die if you want me to die. If you want me to live, I'll live. Why are you trembling now? Motherfucker, just wait for your death. You think that you did it without anyone noticing, but do you know that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo have arrived in Izhou? You're very contradictory. You think that if you catch me, I alone am not important to the Tang Empire, but you also want to use me to threaten the Tang Empire. But Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are not contradictory. As long as you catch me, they'll definitely send people to rescue me when they get the news, even if it's thousands of li away. You can just wait for your death. If I live, you might live as a slave. If I die, you won't be able to die a quick death even if you want to. Lu Bo was just about to laugh to express his feelings when he suddenly remembered that there were still people working hard for him. He had to cooperate and ensure that all the hostages were safe. He couldn't be impulsive. He definitely couldn't. Otherwise, he would be letting down Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Thus, Lu Bo put on a flattering smile and said to Shang-Chi in a gentle voice, General Shang-Chi, there's no need to care about them. They're actually not as powerful as the legends say. Look, we're with you right now, but they're still watching from the side. But I'm really scared, Shang-Chi unconsciously said. It's okay, it's really okay. They just don't want us to die. As long as none of us lose our lives or suffer heavy injuries, they won't do anything unless someone suddenly dies. Lu Bo took this opportunity to comfort Shang-Chi. In fact, his words were very sinister. He was hinting to Shang-Chi that even if one of them fell sick and died, it would be over for Shang-Chi. Shang-Chi, who led hundreds of people, didn't have as much power as a battalion commander in Tang. He didn't have any strategic ideas at all. As for tactics, he was even worse. He felt that he was very lonely. Allah didn't protect him. Just like in the era of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, those who believed in Allah, other than a portion of China, were bullied like dogs by the United States. At that time, those who believed in Allah had the protection of the China government, but they weren't satisfied and always wanted more benefits. And those who weren't protected by the China government weren't protected by the Russians either. They were their own people. Therefore, those who believed in Allah said that they didn't eat pork, but in fact, they lived worse than dogs. Dogs knew how to bark when they saw strangers, but those who believed in Allah just wagged their tails and stuck out their tongues. Now, Shang-Chi had the same feeling. He felt that the God he believed in could no longer protect him. In fact, he wasn't wrong. Just like the Arab countries during that time, they were trampled under the feet of the infidels, but still had to work hard to raise their heads and give a sincere and shameless smile. Those who were not convinced and wanted to have their own dignity were all killed by the United States. The only difference was that China had always been tolerant of their beliefs and religious habits. However, those who left behind a little religious tradition with great difficulty and lived like dog shit didn't know how to be grateful. Instead, they thought that the people of China were weak and easy to bully. Therefore, if they couldn't be pitted, they should be abandoned like dog shit. If not, it would be difficult to walk the right path. If not, how could they be called moral? If they should be killed, they should be killed. If they should be beheaded, they should be beheaded. What kind of dog is it? Fighting for its master, it's hard to tame a wolf after a long time. It's better to spit than to kill. Chapter 1278. The military rations were delicious. Shang-Chi admitted to this point. He kept all the beef and mutton, and gave the pork and chicken to Lu Bo and the others. He didn't want the vegetarian dishes. Although they were vegetarian, there was actually some meat in them. The more the cannibals ate, the more upset they felt. The enemy's weapons were good because they didn't have the technology. They could only accept that they were at a disadvantage. But why was the logistics better than the enemy's? The war was truly a cowardly one. Lu Bo and the others ate happily. The military rations sounded like they were for the soldiers, but due to the distance, it wasn't easy to preserve, so it should be hard to swallow. Today, they truly felt the strength of their country. It turned out that the military rations could be made even more delicious than those in ordinary restaurants. Lu Bo slowly chewed a small piece of pickled cucumber in his mouth. It looked like an ordinary pickled cucumber, but it was marinated in shrimp oil, so it tasted fresh and delicious. He glanced at the 24 subordinates who came with him and saw that they were all eating slowly. They hadn't eaten anything decent for many days, so the food now had the taste of their homeland. The people at the border didn't get much. 3 people ate 2 portions, and the portion that they didn't get was taken by the cannibals. The 164 people once again considered themselves as Tang people, and no longer felt that they were independent existences. The 164 people whispered to each other, their intentions more or less the same. If they could return alive, they would plant a flag of the Great Tang on their houses to indicate where they belonged. Like many Tang people, when they had nothing to do, they would plant the flag of the Great Tang on their windows and eaves, and some of them would even draw on their walls. The military rations sent over weren't much. Even if they ate slowly, they were finished after half an hour. The cannibals weren't full, and each of them only tasted a mouthful. Thus, they turned their gazes back to the cans. Shang-Chi sucked his fingers. Just now, when he ate, there were chopsticks. He didn't know how to use them, and the people at the border also didn't know how to use them, but they still learned how to use them. After all, they were Tang people. Even if they didn't learn now, they had to learn if they survived. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. You, come here. Shang-Chi shouted to Lu Bo. Lu Bo drank the last mouthful of soup, burped, and rubbed his stomach as he walked over. The food was enough for the soldiers, and he hadn't eaten properly for many days, so he ate until he was full. Open the can. Shang-Chi looked at the satisfied expression on Lu Bo's face. He wanted to kill the other party, but at the same time, he thought that if he was also from the Great Tang. Lu Bo burped again and picked up a can to study it. The acrostic poem was still vivid in his mind. He needed to think about how to open it. Many cans in the country did not have a long shelf life. They were made of bamboo, and the cost was low. Now they were made of iron. He had to read the instructions. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to destroy it directly. The tab. Lu Bo mumbled and stuck a finger into the tab. Thinking that something was wrong, he took it out and pressed the tab in one direction, making a small hole in the can. Then, he hooked the tab again and pulled it in the other direction. A piece of iron fell off, revealing the contents of the can. What is this? Lu Bo was stunned. He had never seen this kind of food before. Fried rice? Covered rice? Why does it smell like there are so many spices? This was not the level of the chef between the clouds and the water, right? Scallions, ginger, and garlic actually accounted for a large proportion of the ingredients. Using seasonings as supplementary ingredients? 3 of the 24 people who came with him came up and looked at the food in the can. They were also confused. One of them could not help but say, "It can't be. What are the chefs of the Zhang family and Wang family planning to do? Was it a revolt? Can this be eaten? Let me open another one. Maybe it was not packed properly when it was packed." Lu Bo took another can and opened it in the same way as before. The inside was still the same as before. Passing the can in front of Sang Chi, Lu Bo said embarrassedly, "This may be a newly developed food. It is not mature yet. I believe that it will be adjusted after some time. It will be fine to eat it then. The chefs of the Zhang family and Wang family are probably very busy and careless. Yes, yes. Normally, they should not have made it like this, really." The person who spoke just now promised. It seemed that the chefs of the Zhang family and Wang family had made the food like this, and they were also embarrassed. Sang Chi put the can in front of his nose and smelled it. He nodded. "It tastes good. It is better than what we ate before we came. Call someone over and let's eat." He called someone over from the border. He was afraid that it was poisonous. If someone was poisoned to death, it would have nothing to do with him. He thought that the Miao protection team would not be covered by artillery. As hostages, Lu Bo and the other 25 people suddenly felt a sense of superiority. Pig food was actually praised. It was really sad to live a polyphagous life. No wonder many polyphagous people were willing to come to the Tang Empire in the past. They enjoyed a different life. The 25 people thought so, but no one took the initiative to try it. What if it was really poisonous? 5 people from the border were called over. They opened 3 more cans, one for each person, and let them eat. The 5 people held the cans and looked at them. Seeing that the polyphagous people wanted to come over, one of them immediately said, "Give me the chopsticks just now. I will eat. Use your hands." Sang Chi was not used to this. If he used his hands to grab, why couldn't they grab? Why did they have to use chopsticks? It was infuriating. The 5 of them obeyed and reached out to grab the contents of the can. They pinched a little with 3 fingers and carefully put it into their mouths. They chewed twice, blinked their eyes, smacked their lips, and immediately reached out to grab the can again. They ate quickly. They ate about 20 mouthfuls in a row. They looked at each other and were relieved to see that they were all alive. "Wait a minute. What do you think?" Sang Chi stopped them and asked one of them. The person who was asked nodded vigorously. "It's delicious. It would be better if there was less ginger. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Lu Bo also asked. The 5 people shook their heads. Lu Bo pondered and opened another can. He reached out to grab it, but one of the people who came with him snatched it. "Boss, I will go first." After saying that, he began to eat. After 2 mouthfuls, a smile appeared on his face. "I knew it. The food made by the Zhang family and Wang family's chefs can't be bad. I don't feel that there is too much ginger and too much pepper. It's not like I'm drinking mutton soup." Sang Chi was tempted. He hesitated but still insisted on not eating. He let the 5 people finish the food in the can. Everyone surrounded the 5 people to see their reactions. I still want to eat," one of the 5 people said eagerly. Lu Bo stopped him. "Don't be in a hurry. You have been hungry for too long. If you suddenly eat too much, it will cause problems. Do you want to drink water?" "Drink." The 5 people really wanted to eat. Their stomachs were always hungry. Someone brought a water bag and each person drank a few mouthfuls. They sat on the ground and waited to see if they were still alive. The shadows of the 5 people gradually grew longer. Nothing happened to the 5 people. Instead, they digested the food and were no longer hungry. They sat there with a happy smile on their faces, enjoying the feeling of being full under the sun. Eat. Half of the people eat first. Shang-Chi saw that the person who tasted the food was still alive and well. He waved his hand and ordered. The many people were anxious. Immediately, half of them stood out and opened the can like how Lu Bo did before. They reached out and stuffed the food into their mouths. There was no smell of pork in the mixed food. They could taste that it was made of mutton oil and some mutton. With all kinds of seasonings, they ate until their stomachs felt warm. After each of them ate 2 cans in a row, the others continued to wait under Shang-Chi's order. The clouds in the sky floated and flew away. Another hour passed. The many people who ate the can were still alive. The 5 people who tasted the can were also fine. Lu Bo thought for a while and said to Shang-Chi, "General Shang-Chi, eat. The protection team won't poison you. They know that you will let us try first. If they poison us, they will poison us. They are here to rescue you, not to harm you. It's just that you have to be careful in the process of meeting up with the main force on your side. They will keep shooting from the back." Shang-Chi was happy when he heard the first part, but when he heard the second part, his face turned gloomy. According to the Tang people, it was impossible to stop halfway. They didn't dare to kill to test the water. When they were rushing, the other party would shoot and they would have to walk for a few days. What should he do? Should he discuss with the other party and let them go so that they wouldn't attack? No, if it were him, he would immediately chase after them. Should he tell them that he would kill one of them? It would be useless. They dared to shoot yesterday. Eat. Shang-Chi, who couldn't think of a good idea, gritted his teeth and took a can to eat. The other half of the people who didn't eat just now also opened the can as fast as they could. When it was in his mouth, Shang-Chi knew why the people who ate just now had that kind of expression. It was so delicious. Although it was cold, the food inside didn't make people feel disgusted. When it entered the stomach, there was a warm feeling, as if the whole body was full of strength. When they were full, there were only 21 cans left in the woods. Shang-Chi naturally kept the rest of the cans for himself. After a short rest, he let the hostages stand up and tie them firmly. 2 people with knives were behind each of them. They surrounded their own people and continued to move forward. After walking for a while, they saw a small river. The water was clear, and they could see the stones and small fish swimming below. The crowd cheered. There was water. Lu Bo squatted down and dipped his hands in the water. He washed his face first before drinking a mouthful. He requested Shang-Chi, "Let us take a bath and change our clothes." The 24 people who came with him looked at Shang-Chi. They were here to do business, so they naturally had to bring things. Everyone brought an extra set of clothes and toiletries. They were confiscated before, but Lu Bo went to curry favor with the great Tang trader and was rewarded back. They hadn't been used since. The main reason was that many people were not used to wearing clothes and using other toiletries was also unfamiliar. Shang-Chi nodded and asked, "There's no poison in the water? How much poison is in the flowing water?" "Don't worry." Lu Bo revealed a flattering smile and shamelessly tried to curry favor with the great Tang. He did this to survive and create opportunities for the seedling protection team. However, Wang Miao, who was watching from afar, pursed his lips tightly. He had already received news from the country and understood Lu Bo's family situation. He was a pretty good businessman. He had 2 wives and 7 children. His parents were still alive, and he was still supporting the parents of 2 of his wives. The grandfather of one of his wives was still alive, and he was as respectful as he was to his own grandfather. His family had large courtyards in the capital, Hangzhou, Suzhou, Ezhou, and Luoyang. He was smart since young, and he took over the family business at the age of 16. He got along well with the local officials. He had no criminal record and never gave money to the local schools. However, He opened a small book printing company that specialized in printing books for children and gave them out free of charge. 5 years ago, he found that this business route was more profitable, so he brought people here to do business. His family mainly dealt in leather, and later on, they added medicinal herbs and sold them to the clinic. He could be considered a pretty wealthy businessman and lived a good life. His family was harmonious, and he was kind to others. He didn't take loans from banks, and his family had a lot of cash. However, he was willing to give the clinic credit for medicinal herbs. He was also talented. He was proficient in 6 foreign languages and had good calligraphy skills. He also liked painting and often invited scholars to hold poetry gatherings. He was very good to his employees and had a relatively high charisma. Usually, he was neither servile nor overbearing when he met the officials, but now, he was like a dog trying to please its owner. Wang Miao felt very uncomfortable. He felt that he didn't do a good job. Every smile of Lu Bo's was like a knife stabbing into his chest. He picked up the sniper rifle beside him and shot down the other party's leader, but he didn't dare to do so. After threatening the other party, he actually felt a little guilty. Fortunately, he found that the other party was illiterate. Not only did they not recognize the great Tang's words, but they also didn't recognize their own words. The school was very important and could play a life-saving role at a critical moment. Wang Miao looked and estimated the time it would take for the people here to meet up with the main forces. He also estimated the time when he would release the spiked cans. He decided not to shoot at the other party during this process. At most, he would shoot at the sky to slow down the troops. If he killed one of the other party and the other party retaliated by killing one of his own people, should he open fire or not? Putting away his binoculars, Wang Miao gritted his teeth and said, "If only I knew what the other party's leader was thinking. Just wait, just wait. You'll all cry." The speed of the many people was just as Wang Miao had expected. They slowed down and placed a portion of the hostages outside, constantly changing their positions. The other people hid behind the hostages and mixed in with the rest of the hostages so that the great Tang army wouldn't shoot at the rat for fear of breaking the vases. As night fell, the many people were exhausted. None of them were killed during the day, but the psychological pressure was even greater. They knew that there were countless eyes watching them and looking for an opportunity to kill them. They were nervous when they were walking during the day, and they didn't dare to relax at night. The torches and bonfires burned, making crackling sounds from time to time. Every time there was a crackling sound, it made people worried that it was the sound of gunshots. When it was time for dinner, the many people began to miss the days in the day. They ate canned food in the day, and now they had to eat the stir-fried barley at night. It was really hard to swallow. Without so many seasonings and delicious salted vegetables, they could only force themselves to swallow. Tonight, the hostages didn't have any food. The many people felt that they had eaten a lot at noon and could starve a little. Lu Bo's 25 people were gathered together and had relatively more freedom. The many people standing outside the tent were their own world. "Drink some water. We'll probably have something to eat tomorrow morning." Lu Bo was also hungry. He rubbed his stomach and said to his subordinates. He picked up the water bag and gulped down a few mouthfuls to make his stomach feel less empty. "Why didn't they send us anything to eat at night?" A person hugged the water bag and mumbled when he didn't feel like drinking. "I'm not sure." Lu Bo shook his head. He wasn't complaining, but he was puzzled. Logically speaking, since the protection team had found them, they should have sent them something to eat. Now that the many people had finished eating, they were still hungry. Midnight came quietly when everyone was hungry and nervous. The sound of a gunshot broke the silence of the night. The duo eater on night watch was shocked and looked around to see who had been killed. The fire was still burning and the dark clouds were rolling in the sky. The moon and stars could not be seen, making people feel oppressed. Sang Chi, who was sleeping in his clothes, walked out of the tent under the protection of a few people. He asked loudly, "Who died?" After a while, someone came to report, "No, no one died." "Should we go and get something? Where did the gunshot come from?" Shang-Chi listened and his stomach felt empty again. "Over there." Someone pointed in a direction. There was a mountain, and the gunshot was echoing, making it difficult to distinguish. "Take the hostages and take a look," Shang-Chi ordered. Someone came and called the hostages to the place where the gunshot came from. The hostages woke up. They were awakened by the gunshot. It didn't take long for the people who went to check to return. As expected, they were carrying something. It was still a wooden box. Inside it was some military food and some canned food. There were exactly 189 canned food. It seemed like they had prepared one for each of the hostages. However, there were only 200 canned food. It definitely wasn't enough for the many people. Shang-Chi didn't need to look to know that the food was filled with pork. It was specially prepared for the hostages. The 200 canned food was for his side. "Wake them up and let them eat. If they don't let me sleep well, I won't let them sleep well either," Shang-Chi ordered. Lu Bo and the others were woken up. They came out of the tent in a daze and saw the food under the light of the torch. They were all very happy. There was food to eat, but the timing was too good. Why did it only arrive in the middle of the night? "General Shang-Chi, thank you, thank you. Can I eat?" Lu Bo ran to Shang-Chi and bowed repeatedly. "Eat, eat and sleep well. We have to hurry tomorrow." Shang-Chi didn't want them to eat, but he was worried that it would affect their stamina. He could only agree gloomily. He also picked up a can and was about to eat when he suddenly stopped and passed it to Lu Bo. "I'll add a can for you. You eat first." "Yes, yes." Lu Bo took it and started to eat. He knew that the many people wanted him to test the poison. They were really cautious. While eating, he looked at the words on the can. It was written in a different style. It said, "Delivering food in the middle of the night. Because of the long journey, it is difficult to transport. Peacefully wait for the clouds to disperse. Like the sun, like before." After seeing the words, Lu Bo's legs trembled. He knew that the time to act was 3 days later. The limerick on the can wasn't written clearly, but he knew. Because he remembered that before he came here, he held a poetry party. Someone wrote a poem and everyone commented. When it was his turn, he said, "Like the sun, like the moon rising." Looking at the words and reading the shape, it was a good poem. Then, today's limerick said that food was delivered in the middle of the night, followed by, "like the sun, like before." It was telling him the time to act. Lu Bo ate and sighed in his heart. It was too amazing. In just one day, they found out everything and used it to send a message on the can. How much resources did Xiao Bao and Cuckoo mobilize? Otherwise, it would be impossible to find out so clearly. 3 days, there were still 3 days. He had to hold on. If he didn't put Shang-Chi in a cage by then, his name would be written upside down. No, it would be written horizontally. Shang-Chi watched Lu Bo eat and continued to wait. He wanted to find a few more people to test the poison, but he didn't want to. If there was no poison, his people would eat less. Chapter 1279. When he returned to the tent, Lu Bo was still in a state of excitement. He said to his 24 subordinates, "Eat, eat, and rest well. Do your best for General Shang-Chi." His subordinates knew what he meant. Why would they do anything for Shang-Chi? One of them wrote on the ground, "Are you going to do it? Don't ask. Don't affect your mood and be detected." Lu Bo also wrote. The 24 nodded and began to fill the ration with water. Lu Bo had not filled his own ration yet. He had just eaten canned food. Today's canned food tasted a little bitter, but it did not make him feel uncomfortable. The only thing he felt was that he was a little confused, probably because he was too nervous, and also because he had woken up in the middle of the night. Lu Bo secretly swore that when he returned to China, he would do his job well. He would listen to the imperial court and Xiao Bao and be a proper businessman. He would not cheat or harm others. It was not only because of his attachment to his motherland, but also because he had to remember what happened today. Since they could find out his identity and communicate with him to save him in a day, if he made a mistake, they could also find out and deal with him in a day. It was no wonder that the top businessmen in the list were so reliable. After the war, they worked together to stabilize the domestic product prices. It was probably because they knew more about Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. It was too scary. Efficiency, this was efficiency. When Xiao Bao and Cuckoo became serious and started to mobilize resources, the result would be the same as now. It smells like medicine. One of the people eating the ration was really hungry. As soon as the ration was heated, he could not wait to open it. The strong smell of medicine wafted into the tent. When the others heard his voice, they turned to look and sniffed. Sure enough, there was medicine. There was really medicine. Let me see. Jujube, wolfberry, angelica, rehmannia, and some slices are ginseng. The meat dish is braised pork ribs, and the vegetarian dish is braised shrimps with chives. There are no salted vegetables today. Another person recognized many herbs and immediately read them out loud. Mine is the same. Mine too. Looks like today's meal is the same. That's right. The others opened their own rations and found that the dishes were not as messy as last time. They were all the same things. Lu Bo took a look and nodded. Start giving us nourishment and let us nourish our bodies. What is soup? Let me take a sip and see. It's delicious. It's not soup, it's porridge. Rock sugar, hay, and mung bean porridge. I know. They're afraid that we'll get heatstroke, but they're also worried that we'll be too nourishing after eating this dish. They've put in a lot of effort to adjust us with mild porridge. The person who spoke at the beginning sighed. Sang Chi stood outside the tent. The other hostages did not have tents. Only Lu Bo and 25 people were squeezed into one tent. The other hostages rested in the open with ropes tied to their bodies. When he heard the words of the real Tang in the tent, his lips twitched, but then he helplessly shook his head. He lowered his head and looked at the can in his hand. He sighed, opened it, and ate it with his hands. The people following him also heard the voices in the tent. Although some of them understood the great Tang language and couldn't speak it properly, they could still understand it. All of them swallowed their saliva. They really wanted to eat it. What kind of pork couldn't they eat? It didn't smell any worse than beef and mutton. Moreover, they felt that the pork was even more delicious when it was made by someone else. He didn't understand why the church's teachings forbade him from eating pigs. If he secretly ate some, eat the can. Don't think too much. Sang Chi was the first to be tempted. He was also thinking about how he could secretly eat the pork. Seeing the expressions of his subordinates, how could he not know what they were thinking? He softly warned them. It's a little bitter. A guard ate 2 mouthfuls of the food in the can and smacked his lips as he spoke. Eat it. It won't kill you. You smell their military rations. It's also bitter. They probably put the leftover seasoning in the military rations into the can. Sang Chi also felt that today's can was bitter. However, when he smelled the smell drifting over, he found that it was not much different from the bitter taste. He believed that the great Tang people had used leftover seasoning in the cans for them. Fortunately, there was no smell of pork. However, there was one point that was acceptable. The few guards who were eating the can nodded. It was fine if it was bitter. It didn't affect the taste. It was still delicious. Lu Bo could hear their conversation. He felt that things weren't so simple. As for the leftover seasoning in the can, what a joke. What kind of leftover seasoning was bitter? The bitterness of the braised pork ribs was because of the sugar color and the ginseng. Why would they put ginseng in the can? Although ginseng was a man-made product of the Zhang family and Wang family, it could also be used to treat diseases. If it wasn't used to save lives, it would be the same as the wild ginseng. At most, it would be used to increase the quantity of the medicine. Why would such a good thing be used as leftover seasoning? You guys think too highly of yourselves. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo can't wait to deal with you guys personally. Why would they use ginseng and specially fry it with sugar color? Did they really think that the sugar color was just a simple color? Wouldn't it be better to use soy sauce? The caramel itself was a medicine. There's a problem. There's a problem with the food today. What's wrong? Lu Bo was more and more certain of his guess. Normally, the handheld canned food couldn't be bitter. Since they said that they would take action 3 days later, the pork ribs that were delivered today also tasted a little bitter. It was just enough to make people feel that today's food was normal. Coincidence? Coincidence? If it was someone else, it might be. However, it was definitely impossible for the Zhang family and Wang family. There must be some scheme. Lu Bo couldn't figure out what was going on at the moment, but he had a plan in his mind. Sang Chi was very satisfied with the food. He was the leader of hundreds of people. Where did he learn so many schemes and tricks? He also thought that it was normal. Anyway, it was fine as long as he didn't have to eat the military rations that he brought. What if no one sent him canned food in the future? He didn't think too much about it. He was leading a group of people to fight alone. The other party was using the entire system to deal with him. They were playing a team game with him. After eating one canned food, he was still hungry. He asked someone to bring him another one. He opened it and ate again. It was better to pour water on the military rations to heat them up. The canned food was cold. Roast it? No, can I roast the food inside and cook it? That's too troublesome. How can there be so many pots? Just eat, make do with it. Sang Chi looked enviously at the other hostages who were eating the military rations in the open air. He muttered and ate again. A total of 200 canned food was delivered. Lu Bo ate one, Sang Chi ate one more, and the others ate one less. As they ate, Sang Chi got angry and shouted in the night, "Tomorrow, I want you to send us 1,200 canned food tomorrow. We have to make sure that each person gets 2. The others followed suit. They had more than 500 people and less than 600 people. If they sent 2 canned food for each person, it would be exactly 1,200. That was what they thought. They couldn't help it. They couldn't even read their own language. It was too difficult for them to calculate more than 1,000. Normally, there were less than 600 people. With 1,200 canned food, each person would get 2. Who would get the rest? Sang Chi could calculate. He wanted to digest the food in his stomach. He would eat one and give the rest to those who performed well as a reward. The next day, when the sun had risen for some distance, gunshots came from the forest. Sang Chi immediately ordered people to take the hostages to take a look. As expected, food was delivered again, and the amount of canned food had obviously increased. Come here and see how many there are. Sang Chi counted with difficulty and found Lu Bo counted 50 cans in a box. He counted 24 cans in another box. He said to Sang Chi, 1,200. How did you count so fast? Sang Chi was puzzled. General, you're here. If I had divine help, it would really be 1,200. Unless the amount of cans in each box is different. Lu Bo endured the disgust in his heart and flattered himself. He comforted himself and held on for 2 more days. It was still Lu Bo's turn to taste the food. He felt that he was really smart. He didn't eat the military ration yesterday. Otherwise, he would be full until he went to bed at night. Those who ate the military ration would not be able to digest it completely. Bitter. Lu Bo felt that the canned food was really bitter. It seemed to be even more bitter than yesterday. At the same time, it added a little sweetness and spiciness. There was actually chili. This way, the bitterness would not be felt unless one paid special attention. There was indeed a problem. Lu Bo finished eating and stood there to stretch his body. After waiting for a quarter of an hour, he was fine. Sang-Chi waved his hand and his subordinates came to get 2 cans each. Lu Bo was in charge of distributing them. At noon, there were still 1,200 cans. At the same time, the military ration was added. Today's meat dish was twice cooked pork, and the vegetable dish was egg-fried garlic. The soup was still changed to rock sugar hay and mung bean porridge. This time, Lu Bo ate it. He realized that the amount of licorice in the porridge had increased. This was used to detoxify the poison. No wonder the canned food was bitter. What was in it? It seemed to be fine. At night, they would be given canned food. At midnight, they would be given supper. Just like that, all the poly-eaters began to wait for the time to eat. Lu Bo was also looking forward to eating the canned food. He felt that eating the canned food would be very comfortable. His body would be very relaxed, and he would not feel bitter anymore. Sometimes, he would even look at Tian, after eating and feel that life was so beautiful. On the second night, when he felt that way, Lu Bo became alert. He had been in charge of tasting the canned food. Although he didn't eat as much as the poly-eaters, he didn't think that the canned food was better than the military ration. Then why was he looking forward to it so much? He was addicted. He was definitely addicted. After 2 days, he was addicted to the canned food. What was in it? It was no wonder that he didn't need to wait for a quarter of an hour to taste the canned food. The poly-eaters would immediately follow suit. Tomorrow was the 3rd day, and the amount in the canned food would probably be increased. Then, after eating for the whole day, he would have supper at midnight. Around midnight in the morning, Lu Bo deduced that the attack in 3 days was referring to the early morning of the 4th day. As for the Last Supper, would he be poisoned to death? Most likely not. Otherwise, why would they make a move? They could just kill him with the medicine. Then, it was most likely that they would drug him. Alright, I'll go all out. Hopefully, I won't be unconscious for too long and they will be able to wake me up in time. Lu Bo muttered to himself. He closed his eyes and began to rest. The wonderful feeling of eating the canned food filled his heart again. On the morning of the 3rd day, Lu Bo carefully tasted the canned food and found that the amount in the canned food had been increased. This meant that he would be even more addicted. When the time came, he would have to quit. It was really painful. That was a drug addiction. Fine, he would have to be strong when the time came. Everything was for Tang. Chapter 1280. The canned food was getting more and more fragrant, and the people who had eaten it were looking forward to the next meal. After eating it, they would become more energetic. On the 3rd night, after Lu Bo finished the canned food, he went back to the tent to eat with his subordinates. He didn't eat the food immediately, but used chopsticks to distribute it to his subordinates. Then, he tried not to make any sound of vomiting and vomited out more than half of the canned food. He didn't dare to vomit all out because he was afraid that it would affect his mental state. He knew that he was starting to like the feeling of being addicted to drugs. If he vomited all of it, he might become depressed. The 24 people watched their boss vomit and felt that something was wrong. Was their boss not feeling well? Was it poisonous? When Lu Bo vomited the food into the packaging of the military beam, the subordinate closest to him began to write on the ground, "What's wrong?" Lu Bo followed and wrote, "Don't make a sound. It's okay. Leave some porridge for me." His subordinate nodded and began to praise the military food to cover his writing. "It's poisonous, addictive poison. It's probably the poppy reported in the newspaper. Don't eat too much tonight. Get ready." After Lu Bo finished writing, he nodded solemnly to his subordinates. The 24 people took a deep breath almost at the same time and then held the air in their lungs. Their faces were full of nervousness. "Can you quit?" A subordinate wrote worriedly. "You have to quit even if you can't," Lu Bo wrote. The 24 people nodded and no longer made any other unnecessary movements. They began to eat their own military food. They didn't feel disgusted at all when they saw their boss vomit. Now was a moment of life and death, and all thoughts that shouldn't be had should be abandoned. At the same time, they were very clear about what the poppy was. It had been reported more than once in the newspaper, introducing the shape of the poppy. There were specially carved pictures and colored pigments separately. When the poppy flower bloomed, it was very beautiful. It was red, pink, and white. If one looked at it in the middle, it would make people feel happy. The newspaper also introduced how poppy was made into opium paste. It was the white paste that appeared when the head was destroyed. It was simple to boil. The biggest use was to be used in medicine, so if someone wanted to plant it, they could plant it, but they were not allowed to eat it themselves. After planting and looking at the flowers, they had to send it to the medical center, and the medical center would use it to make medicine. If they found that they ate it themselves, they would be killed. If they found that they put it in food for others to eat and cause others to become addicted, they would be killed. The 24 of them knew that the boss had planted quite a lot of them. They looked very beautiful when they bloomed, especially the gourd, which looked very interesting. However, they didn't eat it. Although it could be used as medicine, it was free of charge to see a doctor. Even if they didn't feel well, they would go to the clinic instead of eating it in private in order to save money. The newspaper even wrote about the adverse effects of addiction after eating it. It warned the people of the Great Tang that in order to have a healthy body to earn more money for their family, in order to have a healthy body to create more wealth for their country, and in order to make their country richer and stronger, they should not try to eat that thing. Otherwise, they would be irresponsible to the Great Tang, irresponsible to their family, and betraying their country. Out of the 24 people, no one had ever eaten it. Even if they did plant it, they would just look at the flowers. Then, they would bring it to the medical center and let the medical center make it into medicine to treat diseases. The medical center would not give them a single copper coin, so they could not sell it. Since it was reported in the newspaper, they were clear about the situation their boss was in. He was addicted, and it would take a lot of effort to kick it. Therefore, when they looked at their boss, their eyes were filled with encouragement. Lu Bo glared at them and thought, "I'm not going to die, so why are you so sad?" The supper was more unbearable. "I don't know if I'll faint." At the same time, he glanced at the tent. Because the light outside was brighter than inside the tent, when looking from a distance, the shadows of the people outside would fall on the tent. Only when they were close could they see the shadows of the people inside the tent, and it was very blurry. Lu Bo felt sad for the people who ate more food. The result of having no knowledge. If you all went to school when you were young, and if your school taught you some words and knowledge of the Great Tang, how could you fall into the trap so easily? Why did I have to print books for the children in school to read? This was the power of knowledge. Sang-chi, who was eating happily outside, did not know that the person who tested the poison was cursing them in the tent. He only felt that the canned food today was even more satisfying. After eating it, from top to bottom, from inside to outside, there was not a single place where he felt uncomfortable. Although the sky was gloomy tonight, breathing after eating the canned food was very pleasant. Listening to the voices coming from the tent from time to time, his mouth revealed a smile, and his whole body was relaxed. Sang-Chi had already made a decision. As long as he could meet up with the rest of the troops, he would definitely keep the person called Lu Bo. This person knew a lot, could speak both languages, and could read both languages. If he kept him by his side, maybe his status would be improved. When he had more power, he could give Lu Bo more benefits. Gems, women, wine, all were not a problem. The half-moon shyly hid behind the dark clouds. Occasionally, when the wind blew, a trace of light would appear in the gaps of the dark clouds, but it would quickly hide back again. The torches in the camp flickered, and the tent made a sound as it was blown by the wind. Lu Bo and the other 25 people were counting sheep while sleeping. This was also what they learned from the newspaper. When they were suffering from insomnia, they should try not to take medicine. They could use something to cover their eyes and then count sheep. They also imagined that they were on the grassland, where the sky was high, the clouds were light, and the grass was green and the flowers were red. They thought that counting would make them fall asleep quickly. Only when it did not work would they go to the clinic to get medicine to eat. Many people were not in the mood to sleep. They felt that sleeping in this kind of weather was a waste of time, so they sang and danced. All kinds of sounds mixed together and rippled in the night sky. Many of the people at the border who were taken hostage felt that the situation today was not right. The cannibals were too happy, Lu Bo and the others were too quiet in the tent, and the dark clouds in the sky made it hard for people to breathe. They occasionally looked at each other and felt that something was going to happen. They did not know why they had this idea, but everything around them looked strange. In the middle of the night, the sound of gunshots rang out. The people who did not sleep much brought the food back with the hostages. As usual, Lu Bo ate it. He had just eaten 2 mouthfuls of the canned food, and the people did not wait to see his reaction. They opened the canned food and stuffed it into their mouths. Today, Lu Bo ate very quickly. He did not chew at all and directly swallowed. Then, he stood there motionless. He was doing the opposite of what was described in the newspaper. The newspaper said that people who did not absorb and digest well had to chew carefully when eating and try to chew the food as much as possible. This way, when it entered the stomach acid could come into contact with the food better and quickly decompose it. Drinking a little soup while eating and strolling after the meal was also a good choice. However, Lu Bo did not intend to let himself absorb the canned food quickly. He decided to spit it all out when he entered the tent later. As for the people who were eating, he did not care. Just eat. It was delicious. Eat more. At the same time, Lu Bo also decided that after he went, he would specially ask people to collect all kinds of common knowledge in life and then send articles to the Tang newspaper. Or, he would also write a small daily newspaper and introduce all kinds of useful tips and knowledge to the people of Tang. No wonder there is a page dedicated to such things every time. It turns out that it can save lives at critical moments. Usually, when I read such pages in the newspaper, it was just for entertainment. But now I know how important these little wisdom are. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are really gods. Lu Bo sighed. When knowledge was not used, no one would think that it was very useful. But when it was needed, it was so convenient and useful. When the people who were eating the second can of canned food, Lu Bo returned to the tent. Under the cover of his subordinates, he quietly spat out the food in his stomach again. Then, he drank a lot of water and continued to spit it out. After several times, his subordinates passed him the porridge and asked him to drink a few mouthfuls to prevent the stomach acid and bile from burning the gastric mucosa with an empty stomach. After drinking a few mouthfuls of porridge, Lu Bo went to sleep. He was afraid that after he spat out the drugs, his body would feel uncomfortable if it was not replenished. Sleeping would relieve this feeling. He hoped that the cycle of the body's need for drugs would be longer and would not be the same as the cycle of eating. After the people who were eating supper, they were very excited at first. After about half an hour, they all looked tired. Shang-Chi immediately ordered them to rest and decided not to sing and dance after dinner tomorrow night. If they were tired, it would affect the battle. There were still enemies around. Maybe the enemies could not help but suddenly attack at any time. The people who were eating went to the tent to rest, leaving only the sentries to guard the camp and the hostages. All kinds of insects were chirping. The clouds in the sky seemed to be darker and denser. For a long time, there was no trace of moonlight. When it was time to change the sentries, the people who should have gotten up quickly were pushed many times. Only then did they wake up and drag their heavy footsteps to the sentry post. The original sentries fell asleep as soon as they entered the tent. In fact, they had fallen asleep just now. It was just that they could not sleep well standing up, so they forced themselves to stay awake until now. The new sentries stood for a while and fell asleep not long after. The people outside could not see the hidden sentries, but they could hear the snoring. The people who were tied up at the junction were all dumbfounded. They looked at the people who were usually very energetic and would occasionally come to scold them. Why did they all fall asleep today? If that was the case, who would be the sentries? For a moment, they were tempted. Since no one was on the lookout, could they, just as two people were about to move, they were immediately whispered by a relatively older person, "Don't move. Sleep honestly. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze." It was said to be squeezy because they lived outside. Even if it was raining, no one would prepare tents for them. The main thing was that there were only so many tents. It was not easy to save one for Lu Bo and the others. As for the reason, of course, it was because Lu Bo could help them calculate and come up with ideas. Once again, it proved the importance of knowledge. Even if you were a prisoner, even if you were a hostage, as long as you could prove that you were good at what you had learned, your survival environment and chances of survival would be far greater than those who were inferior to you. The people at the junction did not enjoy the treatment of tents. When it was sunny, it was fine. At most, there would be mosquito harassment. If it was raining, it would be very cold at night. They could only squeeze together. It was very difficult to go to the toilet. They had to wake others up together and tie each other up. Today, the moon was covered by dark clouds. The wind was strong, and the night was cold. Moreover, the humidity was heavy. They did not sleep well. If one person moved, the person tied up nearby would wake up. They did not know why, but it was cold and energetic tonight. It seemed that they had become excited after eating the military rations. When people were excited, they would always think about things that they should not think about. Now, some people felt that the opportunity had come. Bite the rope and we can run out. The soldiers who saved us must be around. If we meet them, we will live. The person who was shouted at was not willing to give up and said excitedly, "What about the people in the tent? You go and call them? They are surrounded by the other tents. They woke up the people who eat more. They will kill people." The elder whispered, "Ignore them. Let's run out first." The young man had a good plan. The elder sneered. "They are real people of the great Tang. We don't have a household registration yet. If we run out at the cost of exposing them, how will the soldiers of the great Tang treat us? If one of them dies, we will all die with them." The people nearby who heard the commotion nodded. Did the great Tang send elite soldiers to kill their own people? Who knew who was close and who was distant? We are also people of the great Tang. The young man muttered. Let's talk about it after we are saved. When we are registered, we will have to listen to the words of the great Tang Emperor. There is also that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. In the past 2 days, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are very powerful. The people who came back were sent by them. They are the most powerful team that the Great Tang can send. Other than here, only the Great Tang Emperor has them. Everyone, don't move. Wait and trust them. Even the most powerful Great Tang soldiers force the people of the Great Tang to take us as hostages. How can the most powerful people be weak? The elder threatened and boosted the confidence of the people on his side. He was afraid that some of them would be impulsive and kill Lu Bo. If his own people were exposed, he would kill them too. Some people who were ready to make a move spread the news to each other, but all of them restrained themselves. They didn't want to be killed by the Great Tang soldiers after running out. At night, the people of the Great Tang changed shifts every 2 hours. In the past, it was 4 hours. Later on, it was 3 hours. Now, it was 1 hour. They were worried that if they stood for too long, it would give the Tang army a chance to attack them when they were tired. After eating, it would be past midnight. So, if they stood for 2 hours, it would be past midnight. Now, those who had just been replaced had to stand until midnight. In other words, it was around 3 o'clock. Midnight was 3 o'clock. If it was 4 o'clock, it was 4 o'clock. 3 o'clock was the wee hours of the morning. Even the people who sold breakfast were not willing to get up. Generally, they would wait until 4 o'clock before getting up to prepare. When they finished setting up their stalls and started making breakfast, it would be around 5 o'clock. At this time, dawn was relatively early. But because of the different locations, it would not be dawn until after 6 o'clock. If it was in the northern part of Hebei province, it would be dawn early. Of course, it would be dark later. The people at the border were waiting for the arrival of a new day. They also hoped that the Great Tang soldiers would quickly rescue them. If it weren't for the Great Tang soldiers coming over to replenish their food, some people would not have been able to hold on and died. Although it had only been a little more than 3 days, if not for the things that had been sent to them previously, these 3 days might have been the last time they could hold on. If they waited for a larger group to gather, at least 1/3 of them would have died. They had already used up a lot of stamina and nutrition before this. Time passed slowly in the hearts of the people at the border. They waited, and finally, it was 12 o'clock in the morning. Some people were very clear about the time. They could tell the approximate time based on their instincts. Now, they were waiting to see more people change shifts. In the end, the people of the Great Tang who should have taken the initiative to change shifts were still sleeping at their posts, and no one came out of their tents. The eyes of the people living at the border lit up. They did not know why, but they were not sleepy. They looked at the sky. When the dark clouds were rolling in, the moonlight that occasionally peeked out was already leaning towards the west. Just a little more time and the sun in the east would be the first to shine. Although the sun did not appear, the sky in the west would be able to illuminate a little. Are they all sleeping? No one is changing shifts. Then what about the special forces of the Great Tang? Stupid. Hurry up and come out. Opportunity, a good opportunity. Just as they were cursing in their hearts, countless black shadows suddenly appeared under the moonlight after the dark clouds had just dispersed. They were stunned for a moment, and in a moment of joy, a figure appeared beside the person at the sentry post closest to them. They didn't know how the figure moved, but the figure stopped and then moved. They watched as the person gently placed the duogan on the sentry post on the ground. Then, there was the sound of popping, and soon, everything returned to normal. Before they could think about it, several large patches of light suddenly shone down from the sky. They could not help but look up and see 4 large objects floating in the sky. The light was coming from those 4 objects. Then, more small beams of light shone from the figures. There was not a single gunshot, not a single shout. Only someone came to help them cut the ropes. Less than 7 minutes later, they heard someone speak. Reporting, all the enemies are under control. All the sentry posts have been killed. Requesting action. Action. Don't move. Don't move. Clap clap. Put your hands on your head and lie on the ground. A cacophony of voices began to appear, and all the voices were of the Great Tang and even some local dialects of the Great Tang. Shouts, footsteps, and gunshots mixed together. The beams of light from the objects flying in the sky swept back and forth. Another 7 minutes later, the noise died down again. The Great Tang, who were still sleepy, were escorted out one by one and gathered in the open space of the camp with guns pointed at them. When the Great Tang saw that there were more of them, there was a slight commotion. A series of gunshots rang out. No Great Tang was killed, but everyone became obedient. They knew that the thing that was making the continuous sounds was a machine gun. The people at the border were still in a daze. They did not know how the battle had started or what was going on in the tent. In any case, all the Great Tang were under control and the sentry had been killed. The ropes binding them had been cut, but they did not say anything. They just stood there and watched. Everything they saw was full of wonder, especially in the sky. What was flying? The attack speed was too fast. They thought that there would be a fierce battle. After all, there were nearly 600 Great Tang. How could they be caught in such a short time? Area A5 is safe. Area A6 is safe. Area B1 is safe. One voice after another reported that they were safe. Gather the troops. The medical team is landing. Another voice sounded. The people on the objects flying in the sky started to slide down the ropes quickly. Every time, 2 people slid down, one holding the other. The speed of the fall was very fast. When they were about to hit the ground, they suddenly slowed down and landed on the ground. Lu Bo and the other 25 people walked out of the tent and stood in the open space outside. Someone went up and saluted. This is Wang Miao, the commander of the Vigorous Protection Team, codenamed Wu Yi. I'm here to report that you are safe. After that, the person who called himself Wang Miao shook Lu Bo's hand and said, "It's been hard on you guys recently." Lu Bo's tears flowed out. He took a deep breath and hugged Wang Miao. His voice was muffled as he said, "It's not hard, it's not hard. We didn't. You guys are the ones who suffered. We saw it all and remembered it in our hearts. If we didn't suffer this time, we wouldn't know how much Tang Dynasty cares for us. Thank you. Let's go. We'll check your body first. Especially you ate a lot of opium cream. We'll inject glucose into your vein first to clean it up. We'll observe you in the future to see how addicted you are." Wang Miao patted Lu Bo's back and smiled. Lu Bo also smiled. "I'm fine. I'm satisfied with eating some. I threw up the last supper yesterday. Otherwise, I would be like them, all tired and sleepy after being captured. Yes, we put in a large amount of sleeping pills yesterday. There were more than 50 people who were still sleeping. They didn't wake up even when they were dragged out. Lu Bo is really smart. He guessed our plan." Wang Miao put his hand on Lu Bo's shoulder and walked to the front. Immediately, the medical staff gave him an 4 drip. There was only glucose in it. The main thing was that Lu Bo had been tortured for the past 3 days and had to eat everything. There were also people who came to check his blood pressure and heartbeat. There were even people who came to disinfect his fingers and take blood for a simple blood sugar test. If there was a lack of glucose, they would need to replenish it. The first to be checked was naturally Lu Bo and the others. The people living at the border had to wait. There were only 9 medical staff in total, and all of them had a red cross on them. It was the international medical symbol. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had given it according to their habits. Actually, it didn't have to be a cross, it could also be a symbol. What's a code name for Wui? It's not as good as Lei Ting. The person who wanted to run first asked curiously. He was still awake. Lu Bo replied, Chiyue Wui. I share the same robes with you. Wang Yuxing, repair my spear. I share the same hatred. Chiyue Wui. I share the same lake. Wang Yuxing, repair my spear and halberd. I work with you. Chiyue Wui. I share the same robes with you. Wang Yuxing, repair my armor and soldiers. I walk with you. What does that mean? This person was even more confused. When you have time, you'll know when you read the book. It's a request for battle, and also a poem that expresses our unity, Lu Bo replied naturally. Lu Dongjia is indeed knowledgeable. Just by hearing a code name, you know what we mean. Alright, Lu Dongjia, rest first. Others, come and check. After that, take a hot bath. Someone is boiling water for you. After that, eat some porridge and go to sleep. Wang Miao admired Lu Bo the most. He cooperated very well. He had clearly guessed that the food he ate would harm his body, but for the sake of the big picture, he still ate it without hesitation. I'm not sleepy, I'm not sleeping. Look, I'm full of energy now. This young man shook his arms and twisted his waist as he spoke. You'll be sleepy in a while. We were afraid that there would be problems during the rescue, so we added stimulants to your food. This way, when the cannibals attack, you can run. Once the effects wear off, you'll be very sleepy. Go and check first. Wang Miao smiled as he spoke to the young man. He was also saying this for the others to hear. After he finished speaking, he turned around and planned to leave to arrange other things. At the same time, he was going to report the good news to the young master and young lady at home. Not a single person had been injured, let alone died during the rescue. Wait a moment. Lu Bo called out to Wang Miao and said embarrassedly, let me take a closer look at the rice sprout on your chest. This is the second time I've seen it. The first time was when you guys were clearing out the mountain bandits. I was far away. The legendary number 0 seedling protection team. It's fine if they don't appear, but if they do, they'll definitely win. Wang Miao chuckled and stood in front of Lu Bo to let him take a closer look. Actually, there wasn't much to see. It was already on the newspaper. Lu Bo wanted to get closer to the rice sprout, so he stretched out his hand and gently touched the embroidered pattern. The cartoon rice sprout was so cute that it made people want to laugh. Their flag was also very funny. Every family had a different rice sprout. However, this rustic name of the seedling protection team and this cute cartoon pattern represented the most elite existence of the Tang Empire. They were invincible and undefeatable. If someone were to ask which team had the strongest offensive power in the Tang Empire, it would definitely be the direct team of the Zhang family and Wang family. Of course, the Emperor's team didn't count. That team couldn't be used casually. Lu Bo stroked the rice sprout as he said, such a cute rice sprout. The people of the Tang Empire feel close and at ease when they see it, but the enemies feel fear and nightmares when they see it. Sign this for me. I'll go home and give it to my youngest son. He's always wanted to see Xiaobei and the others, but he couldn't find the opportunity. It's not good to disturb them when he's free. Who's Xiaobei? The young man was still curious. He had already checked his body and was fine. It was good to be young. He might have been a little weak in the past, but after eating military rations for 3 days straight, he recovered. She's the younger sister of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. She's a very interesting girl. Xiao Yuan, Xiao Chang, Xiao Nan, and 8 other children of similar age are with her. All the children of the Tang Empire want to play with them, and all the adults like them. They're very sensible and smart. When Lu Bo mentioned Xiaobei, the 9 of them revealed a kind smile. Not only did they like them, but they also knew that they were their hope. Then aren't they still children? Are they very powerful? I can beat them, I can beat them. The young man was unconvinced. The older man next to him was frightened when he heard this. He quickly explained, "Don't be fooled by how big this child is. In fact, he's only 14 years old this year." "Nonsense, it's all nonsense." Lu Bo shook his head. "It's okay. Xiaobei and the others won't care. Little brother, don't be fooled by how tall and strong you are. You'll have to fight them somewhere. If you don't use weapons and fight on the ground, you'll only be tied with them. If you're not careful, you might be killed by them. If you're in the water, there will be dozens of people like you. Give them some time, and they will kill you one by one. You won't be able to fight back because there are no rivers or good lakes where you live. You usually live in the mountains. It's hard to say whether you can swim, let alone fight in the water. I don't believe it. How can they beat me? If I beat one, the others will run away in fear," the young man said angrily. Lu Bo didn't say anything. He just smiled. He couldn't really fight. No matter what he said, it was reasonable. However, he knew that if he really beat one, the other 8 would fight with their lives. They would hug your legs and beat you to death. Moreover, it was said that they started learning combat from the age of 4. Did they really think that they were easy to bully? Okay. Wang Miao didn't get angry with the young man. He said to him, "If you have the strength, go help boil the water so that you can use it for bathing. New clothes will be sent here in the morning. Actually, Xiaobei and the others aren't like what you think. They're very strong and they know a lot of knowledge. If you want to be better than them in the future, you have to study hard. They're only 14 years old. What if I have a knife? Can they beat me?" The young man's willpower was still lacking. He still wanted to compete. The older man slapped the back of the young man's head. "Go boil the water. You have a knife. They have guns. What are your identities? What are their identities? Why would they fight with you? If you say any more, be careful that the seedling protection team will teach you a lesson." When the young man heard this, he was scared. He knew that he would not be able to win against a group of people from the seedling protection team. He had not seen them use knives before. It seemed that they used their hands, arms, knees, and legs to knock them down. Were their fists made of iron? Especially when they attacked from behind. They held the other person's head and moved their arms. That person's head drooped down. How did they play? He's just a child. Don't mind him. Lu Bo was afraid that someone would attack that person, so he said to Wang Miao. Wang Miao shook his head. "We won't hurt him, but we have to talk to him properly. He said it in front of us. We'll just treat it as a joke. If he says it again when he goes there in the future and others hear it, the consequences, yes. We have to talk to him properly. If he said that in front of me, I would beat him up. If we go to a crowded place, he will be beaten to death. Brother Wang, sign it?" Lu Bo suddenly thought of the many Tang people he had met. If that young man had said the same thing, he would definitely not have survived. Once the surrounding people came forward, they would not rest until they were beaten to death. Insulting and belittling the Zhang and Wang clans was a major crime. There was no law in the law. It was said that in Xuanyang, Xiaobei and the others were almost bombed, but the locals dug 3 feet into the ground to find them. If you belittled them, wouldn't you be provoking the entire Great Tang? It would be useless even if you brought the case to Hanyuan Palace Hall. No one in the royal court would dare to speak up for you. Wang Miao refused. "We can't sign anything for you. Let's go back and tell the little ancestors that there's a new camera." Take a picture of them and get them to sign on the back of the photo. Here, you can give it to your children. Camera? What's that? Lu Bo had never heard of it before. It's something that looks more like a real person than a painting. It's still very valuable now, Wang Miao replied. Lu Bo could tell that it was better than a painting and was very valuable now. Didn't that mean that it could be used in bulk in the future? The price wouldn't be low, but with his family's money, it shouldn't be a problem for him to use it a few times. Thus, he happily said, "You must remember that my children haven't had the chance to see Xiao Bei and the others. Moreover, they're in Ezhou now. If I don't help them once when I go back, they'll throw a tantrum at me again. I can't bear to hit them when they throw a tantrum. If I hit them too hard, then you'll be arrested. Don't think that they're your children. Their lives aren't in your hands. I'll send a telegram now and tell the young master and young lady who are waiting at home for news that the rescue was successful. They've been paying attention to this operation and even personally came up with a few plans. I'll also mention your request while I'm at it. Perhaps the little ancestors will be very happy to know that your children want to see them and take the initiative to look for you. This can be considered a form of consolation for your family before you return home. We won't have to send a message to your family alone." Wang Miao turned around again. "Wait a moment." Lu Bo called out again and said with embarrassment, "Then, you can send the message first. We'll talk later. I was afraid that you wouldn't come back. It wasn't easy to see you, and I have a lot to say. Team 0, I have something to boast about in the future. Someone go and send the message." Wang Miao instructed the person beside him. He could understand Lu Bo's current state of mind. He had just escaped from the jaws of death, and he needed some sort of spiritual comfort. After all, he was only a businessman and not an elite member of the special forces. During the rescue process, one of the reasons was to give the other party psychological counseling. Otherwise, what was the point of rescuing someone who had gone insane after 2 days? "Speak. We'll always be by your side, and there will be more people coming. Don't worry." Wang Miao smiled warmly. Lu Bo stared blankly for a moment before he suddenly understood why the other party was like this. He, who was usually indifferent to the loss of money, once again shed tears. He said, "If I ever do anything wrong to the Tang Empire in the future, I will be struck by lightning. You are indeed the strongest, from the depths of your soul. I will publicize this matter and let all the people of the Tang Empire know what is behind them. What I want to ask is, how much resources did you guys use to rescue us? My family has some money, and I want to compensate you guys. I can't let you guys spend too much. There's no need. You've already paid the taxes, so it's only right." Wang Miao didn't intend to ask for money. Could it be that he wouldn't rescue them if they didn't have money? That's not what I mean. I mean, I won't give you money. I just want to ask how much manpower and resources you guys used so that I can have an idea. Lu Bo changed his way of asking. He knew that he had to do more, or his conscience wouldn't be at ease. "We didn't use much. We just sent a message back. Then, we sent someone to ask the merchants who maintained the trade route and roughly described what you looked like. Then, they said who you were. After that, it was easy. We directly went to your house and asked about you. Then, we looked for the people who were in contact with you. We got everything out of them." Wang Miao replied. "So they'll tell you the moment you ask? What do you think? We'll prove that we're subordinates of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo." "Oh. That's right. I'll tell you if you ask me. Everyone in Great Tang is your informant." Lu Bo understood. The news of the successful rescue was quickly sent back to Ezhou. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't just receive news from this place. In the past few days, they had successfully rescued 2 other places, and the last place was already under operation. They believed that there would be news soon because those people had already been drugged. Chapter 1281. When the duo eaters who were on a hostage mission were killed, the people living at the border of various places also began to migrate long distances. They had to give up their original places of residence and move to the east. At the same time, they had to join the Great Tang. Once the border was no longer dangerous, they could come back if they wanted to. If they didn't want to, they could go anywhere in the Great Tang. They could even settle down in Sanshui County as long as they could find a suitable job and buy a house in Sanshui County. For a period of time, only the Great Tang soldiers would be left at the border. There would be no other people. This was a loss for the Great Tang, but it was also a gain. The loss was the local products, while the gain was a group of people who had no concept of country. The domestic construction required a large number of people. When the children were still young and their productivity was low, the handicraft industry was the best supplement and could be developed in a more labor-intensive way. Zhang Xiaobao didn't care about this. It seemed that the local products were missing, but that location could be left as a backup plan. For the time being, they had to solve the problem of population flow. The population of the cities with convenient water, land, road, and railway transportation is clearly increasing. This puts a certain amount of pressure on the lives of the locals. We have to find a way to adjust. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the report sent today and said to Wang Wan, who had just finished studying the military map. Wang Wan rubbed her temples. When she was looking at the map just now, she had to analyze it while looking at it. It was tiring. Not only did she have to formulate strategic goals that could change at any time according to the situation on the battlefield, she also had to summarize history and find suitable battle tactics. As the army on the three fronts slowly advanced, the problem of adapting to the environment was placed in front of them. There was also the various terrains, where in history, who won with a small number of people, how they fought, and what were the relevant factors. She had to put them into the current Great Tang army. Otherwise, it would be easy to be schemed against by the enemy. The death of a large number of soldiers would make their families very sad. The purpose of war was to gain benefits, not sacrifice. The more she thought about it, the more her head hurt. It looked like a small-scale battle tactic, but when countless tactical objectives were completed, the commander would discover that there were actually new strategic objectives that could be achieved. This was not something that could be changed by one's will. Even the most outstanding strategist would not be able to predict the final outcome from the beginning. Thus, Wang Wan had several marching routes in her mind. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that the path ahead was foggy. Zhang Xiaobao's voice pulled her out of the fog. Wang Wan sighed softly and asked, "Don't tell me you want to have different household registers in different places? When we arrive in other cities, we are not allowed to buy a house, and we are also deprived of benefits. At the same time, even the schools that our children attend are restricted." Zhang Xiaobao saw that Wang Wan was no longer worried about strategy and tactics. He smiled and said, "I'm not stupid. We can't lose the people's hearts that we worked so hard to gather so easily. What happened before was the result of internal strife between factions. At the same time, there was also the problem of the population demand for the overall economic development plan of the country. In fact, there were many cases in history where a large number of people migrated, especially when there was a disaster. The people who fled to other places caused a lot of trouble for the local people. I've thought about it carefully, and I don't think we can solve this problem by force. As for houses, as long as the outsiders have the money and are willing to buy them, they can buy them. There is no need to stop them, because we don't have any internal conflicts, and the imperial power is supreme. So, Wang Wan cooperated and led the way. So, what we need to do the most now is to increase the research and production of luxury goods sold at home, and to convert the machinery of Tang heavy industry to civilian use, Zhang Xiaobao said very straightforwardly. Tang heavy industry, can you stop criticizing the term heavy industry? Steel production uses indigenous methods, at most with some advanced technological thinking. Oil refining uses indigenous methods. Of course, for the current Tang people, it is very advanced. Look at our collection of liquefied petroleum gas. They collect thousands of tons at one time, and we can't even reach 1/10,000th of their collection. When Wang Wan thought of the term heavy industry, she found it funny. After laughing, a hopeful look appeared on her face. She was arguing with Zhang Xiaobao not because she felt that the current Tang industry should not continue to research. One day, it would achieve its goal. At least for now, it was at the forefront of the world. After arguing, Wang Wan realized that to solve the problem of population flow and concentration, why did he mention luxury goods and the machinery of the Ministry of Works? She then asked, "Hubby, do you think that with luxury goods and machinery, the pressure on the populated areas will be reduced?" Zhang Xiaobao pretended to be scared and then said with certainty, "Of course, if this is done well, the problem of population flow and concentration will also be solved. I am willing to listen to your opinion." Wang Wan stood up from her seat and sat beside Zhang Xiaobao, gently leaning her head on Zhang Xiaobao's shoulder. She had already realized that Xiaobao suddenly mentioned this information not because there was no way to solve the problem, but because he deliberately said it to her so that she would be able to escape from the troubles of the previous strategic arrangements. With a man like this accompanying her, she would be happy for the rest of her life. Zhang Xiaobao adjusted his sitting position to make Wang Wan more comfortable and said, "Actually, the main reason for a large number of people to gather in places with convenient transportation is that there can be more profits from the circulation of goods and port processing. With more profits, the wages will also be higher. So what should we do to make the wages in other places higher? The simplest way is to use policies to reduce taxes and other expenses in other places, and at the same time, to build infrastructure. It involves the word money. Right now, we have free medical care, free education, infant support benefits, employment training benefits, elderly protection benefits, and direct state compensation benefits in disaster areas. In addition to the previous large number of low-interest and interest-free loan benefits, we don't have much money to do other things." "You mean to rely on luxury goods to make money, and then use it to implement policies and infrastructure in other places?" Wang Wan asked cooperatively. "Yes, head. There is a very important problem in the process of the floating population gathering in key cities, and that is the concentration of capital. The concentration of capital in one area is an empty statement, but the real concentration is in the hands of businessmen. Businessmen who make a lot of money will have a high tax rate, but they still have too much money that they can't use. Money is just a number, and behind it represents the support of money. Unless I cause a large amount of inflation, they won't be able to use the corresponding resources if they don't spend money. When they have money, I give them three choices. One is to deposit it in a bank, and they will earn interest. Then, I will use the bank to lend money, and at the same time, maintain the growth rate of inflation at the deposit interest rate, right?" Zhang Xiaobao asked Wang Wan. Wang Wan had a smile on her face. "Yes, the deposit in the bank is actually not the appreciation of money, but the preservation of value. Many people don't understand, and they always feel that they have too much money in their hands. In the end, when they buy things, the price of things will also increase. If the bank is really used to increase the value of depositors, then when the bank lends out, it will require more interest. In the end, the original interest of the deposit currency will actually depreciate. Money doesn't appear out of thin air, and the amount of money that appears is related to productivity. The only advantage is that this part of the money from the bank can be used to support production technology, and it can increase the basic raw materials of goods. The people who deposit their money in the bank get a higher level of enjoyment, and not an absolute increase in money. The higher level of enjoyment includes the lowering of the price of new products and certain low-end goods in certain aspects. For example, there will be a radio in the future. Another example is that the yield of cabbage per moo will increase, and the price will be lower. But when the people measure the money in their hands, they don't think about it like that. They think about whether the goods that are in the middle of society are cheaper. Is it cheaper? No. If it is really cheaper, it means that this kind of goods is no longer in the middle of society. It has been reduced to the status of cabbage. Unfortunately, there are too few people who can understand this. What are the remaining two paths you arranged for them? Wang Wan temporarily stopped thinking about the war and helped Zhang Xiaobao think about the rich people. Zhang Xiaobao stretched out his arm and hugged Wang Wan's waist. He didn't say anything immediately. Instead, he sighed about what Wang Wan said just now. Just as Wang Wan said, the country's protection of capital is not the protection of the currency itself, but the protection of the quality of life of the people in the process of national strength. Luxury goods are still luxury goods, and what can't be bought is still not affordable. But in the process of currency flow and depreciation, the investment in production technology is the most important part. Many people say that things are expensive. In the past, a piece of fermented bean curd was 2 cents, but now it was 3 cents. In fact, in the past, he earned 50 yuan a month, but now he earned 2,500 yuan a month. Then the price ratio of the fermented bean curd back then to the current one was 1:15, and the income ratio was 1:50. Moreover, the fermented bean curd now is more delicious. But why does it feel expensive? Because with the development of technology, people's needs are also increasing. They spend too much on other aspects, and it doesn't feel like the price has dropped. Overall, it means that things are expensive. In the past, they don't need too many goods. Having a bungalow to live in and a radio is a good pursuit, and they can save a lot of money to buy fermented bean curd. After that, there are cars, televisions, and phones, more gold and diamond jewelry, and there are electricity and gas in the house. Unknowingly, there are more ways to spend money in life, and it feels expensive to buy a triangle of fermented bean curd. What is the root of this problem? It's not the depreciation of the currency, nor is it how much the price has dropped. It's because the proportion of people who own the currency is in the minority in society, which is also called polarization. The better a country could control polarization, the more stable the political and economic system of that country would be. Zhang Xiaobao feels that there is still a long way to go. Because of polarization, in addition to the corruption of officials and economic loopholes, there is also the existence of individuals in society. People are smart. If they can make money, they will naturally have money. If they make more money, it is unreasonable to collect more taxes from others. Why? But there is no other way. After all, you live in a group. Your income comes from the group, and your safety comes from the group. Therefore, Zhang Xiaobao can only control polarization through other means, and not eliminate it. If polarization is really eliminated, then the whole society will lose the motivation to move forward. Everyone will not work hard. No matter how hard they work, in the end, they will get the same result as others. Who is stupid? Zhang Xiaobao now wants to discuss this problem with Wang Wan. There are two other ways. One way is to enjoy. We can make more luxury goods and sell them. The profit of luxury goods has always been much higher than the proportion of goods that people enjoy. It is almost hundreds or thousands of times higher. Among 100 people, if you enjoy a radio and others don't, then you will definitely pay more than 100 times the cost of the radio. You may have to pay 1,000 times or 10,000 times the cost. If they enjoy it, we will have money. We will use this money to do what we said before. The third way is to guide the rich to underdeveloped areas, which are inconvenient and have low production capacity. We will provide them with preferential policies. They can build their own roads, or we can build the roads. It is the same. If we build the roads, they will have to pay in other aspects. If they build the roads, they will get more policies. I hope that they will choose to build their own infrastructure. We will turn the money used to build the roads into loans to them. At the same time, we will increase their policy benefits. The gains and losses are the same. There is not much difference. The difference is that this kind of company has a social responsibility and confidence in self-development. I will pay attention to it and look for them if there is something good in the future. Of course, there are policy benefits and policy requirements. That is, when their investment and output ratio is the same as the ratio of the same industry and the same strength of businessmen in prosperous cities, they must pay the same wages as the prosperous cities. In this way, everyone will not have to go to the key cities to carry out a one-way labor flow. I should have killed all the people in your city's civil affairs department back then. They lost a talent. Wang Wan said with a smile. I have never regretted the path I have taken. If I had to choose again, I would still want to do that. Because that way, I will still meet you. Disgusting. You have a clever mouth. Wang Wan lightly punched Zhang Xiaobao. What if they don't follow your train of thought and deliberately oppose you? I am saying what if. The truth is that they will listen to you. Especially after the news of you traveling thousands of miles to rescue them is exposed in the newspapers. Everyone will be more patriotic. If I have to say what if, it is that if they don't agree, I will use my own money to build non-key cities. In the end, I will use cheap products to attack their profits. Our business is expanding very slowly now because we want to give them more space to develop. It is not because I don't have the ability to expand. I have not made any plans to attack the domestic economy because I promised you. At the same time, it is because I love this nation. It does not mean that I am afraid of them. If they force me into a corner, I will teach them a lesson. You must know that the technology and the banking system are in my hands. Why did we withdraw from the shares of Great Tang Bank? We held the shares, and Li Longji did not dare to trust us. There would be other shareholders who would come in and criticize us. I withdrew, but I am in control. Whoever controls the banking system controls the entire society. Zhang Xiaobao's tone was very calm when he said this, but Wang Wan could hear a sense of absolute arrogance. She admitted that Zhang Xiaobao had this ability. Otherwise, the order back then would not have been just to capture and not kill. Wang Wan was very happy when she thought about how she had captured such a person. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Don't be anxious. When you invade, let them take over the domestic economy. They are very obedient. If someone really dares to disobey, I will directly publish an article in the newspaper, saying that a certain corporation has hurt me and Xiaobao too much. In the future, when they are in danger outside, I will no longer help them and let the imperial court send troops. That way, their corporation will not need to face any danger outside. The other businessmen in the country will kill them. When the Meteor Battle Squad returns successfully, our prestige will be even higher. Rescue, revenge, regardless of the distance, regardless of the cost. I believe that this is what every citizen in every country wants to see the most. That's right. If the country could treat me like this back then, Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's go meet Huang Yaoben. Previously, I gave him some ideas as a deity. Why did he not look for a deity and insist on looking for us? Would a deity lie to him? Seeing that Wang Wan was happy, Zhang Xiaobao remembered that Huang Yaoben had come to meet him and Wang Wan today. Previously, when they were eating the barbecue, he gave Huang Yaoben an idea at the last moment. He told them how to earn money and also help the country develop. However, after Huang Yaoben returned, he first looked for someone to discuss and formulate a plan. When the preliminary plan was out, he came to the blue sea silver sands to look for him and Wang Wan. Seriously, why did he have to come looking for us? I still wanted to have some tenderness with my husband. Wang Wan retracted her head and stood up. Then, why don't we ignore him first and have some tenderness in bed? Zhang Xiaobao stood up as well. Hooligan. Wang Wan led the way and walked out. Zhang Xiaobao scratched his head and walked behind Wang Wan. He muttered to himself, the most difficult thing to deal with in this world is the woman you love deeply. If you don't think of a way to coax her, you won't be able to live with your conscience. Why don't you coax such a good woman? If you use a strategy to coax her, you won't be able to live with your conscience. Why do you want to scheme against such a good woman? If you don't use any tricks and just coax her from the bottom of your heart, you won't be able to live with your conscience. Why do you have to be so straightforward with such a good woman? Can't you know how to be romantic? You are using schemes to coax me now. If you want to mutter, stay away from me. Don't let me hear you. Wang Wan rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaobao and pursed her lips into a smile. When the two arrived at the meeting place, Huang Yaoben had already drunk 2 cups of tea and eaten half a kilogram of snacks. He was holding a ripe watermelon and gnawing on it. When he saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, Huang Yaoben hurriedly stood up and took out a stack of papers. He said to the two of them, "You are finally here. I'm mainly looking for Xiaobao. A deity gave me an idea. I think it's pretty good, but I'm worried about him. Xiaobao, help me take a look and see if he's lying to me. I nearly got someone to follow the plan, but I thought it wasn't right. I need to discuss it with you." Who said that deities can't lie? I'll only be at ease if you take a look. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.